It all started at night in a luxurious castle. The heroine was sitting on the bed and talking to her boyfriend, who was hanging over her. The young man took the girl by the chin and spoke words about his feelings, which are expressed during eye contact with the heroine. Lynette was a little surprised by the young man's behavior and understood that the hero was not himself. Oscar confirmed the words of the main character, but also said that it was the girl who drove him crazy, which amazed Lynette. After all, the heroine came to her husband because she was told about the guy's high temperature, but now the girl is watching Oscar's face with embarrassment. The young man held the heroine by the chin and said that every movement from Lynette excited him, which the girl never ceased to be surprised by, because she believed that she had done nothing to deserve such attention from the guy. Having laughed and blamed everything on the illness, the main character still pushed her husband away. However, Oscar took the girl by the hand and began to talk about how he was sick every time he looked at her. And holding Lynette's hand, the boy kissed it, telling her of his mistake and that the girl was right. After all, Oscar understood that the heroine really had not done anything to make the young man react this way to her presence. But still, the young man could not hide the fact that he was crazy about Lynette. These words immediately made the girl panic, because if he didn't stop, then her plan would be over. Before entering this world, the main character was a doctor and worked in a rural hospital where they paid little money. Lynette received a lot of praise and was well liked by her patients, so she felt that she was making a difference by caring for those who had nothing left. So to all the words of gratitude, the heroine always said that she simply liked her job. But this life did not last long, and Lynette's father, an alcoholic and a gambler, ran away, leaving her with a huge debt, and the hospital went bankrupt, and the girl had to work 4 terrible years in the emergency room to pay it all off. One day, the heroine was outraged that the head doctor told her to throw a woman out of the ward because she didn't have enough money and to start an operation on an influential and rich patient. But Lynette had run out of strength to fight and tolerate this treatment of patients without money, and she made it clear to the man that she could no longer work like this. As a result, the heroine left emotionally, which shocked the doctor and demanded that the girl return. But it was all pointless. Lynette walked down the street and cried because she realized that she was dependent on money, and because of it she had to give up her dream. But still, the girl was glad that she left, despite the fact that now she had absolutely no idea what to do. While the heroine was thinking about the fact that she only had enough money left to pay her rent this month, she didn't notice the bus that wasn't planning on stopping. And there was a collision. The girl was thrown up by the impact, and she herself thought about the reason for her possible death. After all, Lynette didn't want to die so suddenly, and especially under such circumstances, so tears began to flow from her eyes. Morning came, and the heroine was awakened by servants, but the girl immediately began to worry about the bitterness in her mouth. The maid, noticing Lynette's strange behavior, asked worriedly if she was okay. But the girl grabbed her throat because it was burning so much and there was simply no way to speak because the pain was taking over. While the maid was worried, the main character thought that she had died and tried to understand what kind of place this was. The girl grabbed her face and wondered where she was, because this was not a hospital room, but a luxurious bedroom. Then the girl removed the sheet she was lying under and sitting down looked in the mirror. In the mirror, the heroine saw a beautiful blonde with amazingly colored eyes and in a luxurious outfit. And the maid was so frightened that she began to cry because she thought that something had happened to Lynette. The main character asked the servant her name, which made her very shocked and confused. But still, with a trembling voice, the girl pronounced the name of her mistress and waited for what would happen next. Lynette, having heard what she wanted, could not understand why this name was so familiar to her. But the girl remembered seeing the name in a novel she had previously read to escape the cruel reality. This book was about a meaningless love story between the main characters. There was also a minor character, the protagonist's brother, who was unrequitedly in love with the heroine. The young man watched the relationship between the heroes from the side and remained like a shadow, not interfering with the relationship. But still, the brother was not alone, but his wife was a real villain. The girl herself was filled with jealousy, which is why she received such a title. The heroine was angry that her husband did not notice her, and eventually lost consciousness after drinking tea, to which she herself added poison. And all this was just to get the attention of her husband and get at least a little love from him. But in the end, the villain is banished, and that's all that is known at the moment. And now Lynette is in her body. The main character herself was in pain everywhere, and the maid's reaction was stressing her out, so the girl couldn't relax. Looking back, Lynette immediately realized that she was now at the moment when the heroine of the novel drank the poison, and this meant that most likely the girl would repeat the fate described in the book and would soon be kicked out. At this time, the maid was worriedly asking how Lynette was feeling and whether it was worth calling a doctor. But the heroine herself was trying to remember her name. After thinking, the girl realized that the servant's name was Jane and answered her that everything was fine. Jane was very glad that everything was fine with Lynette, but the heroine herself understood that only this servant treated the villainess with kindness. After some time, Lynette was already standing in a luxurious outfit and thinking that she did not like Oscar because he loved another while being married. That's why the girl was angry, because now everything feels different, especially when that person is your husband. Lynette interrupted Jane, saying that the Earl had finished his business and was now on his way to meet her. But the main character was outraged by the fact that while she was unconscious, Oscar had something to do, and he didn't even worry about her. Lynette was also haunted by the thought that this was her last meeting with the Count, since she would be kicked out immediately. But she was still pleased to see the young man's appearance. After all, Oscar was a worldwide handsome man who was so in demand that he could charm anyone in the city. And while the girl was thinking about all this, the guy was already walking slowly towards the door behind which she was waiting for him. Captivating lips, a sharp nose, a beautiful face that was called God's creation. The Count called the heroine as soon as he entered the room to announce his arrival. Lynette didn't have time to fully pronounce Oscar's name because upon seeing his appearance, she instantly froze and couldn't even breathe. But the young man continued and said that he came running as soon as he heard that the girl had woken up. Jane, watching this, panicked and stuttered, began to call the main character. After all, Lynette suddenly started bleeding from the nose, and the maid was worried that the girl was ill. So in a panic, Jane offered the heroine a napkin, asking about her condition to understand whether to call a doctor. But Lynette replied that everything was fine, and taking a napkin began to wipe her nose, thinking that the bleeding had already stopped. The words of the main character Jane did not calm her down, and she began to cry because she realized that her mistress was too weak from the poisonous herbs. At this time, Oscar watched what was happening silently and emotionlessly. But the Count still approached his wife and said that the girl was clearly still unwell, which surprised the heroine. The guy continued and said that everything inside him seemed to break when he heard that the girl had lost consciousness. After these words, Oscar grabbed his chest and added that no one could understand the pain he felt every moment while his wife was ill. After listening to the Count's experiences, the girls stood in shock, but while Jane admired their relationship, the main character thought about it. After all, Lynette found this strange, so she tried to remember the relationship between the characters in the original. In the book, Oscar always insisted that he would never love his wife, but in front of everyone else, they had to act like caring spouses. And the girl said that she didn't need the Count's love, and that she was simply using him, so this option suited her. That is why Oscar was now playing to the crowd, saying that he was touched and wanted to hug Lynette, but was not sure that the girl's fragile body could withstand it. The main character herself, having understood everything, tried to come up with something so that she wouldn't end up being kicked out. Jane was crying at this time and thought that Lynette and Oscar were a wonderful couple, and the girl realized that her maid was very naive. But in the end, the girl asked the servant to leave her and the Count alone to talk. Jane agreed without hesitation and said that she should have done it earlier, but she hadn't thought of it. Therefore, having said this, the maid headed towards the exit and began actively taking everyone with her so that no one would interfere with the main characters. Oscar instantly became serious and assumed that Lynette must have something to say since she asked everyone present to leave. And despite the fact that the heroine still considered the young man very handsome, she became tense as she saw his true character. But all this did not affect Lynette, and she informed the Count that they should get a divorce. And as an explanation, the girl said that she could no longer live with someone like him. Oscar looked seriously at his wife and tried to find the words, since this was unexpected for him. The Count grabbed his head in confusion and asked if the girl was really going to disobey the royal order. After all, the young man swore allegiance under the sun and remains under its rays, so he must do his duty, and Lynette must understand this too. The heroine was outraged by this, because she remembered that the king's order said nothing about maintaining a happy family life until death. The Count did not know what to answer to this, and Lynette immediately understood that she was right, and the promise was only about the wedding. Therefore, the heroine decided to say that the reason for the divorce was her. because the young man clearly does not want to leave someone he does not love by his side. Oscar looked at the floor and tried to think about everything the girl said in order to make a decision and at least answer something. In the end, the Count indignantly reminded Lynette that she had just woken up and that divorce was not a decision that should be made in a hurry. And turning around, the young man said that they would discuss all this tomorrow at breakfast, and then slammed the door. Lynette was not entirely happy with this outcome, as it was similar to the mediation period in a divorce. But still, the main character was happy that she was able to buy herself some time. The next morning arrived, and this meant that that very conversation would soon take place. Jane immediately entered the room with a question about how yesterday's conversation with the Count went, but was surprised by the girl's condition. Lynette was very tense, and the maid began to inquire anxiously about the subject of yesterday's conversation with the Count and said that she had brought a dress for breakfast. The heroine, getting out of bed, tried to remember what the king's order was, since in the original it was presented as a fact. And while Jane continued to look at the girl with concern, Lynette herself finally remembered how it all happened. The book takes place in a fictional kingdom called Matin. However, the father, the head of the Calypso clan, was a war hero of the enemy kingdom, and when war broke out between the two states, the Count betrayed the enemy kingdom and united with the kingdom of Matin. Thanks to this, Matin managed to win the war and unite the two territories into one, and the Count became a prince. But since everyone was confused by the fact that the Count was from an enemy kingdom, they suggested that he create ties with the Roger family. And it was precisely in this way, in order to remove the unrest, that the marriage between Oscar and his wife was concluded. But the young man did not trust the girl, because he had to marry the daughter of a traitor. Having thought about all this, the heroine assumed that the divorce would be to the detriment of the Roger family, because in the original she was easily kicked out, and now the Count has doubts. By this time the maid had already finished dressing Lynette and was delighted with the girl's beauty. Jane said that the heroine looks great, and the color of the dress goes well with her fair skin. Having adjusted her hair, the girl agreed with the servant and headed for breakfast. A few minutes later, the main character was already standing in front of the Count, but she could not relax before the conversation. Oscar, sitting at the table, greeted Lynette with a smile and said that he had been waiting for the girl for a long time. The heroine immediately apologized for being late, but in her thoughts, she noted that the Count's acting had improved. The Count did not hesitate and, looking at the servants, ordered them to bring out the dishes, to which the man immediately bowed as a sign of respect. While the servants stood by the wall, one of the servants was pushing a cart with already prepared food. The guy who brought the food was very pale and wet from his own sweat, and with trembling hands, he tried to serve the dish. However, the young man was too exhausted and, unable to bear it, dropped the plate on the floor. And from the terrible state, the servant collapsed after the food, numb from the pain in his body. A second later, the guy started foaming at the mouth and his body began to tremble convulsively, causing everyone around him to run to help. Lynette began to analyze the situation like a doctor to figure out what exactly the boys were doing. And quickly getting up from the table, the heroine ran to help. But she herself already understood that this was an epileptic seizure. All the servants, afraid for Lynette's dress, shouted that they would help the guy themselves, but the heroine ignored them because a person's life is more important. Therefore, the girl was very worried, because she is a doctor and is obliged to help people under any circumstances. Oscar watched from the sidelines indifferently, thinking about everything that was happening. While all the servants also watched silently, the heroine screamed for help to turn the guy on his side. Then, nodding towards the broken dishes, the girl said that they should be cleaned up immediately, to which everyone immediately responded. At this time, the guy, who was lying down from a seizure, began to move his arms and legs and accidentally hit Lynette. Jane, seeing this, was too much worried about her mistress and was almost crying from excitement. The heroine herself didn't care about this blow. The only thing that mattered to her was the condition of the servant, who needed urgent help. But the young man was already lying in a calmer state, and Lynette noticed that his breathing had stabilized. Jane immediately noticed that the heroine's dress was very dirty and said that the girl should change. One of the servants said that they would make the boy pay for the damage to the dress as soon as he came to his senses. The heroine was unhappy with what was happening, although she understood the reason for such a commotion, because in the novel, the girl was a villain. As soon as Lynette stood up and looked at the very servant who had spoken of the damage, the young man became frightened. And frowning, the heroine asked if the guy really thought that some dress was more important than the patient. The young man was immediately confused and began to stutter, not knowing what to answer. Finally, taking hold of part of the dress, Lynette said that everything was fine and they should return to the room. But looking at her husband, the girl noticed that Oscar's face had not changed at all, despite all the commotion. And walking towards the exit, the heroine still turned around and said that the guy would have to have breakfast alone. Therefore, while the girl was leaving, a servant approached the Count and said that he would immediately serve him new dishes. Sometime later, when Lynette was already dressed in another dress, Jane brought breakfast for the heroine. Although the maid was concerned about Lynette's condition, the girl was fine and understood that this was not the first time. Suddenly, one of the servants approached Jane and whispered something. The girl immediately approached the main character and said that the guy who had been given first aid was asking to meet. Although the heroine nodded, she herself tried to understand the purpose of the visit and assumed that he wanted to thank her. But everything was different. The servant, as soon as he entered, fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness for an unforgivable mistake. With tears in his eyes, the boy begged for forgiveness and said that this would never happen again. Lynette watched from the sidelines in shock as the young man continued to scream about his guilt and how no matter how much he prayed, he could not make amends for it. Medicine in this era is not developed, and people consider it a curse, and they cannot afford treatment. The heroine, with a serious face, demanded that the guy stand up and said that it was not his fault. The servant could not believe his ears, which made him speechless. Lynette asked Jane for paper and pen while she talked about the promise the boy had to keep. Having written down the correct daily routine and meal plan, the heroine sat down next to the guy and, handing him the piece of paper, asked if he could handle it. The servant took the piece of paper, but said that because of his work he could not sleep more than 6 hours a day. But Lynette replied that if the boy did not follow the order, she would throw him out, to which the servant immediately nodded. The heroine prescribed the guy a low-carb, high-fat diet, and without drugs, this is the only thing she can do. As soon as the girl stood up, she asked how long the young man had been working in the kitchen, to which the servant replied that it had only been a year. Looking at Jane, the heroine said that she urgently needed to talk to Oscar, to which the maid nodded. Standing opposite the Count in his office, the couple looked at each other, waiting to talk. Oscar was surprised by the girl's sudden appearance and thought that the conversation would be about divorce. The heroine asked the young man to give the servant, who suffered from epilepsy, another job. The Count joked about this, talking about work outside the walls of the mansion, although he himself thought that the girl was simply making herself a good housewife. But Lynette immediately suggested options, such as a library and a laundry room, where there are not a lot of people and dangerous objects. Leaning back in his chair, the protagonist was surprised by his wife's request. After all, the young man did not think that Lynette would be worried about the servants, which made the heroine angry. Although the guy looked quite serious, the heroine was sure that the Count was simply testing her patience. The girl realized that it was better to look at the guy's chest than at his handsome but deceptive face. At this time, the Count asked how the heroine knew about this disease and how he could believe her, but the heroine's chest didn't calm her down either, which is why she bit her lip in displeasure. The girl began to swear, because people like Oscar cannot understand those who are seriously ill, and ask for help. Suddenly, the girl had a flashback and a scene from a past life appeared in her head, where she was asked for help, but she could not answer. And although the heroine's life will not change if she saves one, she will not be able to just sit and watch the suffering of the one she can help. Lynette slammed her hands on the table where the Count was sitting and repeated that the boy could not understand this suffering. Oscar had no words, so he silently looked at his wife. The girl blushed a little and thought that perhaps she had said too much, and most likely the guy would not understand her. But the main character still said that he would transfer the servants to another place. After these words, Lynette thanked the young man and immediately turned around and began to leave. As soon as the heroine left, Oscar asked his servant who knew that Lynette had lost consciousness from poison. The guy listed everyone who knew about it, including saying that Oscar's brother could not know anything about the situation. The Count replied that in that case, they should stop talking about it, which shocked Robert. Oscar, with a serious face and an unfriendly tone, told the servant not to make him repeat it, since the responsibility would lie with Robert. The guy bowed as a sign of respect, thereby accepting the order. But still, Robert could not understand why the Count changed his mind about throwing the girl out after the incident with the poison. Oscar sat and thought that his opinion about his wife was wrong. Remembering the girl's face and smile, the guy realized that he wanted to find out what was going on in his wife's head. At this time, Lynette came to her room and collapsed on her bed from fatigue, since it took a long time to explain everything. And the girl realized that the Count might suspect something if she did not behave as usual. But still, getting out of bed, the heroine decided that she needed to stop thinking about all this and decide what to do next. After all, in order to live well after a divorce, you need to learn about the situation outside the mansion. And while the girl was thinking about going outside, she saw a small door in the back of the closet. The heroine didn't know whether to look inside, but in the end she decided to. Opening the door, Lynette realized that the room looked quite spacious, so she decided to crawl inside. The girl was very surprised by the size of the room and realized that it was a secret room. Seeing a large number of books around, the girl assumed that the heroine of the novel loved to read. But the contents of the book were unexpected, because inside there were various medical tips and instructions on how to provide first aid. Lynette continued to flip through the pages in shock, realizing that it all looked like the notes of a doctor or pharmacist. Taking another book, the girl did not understand why the villain needed it, because something like this was not mentioned in the original. But suddenly a corner of a leaf appeared from the pages, which surprised Lynette very much. There was a photograph of a little girl whom the heroine of the novel called her beloved Lily. At that very moment, Jane entered the room, and the girl immediately began to get out of the secret place in a panic. The maid reported that Prince Calyps had arrived, and the girl tried to remember who he was in the novel. Lynette panicked a little and asked again if her father had arrived to confirm her thoughts. Jane only noticed the heroine's disheveled hair and began asking what had happened. And while the maid was fixing the heroine's hair, the girl thought that if she was not kicked out, there would be less condemnation from those around her, and even after the divorce, she would remain the prince's daughter. And Calypso loved his daughter, and he became very ill when he heard about her wedding. And Lynette expected a caring father who admires and loves his child. That is, such a person will not allow his daughter's reputation to be ruined, and therefore at the moment this is a strong support for the heroine. The prince greeted Lynette with a smile and very kindly, asking her to come over, because he was really looking forward to seeing her. The girl immediately expressed her surprise at her father's arrival, to which the man replied that he did not have to warn her to see his beloved daughter. Hearing this, the heroine realized that her expectations were justified, and the prince really loved his daughter very much. The man turned to the servant and, thanking him, said that he could go. Lynette began to speak to the prince in a more free manner, because she believed that they had a good relationship. But the man's expression immediately changed, and he asked the heroine how she dared to behave like that in the current situation. The girl was very frightened by this answer and felt misunderstood, so she asked again. To which the prince replied that the aristocrats were saying that Lynette and Oscar did not have the best relationship. Continuing, the man asked why it was so difficult for the heroine to try even a little to preserve what he had done for her. And after hearing all this, Lynette realized that she was wrong and that her father was a real monster. The man's gaze became more angry as the girl simply stood silently, so the prince began to demand an answer. But this frightened the heroine even more. She could not say anything, and Calypso began to show more aggression. So, a second later, the man swung at the girl, asking if he should hit her again. After these words, Lynette immediately understood that in the novel, the prince constantly beat the heroine. The girl instantly remembered her father from her past life, and did not understand why she got the same one in this one. But even though Lynette didn't want to make a fuss, she already had her fist ready to hit back. After all, the heroine will definitely be able to hit the most precious thing and cope with everything, even though it was scary. But suddenly someone entered the room and interrupted the conflict, thereby saving Lynette from the blow. It was Oscar who came in to greet the prince, since Calypso's arrival was also unexpected for him. Upon seeing the Count, the man immediately pretended to stroke Lynette's cheek and worry about her condition. The girl herself frowned at this and thought that aristocrats were selected here based on their acting talent. At this time, Oscar decided to inquire about the prince's affairs, to which he replied that everything was fine, but unpleasant news had reached him. Continuing, the man assumed, based on rumors, that the Count was not interested in a relationship with his wife. Oscar asked for clarification because he knows everything much better than anyone else, and for him this purpose of the visit seemed strange. But this angered the prince, because it was connected with his daughter, and he could not remain on the sidelines. To this, the Count suggested that Calypso also ate well and slept in a comfortable bed, and for Lynette these words brought back shameful memories. But the man didn't understand what he was talking about and what Oscar was getting at, so he decided to ask again. And remembering what the heroine had said earlier, The young man explained that aristocrats who grew up without worries had a lot of interest in other people's lives. The prince laughed at this and said that Oscar does not change and remains an excellent count. The young man thanked the man for the praise and asked him to notify him before visiting in the future, as such unexpected visits were a bit embarrassing. Caliph immediately apologized and explained his visit by saying that he was very worried about his daughter. Hearing this, Oscar assumed that he was in the way and said that he would leave Lynette alone with her father. And the count wished the girl to have a good time, to which she immediately panicked, because the prince wanted to hit her. And the heroine thought that Oscar came to save her, and not just to express his dissatisfaction with the unexpected visit. Therefore, when the young man was almost out, Lynette realized that she could not remain alone with her father and called the count. Oscar was extremely shocked by what the heroine called him, so when he turned around, the guy was very worried. Lynette immediately explained that her father had not visited them for a long time, and therefore they should have tea together. The heroine noticed that Oscar looked as if she had hit him, but even if so, the girl could not give up. So Lynette began to fantasize about falling to the floor as one of the options. But instead of falling, the thoughts created a dance. Oscar, removing his hand from the door handle, asked again if he was sure he could join. The girl immediately said she agreed because they were married, but in fact, the girl felt a huge relief. In the end, the young man said that if he didn't interfere, he would be happy to keep him company, but his father suddenly announced his departure. Although the girl wanted this departure, she turned on her acting and began to talk about how they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was a pity that the man was leaving. The count wished the prince a safe journey, but he did not linger and was already getting ready to leave. So, turning around, the heroine's father headed towards the exit but still continued to look very suspiciously. The heroine understood that in the original, there was not a word about physical blows, which created difficulties. And the girl was outraged by the fact that everyone, when reborn, retains the memory of the hero himself, and Lynette was extremely unlucky. Suddenly, the girl's thoughts were interrupted by Oscar, who leaned over the heroine and said that they needed to talk. The girl was extremely shocked by what was happening, as she did not expect any action from the count, and the couple began a dialogue about divorce, which Lynette had raised earlier. Oscar said that the prince was right about the rumors among the aristocrats. Once the guy found out about this, the rumors really spread, which led the heroine to the conclusion that the count was lying about hearing them for the first time. And if you ignore it, there won't be any problems. However, if you take only the relationship between spouses, then a divorce can be arranged. But the marriage itself is a royal order, and such a relationship is much harder to end, as the prince proved by arriving in such a hurry. The protagonist continued his speech with a rather serious face, saying that marriage concerns not only the spouses themselves. The guy also clarified that he has a goal that needs this marriage and divorce will ruin everything. After all, as it turned out, the count was promised a princely title for his marriage to the heroine. And Oscar's father told the young man about this, ordering him to keep everything a secret, so she wouldn't want the man to change his mind because of the divorce, and listening to everything, Lynette was surprised by Oscar's lust for power. The heroine asked if this meant that the guy wanted to save the marriage, to which the count nodded in agreement. The guy also clarified that they should change their relationship, or more precisely, that it was Lynette who should change. The protagonist clarified that the girl should stop behaving like a person who longs for exile. And Lynette remembered that when she read the novel, she thought the same about the heroine. But she behaved this way not just because she was angry, but because she wanted to escape. The girl asked why the count thought so, but he said that he became convinced of this when the heroine started talking about divorce. Lynette understood that her father was not on her side, and she knew nothing about the world, so although it was offensive, the count was right. In the end, the heroine admitted her guilt, but added that she simply did not want to live with a husband who did not care about his wife, to which Oscar simply sat silently and looked at the girl. But Lynette still suggested a divorce after the guy officially became a prince. The young man agreed, but said that there was something else to keep in mind, to which the heroine inquired. It is not only the girl who needs to change, but also the count, because if the wife herself complains, then both of them need to improve. Although the heroine did not understand what exactly Oscar wanted from her, the young man, smiling, slightly embarrassed the girl. Struck in a model pose, the count continued by saying that Lynette would be bathed in attention she had never received before. The girl was very embarrassed, and at the same time did not understand what was going on in the guy's head at such a time. Clenching her hands into fists in awkwardness, the heroine agreed, but demanded monetary compensation. And when the Count asked about the desired amount, the girl showed 10 fingers, saying that she wanted 1,000,000 in the currency of this world. But after these words, the heroine began to think that by the standards of her past life, this was 10 million, and whether she had gone too far with the amount. The main character looked at the girl while she was thinking about her plan and the fact that in the new world, there is no way without money. And Oscar's reaction was ambiguous, as he said that he had been wrong about the heroine all along and that he had attracted the girl's attention in the same way. The guy laughed, saying that the girl was quite cunning, although he had previously thought that Lynette lived thoughtlessly. And in the end, the Count agreed to compensation. But the girl said that then it was necessary to sign a contract. A little surprised, the guy asked if it was really necessary to draw up a document, to which the girl replied that the contract was necessary, and even the wedding vows were a lie, to which Oscar remained silent. By creating a contract that detailed both the compensation and the divorce, the couple felt better. Sitting with a pen, the young man asked if the heroine was happy now. And taking the contract in her hands, the heroine agreed with relief and said that this was enough. As soon as Lynette left, the Count took the document and began to think about the divorce contract. The heroine walked happily down the corridor and looked at the contract, thinking about the land and the house that she would be able to buy in the future. But while the girl was reading the document, she accidentally cut herself on the paper, which immediately made her shudder. After examining her finger, the heroine immediately realized that this cut would clearly bother her. Lynette walked into the room with a smile, thinking that Jane was waiting for her there, and called her. But looking around, the girl noticed that the room was empty, which meant that the maid had gone somewhere. Suddenly, the heroine was surprised because she noticed changes in the room. Looking closer, Lynette noticed a bouquet of beautiful flowers in a vase that appeared out of nowhere. And while the girl was lost in her thoughts, Jane returned to the room. The heroine immediately decided that she needed to hide the contract so that no one would see it and put it under the sheet. Then, turning to the maid, Lynette said that she had just arrived and asked where the bouquet came from. Jane said the flowers were brought by the young man whose life she saved as a token of gratitude. The heroine was a little upset because this bouquet was just a way to say thank you, and she thought that Oscar had tried to do it. After all, the girl had not received flowers for no reason for a long time and really wanted a simple sign of attention. After all, even then in the hospital, it was a token of gratitude from the boy whose grandmother Lynette had saved. But despite everything, the girl remembered all those moments, with trepidation and warmth in her soul, hugging the bouquet. Having thought about everything, Lynette told Jane to go and rest, and if necessary, the heroine would call her. Then the girl looked at her hand with a scratch that was no longer there, and the finger was whole. The main character was very shocked by this, since the wound could not heal so quickly, so Lynette found it strange. At this time, the Count met the mysterious Sylvia on the street, telling the girl that she was late. To this, Sylvia immediately apologized, explaining her lateness by saying that things took longer than planned. Oscar accepted the apology and told the girl to begin. Sylvia, starting her story, said that before meeting Lynette, the prince met with one of the aristocrats, and the young man immediately understood where he found out everything from. The girl also spoke about the bouquet that was brought to the heroine and the fact that she never left the room after meeting with Calypso. At these words, Oscar thought for a moment and asked what, in that case, Lynette had been doing all this time, and Sylvia replied that the main character was reading a book and fell asleep sitting up. So now he is sleeping. The Count said nothing to this and then asked why the daughter of an aristocrat might need money. Sylvia explained that those who have everything will never have enough, and perhaps such people think that the more the better. But the young man did not believe that this was ordinary greed and clarified his question, saying that the girl who wanted a divorce was asking for 1,000,000 as compensation. And the Count didn't like the answer, because Sylvia said that the wife then considers her husband not particularly smart, and no one would fall for that. Unable to bear it, Oscar said that he was the one who would fall for it, and the girl immediately began to actively apologize. But exhaling, the young man said that nightly training would begin tomorrow, so he would again spend most of his time there. Therefore, the Count asked Sylvia to keep an eye on uninvited guests visiting the mansion. And as soon as Oscar gave the order, he turned towards Lynette's window, thinking about what thoughts were in the girl's head. One day, the main character was having her meal in the luxurious courtyard of the mansion. It was at this moment that the girl felt that she was living an aristocratic life. In the end, this made the heroine angry, because such a life was extremely boring and uninteresting, which Lynette absolutely did not like. And while Jane was trying to guess what exactly her mistress didn't like, the girl didn't understand why nothing was happening in this novel. Moreover, due to the reconstruction of the bridge, Lynette had been locked in this house for a week already. Having told the maid that everything was delicious, the heroine continued to think about the fact that she had already read all the medical records, and even began to miss the emergency room. The girl began to consider even hotel food good if you know when to stop, but she missed something simpler. But Lynette's thoughts were interrupted by Jane, who informed her that the restoration of the bridge was finished and that the young prince and Madame Marie were returning today. The main character immediately beamed at the news that the bridge had been repaired and she would finally be able to go to the city. The maid, seeing the girl's contented face, assumed that she missed her family very much, and that was why she was so happy. In fact, Lynette was happy about the opening of the bridge, but she was a little worried about Marie's arrival, since she is, after all, the main character of the novel. But the girl still told Jane that she would really be glad to see her family, and added that she should go and rest while she went for a walk. As she left the table, the heroine thought that she and the Count now had to pretend to be a happy married couple. But still, the girl was worried that the young prince and Marie would start to suspect something if their relationship improved, because in the original, the young man really didn't like Lynette. Despite this, the girl was pleased that at least Marie would be happy if they were on good terms. But even Marie from the novel did not seem like a good person to Lynette, because sometimes you could hear unpleasant phrases from her. Marie always said that the heroine of the novel was an unfaithful wife and asked Oscar to become kinder to her so that she would change. And while the girl was thinking about everything in her thoughts, the gardener noticed her. The man did not ignore Lynette's presence and immediately approached her to say hello. The heroine greeted him kindly in return and realized that this very elderly servant in the mansion resembled her grandfather. But the girl's joyful look disappeared almost immediately as soon as she moved her gaze a little lower. The man's hands were all covered in blisters, and the heroine couldn't tell if it was a atopy or an allergy to the sun. So Lynette asked her grandfather to examine his hand, to which he said that it didn't hurt and that he was used to it because he spent a lot of time in the sun. The girl concluded that this is not only a man's thing and asked why it is impossible to wear something to hide your palms. And the gardener explained that then his hands would sweat and this would complicate the work. And since the prince and his wife would soon arrive, he wanted them to be greeted by a well-kept and beautiful garden. Lynette was upset by these words because she realized that the aristocrats did not help those who were so loyal to them. That's why the heroine felt ashamed for complaining about the boring life of an aristocrat. The girl said that the prince and his wife would be very happy because they had definitely never seen such a well-kept garden anywhere else, to which the man expressed his words of gratitude. And having wished the gardener a good day, the heroine realized that everything was the same as in the case of the young man with epilepsy. There are many people in this world who cannot get proper treatment, and thinking about this, the main character decided to see what she could do. At this time, Oscar was sitting at his workplace, and the servant informed him that the prince and his wife would soon arrive, but the young man was only interested in Lynette's presence. The servant replied that the heroine had gone to her room after her daytime walk, to which the Count said that he wanted to go down to her. Robert agreed with Oscar's wishes, but was surprised by such care for Lynette, as this had never happened before. The Count put on his casual suit and got ready to go to his wife. Walking down the corridor, the young man thought that this was their first normal meeting since the start of nightly training, and assumed that it was difficult for the heroine to sit in the mansion all day long. Having reached the right door, the main character knocked and said that it was him, but noticed that the door was ajar. Oscar thought that the girl had not yet gotten ready, and decided to go in to see if he was right or not, and was very surprised. Lynette was no less shocked, as she was sitting in a pile of sun umbrellas. Turning her gaze to the Count, the heroine asked if it was necessary to go down already. Oscar was again a little embarrassed by the girl calling him darling, but after a pause, he asked what had happened here. At that moment, Jane came in and, a little surprised by the Count's arrival, greeted the young man. But noticing Lynette, the girl immediately switched to her, indignant at the fact that everything was scattered. In response, the heroine said that she wanted to check for broken umbrellas, to which the maid warned that everyone would arrive soon. And turning to the Count, Jane said that they would quickly get dressed and would be ready very soon. In the end, the young man was thrown out, and the maid continued to scold Lynette for not asking her to sort everything out. Already walking down the corridor, Oscar asked what the girl had just been doing, to which the main character replied that she just wanted to see what kind of sun umbrella she had. But Oscar was a little surprised that the girl examined each umbrella because although he knew that Lynette loved luxury, she did not love it that much. In the past, the Count told the heroine of the novel that a rumor had spread among the aristocrats that the girl had been seen in the company of some man. So Oscar explained that they were bound by a contract, so he didn't need the truth. But as the Count's wife, the girl should maintain decency. In response, the heroine said that she does not receive the treatment she deserves, so she should not behave appropriately. The girl explained that the Count allocated little money for her maintenance, and she was only able to buy a couple of dresses. Robert thought that the money allocated by the gentleman could not have ended so quickly, but Oscar was not bothered by anything, and he agreed to give more. But the Count warned the heroine to be careful in the future, because Marie would not be able to eliminate rumors forever. But the girl reminded him that there was always the possibility of driving her away, and told the young man to think carefully. Remembering all this, Oscar understood why it seemed to him then that Lynette wanted to be exiled, and after being poisoned, he thought that the heroine really wanted to leave the mansion. But at some point her behavior changed, and from an indifferent spouse, the girl began to turn into a loving wife. And continuing to walk, the girl asked if there were umbrellas lighter than the ones she had, to which the Count agreed. Having heard the heroine's answer, Oscar realized that Lynette apparently really just wanted a new umbrella, and now there was a misunderstanding. The Count said that the parents knew that the girl was feeling bad, and the young man would answer all their questions, so the guy asked the heroine to just keep quiet. Lynette realized that Oscar would sort everything out himself, and asked if his parents knew who was to blame for what happened. But the Count replied that it didn't matter who was to blame, and there was no point in making a fuss. The main character was a little surprised, because she never thought that the title was so important to the Count. Oscar said that the girl didn't know much about him, and he also didn't suspect that Lynette was so greedy for money until she asked for compensation for the divorce. And holding out his hand, the Count announced that it was time to begin the performance of their happy married couple. Lynette agreed, and giving her hand in return, the heroine once again called the young man dear. This time, Oscar couldn't resist and asked the girl why she called him that, to which she replied that it was simply an expression of love, although in fact it was difficult for her to pronounce the European name. After this, already going down the stairs, the heroine asked if this nickname bothered the Count. But the young man replied that he didn't care what the girl called him, although he himself blushed a little. Outside, the couple's parents were already waiting for them, asking Oscar how he was doing. The Count replied that he was doing well, and in turn asked how the couple's trip had gone. And while the young prince and Marie were approaching in the background, the man talked about how everything went wonderfully for them. Marie couldn't resist, and began waving her hand and asking from afar about Oscar's life. And having asked in response, the Count received an answer not from the girl, but from her husband, who said that as long as Marie was with him, everything was fine with her. But Oscar did not like this, and he expressed his dissatisfaction because he did not ask the prince and did not want to hear an answer from him. After these words, Marie came closer to the young man and said that everything went well, but it was a pity that the Count did not go with them. Lynette stood aside and thought about why Marie was getting so much attention, something she had never received before, because Oscar had promised to change his attitude. The main character forgot for a second that in the original, these three were very close, so the girl decided that it was better for her to stay away. But suddenly the princess inquired about Lynette's condition, as news had reached them that the heroine was feeling unwell. Oscar immediately replied that the girl had simply been poisoned by spoiled food, and that after a couple of days of rest, she felt better. Lynette decided to apologize for causing them to worry, but her parents were glad that everything was okay now. After these words, Marie also became worried and began to feel sorry for the heroine, asking again how she was feeling, to which Lynette repeated the Count's words. Oscar continued and told how he was scared and calmed down only when the heroine finally woke up and spoke. To keep the conversation going, Lynette said that she had only gotten back to normal because the Count was always around. Marie, hearing that everyone was fine, suggested that the four of them talk over a cup of tea, as she was very interested in how the guys had lived all this time. The parents supported this idea and, wishing them a good rest, went to rest. At this time, Lynette was thinking about how everyone perceived her as a villain, and in order not to spoil everyone's fun, the girl decided to sit silently. The main character thought so, But life decided otherwise, and a second later she was already lying on the ground with the Count. A few minutes earlier, during the discussion about tea, Marie had said that Lynette didn't have to be there if she didn't want to and still felt unwell, but the Count denied this, saying that the main character had already fully recovered and was fine. Marie explained that she was afraid that the girl's condition might worsen. At this time, Lynette was thinking that although she felt fine, she didn't want to disturb them, and besides, there was still unfinished business. Therefore, the heroine decided to leave after all, and wishing the guys a good time, the girl headed to her room. But before she could take a single step, Lynette stepped on the hem of her dress and began to fall. And trying to save her situation, the girl grabbed Oscar in the hope of staying on her feet. But nothing worked, and the main character fell to the ground along with the Count. And noticing this, Marie and the young prince immediately became worried. Lynette immediately got up from Oscar and sat down next to him, starting to calm everyone down, saying that everything was fine and she was okay, but she herself felt very awkward. The Count at that very moment turned towards his wife and asked why she had not told him that she was still feeling so unwell. And lifting Lynette from the ground, Oscar told Marie that it would be better to postpone the tea party, because now he needed to look after the heroine. On the way to the room, the girl tried to explain that it was all an accident, and she didn't do it on purpose, so there was no point in going with her. The Count responded to this with displeasure, saying that he could not go since they had a contract. The heroine immediately realized that the young man was angry because he couldn't go out for tea, because he was seeing his family for the first time in so long. But despite the feeling of shame, Lynette did not consider herself guilty and was outraged, because she did not fall on purpose. At this time, the young prince and his wife were drinking tea alone on their balcony. Marie continued to worry about Lynette, because it seemed to her that the girl was not completely healthy. While reading the book, the young man said that there were rumors that the heroine herself drank the poison, so there was no need to worry so much. But the girl still continued to defend Lynette, suggesting that she had no malicious intent and that Oscar needed to take better care of her. After these words, Marie asked her husband if he remembered how the Count was always very kind to all members of the family. And even though Oscar was younger, he still took great care of his older brother, and his parents were very happy about this because there are very few children like him. But the young man responded very coldly to this whole story, and the girl was surprised. Having guessed the reason, Marie began to laugh and ask if the guy was jealous, to which he seriously answered negatively. Then the heroine said that it seemed to her that Oscar began to treat Lynette well, and the young man confirmed this because the atmosphere was completely different, so he assumed that something had happened between the couple while they were gone. Marie was happy to hear this, and said that she would also start trying to be friends with Lynette because they were family. The main character was already very happy the next morning because she was finally going to go to the city. It was just those three who had plans, so the girl quickly left in the morning, and now she will be able to walk around the city to her heart's content with Jane. Already sitting in the carriage, the maid was interested in the first place they would go to. And Lynette, without hesitation, said that they were going to the bank because even though she was an aristocrat, she had to have some money saved up, and if there were a couple of million there, she would get divorced right away. There were only 1,000 of today's currency in the vault. The heroine was surprised because the amount was not small, but still it was not enough to move, so she decided to continue living with Oscar. But Lynette thought that something was wrong because she received a lot of money for her maintenance, and there were not so many dresses and jewelry, so she did not understand where the heroine of the novel spent the money. After leaving the bank, the girl invited Jane to walk around the city, to which she happily agreed. It was very hot outside, and all the people around were hiding from the sun under special umbrellas, and Lynette was no exception. But turning her attention to her maid, the girl asked why she did not use an umbrella. There is no law prohibiting a servant from using an umbrella when accompanying someone, so the heroine told Jane to go with her under hers. But the maid refused, explaining that people would look askance, since it was not decent. Lynette didn't argue any further and simply moved her umbrella closer to Jane. And turning to the maid, the girl asked whether she felt better in the shade, but Jane, out of awkwardness, simply remained silent. Lynette also added that if someone makes a remark to the servant, then she should tell her, and she will quarrel with them. That's why the heroine suggested that from now on they walk together under an umbrella, because otherwise Jane's amazing skin would get ruined. The brunette was very embarrassed and said that there was no point in calling her skin beautiful because she was just a servant. Lynette was very angry at these words because she did not want the girl to belittle herself like that. And in order not to say too much and to prove to the girl that she deserves better, the heroine pulled Jane into a jewelry store. Following Lynette, the maid timidly inquired why they had come to this particular place. At the entrance, the girls were greeted by a salesperson, and the heroine said that she wanted to buy a gift for the child standing next to her. Jane was shocked by these words and began to panic and say that she didn't need anything. But Lynette explained that she just wanted to make the girl happy, since looking after her was clearly not easy. Unlike other maids who come from aristocratic families and seek opportunities to rise by working for higher-ranking nobles, Jane was an ordinary orphan who grew up in the village, and if Lynette had died from taking poison, no one would have forgiven the maid. That's why the main character considered Jane's job difficult, even though Jane can't say so. And having bought a brooch for the girl, Lynette handed it over with the words that Jane should wear it on special days. But the maid was surprised, and seeing this, the heroine remembered that the girl had no family, no friends, and she had few special days. So Lynette corrected herself and told her to wear the brooch on days when they went for a walk together or when something happy happened. Jane was very pleased and, hugging the gift to her chest, thanked the heroine. Leaving the jewelry store, Lynette said that now they needed to go for umbrellas, which surprised Jane because the heroine already had a lot of them. But already in the store, the girl replied that all her umbrellas were heavy and she needed something lighter. Feeling the next umbrella, Lynette stopped her choice on the one she was holding in her hands, and her choice was approved by the saleswoman, who said that this umbrella was for the noble daughters of aristocrats. The heroine was even more attracted by these words, so she asked him to pack 5 of these umbrellas for her. But Lynette didn't stop there and continued to hand the woman the things she liked so that she could put them in the bag. Jane stood to the side and looked at her in surprise, asking the heroine why she needed all this. Having walked around the necessary shops, Lynette sighed contentedly and said that the shopping was over. But Jane asked if the heroine would go to the perfume shop again, since she does this every week. Lynette was surprised by these words, because she didn't think that the heroine of the novel liked to collect perfume. But in order not to seem strange, the girl agreed, and Jane said that she would wait for her in the carriage. The main character immediately asked the reason why the girl was not going to go with her, to which she replied that it had always been like this. Lynette pretended to have simply forgotten about it and, heading towards the store, said that she would be back soon. But in fact, the girl did not understand why the heroine of the novel did not take Jane with her and thought that they were selling something different from what was said. Entering the perfume shop, Lynette looked around and realized that she looked completely ordinary. A young man immediately came out to the girl and greeted her kindly. The young man bowed and said that he had been waiting for Lynette for a long time since she had promised to come last week. The heroine explained that due to the reconstruction of the bridge, she could not leave the mansion, and she thought about how lucky she was to see the guy's name on the badge. Luther understood everything and said that the heroine's perfume was ready and called her to follow him, but the girl was a little worried, since it seemed to her that they were selling more than just perfume here. The young man led Lynette to the dark basement to pick up her order, lighting the way with a candle. Having gone down to the very bottom, Luther opened one of the doors and told the heroine to come in. Seeing the contents of the room, the girl looked in shock and thought that poison was stored there. When the young man entered, he laid out on the table everything that Lynette had ordered several weeks ago. The heroine was very surprised by the number of bottles and continued to think that it was all poison, but Luther began to explain that one remedy relieved pain and reduced fever. The other was a sleeping pill. And after these words, Lynette realized that the heroine of the novel was secretly involved in medicines. But the girl was still bothered by the fact that, in this era, all medicines must also exist in one form or another. And so she told the young man that she could find the same thing in the hospital. The young man looked at this questioningly and considered these words to be nonsense. And after a second's pause, Luther explained that these were drugs that were almost impossible to obtain, and the heroine should know about this better than anyone else. And to Lynette's reaction, the young man assumed that the girl was not satisfied with the price, so he clarified, but the heroine only looked at him in confusion. So, without waiting for an answer, Luther said that he would sell the heroine a set of medicines for 150 and not for 200 like everyone else. Continuing, the young man added that the owner had difficulty obtaining these goods for Lynette, so there would be no more discounts. The girl immediately realized that the heroine of the novel spent huge amounts of money on medicine and therefore had almost no savings. But now, Lynette was wondering who the owner was who had worked so hard to get all these funds. Thinking about this, the girl asked Luther for a list of everything she had bought before. And as she leafed through the book, Lynette noticed that all the purchase amounts started at $5,000. The deals themselves began after the wedding, but the heroine found it interesting that there were no vials in the secret room. Having finished with the lists, the girl asked Luther if they had a cure for hives. The young man immediately beamed and said that the necessary medicine was in stock, and that for Lynette, he would reduce the price from $100 to $70. But putting her hand on the table, the heroine confidently replied that today she would buy everything at full price. And the girl also added that Luther should write down the regular price in the book and tell the owner the reduced price and keep the difference for himself. The young man was a little scared by this offer and immediately tried to refuse. But Lynette interrupted the young man and continued, saying that in exchange for the difference in sales, he would tell her the name of his master. Luther panicked and explained that he couldn't tell anyone anything and that the owner wasn't meeting with anyone. The heroine realized that the young man was not going to give up, so she said with regret that now she would have to look for another supplier. And to Luther's indignation, Lynette replied that she could not continue to work with someone whose name she did not know. But when leaving, the main character thought and hoped until the very end that the manipulation would work and the young man would agree. And when the girl was almost at the door, Luther stopped her and said that he would tell her everything, and Lynette immediately exhaled. The heroine immediately ran to the counter, but before she said anything, the guy asked her not to tell anyone about it. Hearing the consent, Luther leaned towards the girl and said, "The owner is Prince Christopher." After these words, Lynette wondered what role the prince had in the novel, because she had not heard of him in the original. Coming out of her thoughts, the main character told the young man not to worry, as she was just curious about who she was dealing with and asked him to pack her medicine. Having finished with the perfume, the girls arrived back at the mansion with a large amount of purchases. While changing, Lynette told Jane that she would be in her room and asked the maid to bring dinner to her room. The heroine also warned that she was tired and wanted to rest in silence so no one should come to her. Jane took everything into account and said that since they had already sorted everything out, she would go. Lynette was left alone and, looking at her purchases, was glad that no one would disturb her and she could get to work. But the girl had a strange feeling and a sense that she had forgotten something. A little later, the Count returned home with his brother and his wife, who were discussing the past meeting. But Oscar was a little worried at that moment, because Lynette was already supposed to go out to the meeting. After all, a few hours earlier, the young man told the heroine that she promised that they would play loving spouses, to which the girl timidly agreed. The Count explained that there was an important meeting today, and if Lynette didn't show up, there would be rumors again. But the girl planned to find materials for umbrellas, since it would be difficult to find time later. Therefore, the heroine told Oscar that she also had a meeting planned and invited the guy to meet him upon his return. The young man asked again, and the girl explained that everyone would think that she could not accompany him because of urgent matters, but in the end, she missed her husband so much that she could not wait any longer. Oscar liked this option, so he said that he would return closer to the evening, and then they would see each other. Therefore, the Count was now worried that the girl was still not there, but he assumed that she was tired of waiting and fell asleep, and Marie, noticing the worries, asked what happened. To which Oscar told about the absence of Lynette and the young prince. These words were very surprising, because he had never noticed that he wanted to see her so much. Marie immediately made a remark to her husband because she considered it impolite on his part, and Oscar thought about it, and realized that he almost never talked about Lynette, and was often alone at dinner parties where they were invited as a couple. And after this, it is not surprising that those around them do not see the couple as loving spouses, and the Count wanted to change this impression with today's meeting. So now, to make things a little better, Oscar responded to his brother by saying that he had always thought about heroin, to which the boys looked at him questioningly. The Count explained that Lynette had never left his thoughts, but after she poisoned herself, the young man realized something. The young man realized that if he didn't say anything out loud, then nothing would make sense. The boys didn't say a word and just listened silently. But Marie was deep in thought, going over everything that was said in her head. But Oscar didn't finish there and added, assuming that Lynette thought so too, because the girl had really asked the young man to come early today. The Count's speech was interrupted by Robert, who was hurrying down the stairs and greeting the young man. Approaching his master, the servant, a little worried, whispered urgent news in his ear. After hearing this, Oscar was very shocked, and for the first few seconds he couldn't say anything. But then he turned to the guys and said that he had urgent business, so there was no need to wait for him. Marie, seeing the Count's face, looked after him with confusion and could not say anything. Oscar Roger, the second son of the princely family, for the sake of marriage with whom girls were ready to stand in line. The leader of the first knightly corps of the royal palace, a universally respected war hero, fled today in shame. The Count sat and was indignant, not understanding why Lynette was asking no one to enter her room, to which Robert replied that he did not know the details and that Jane had received such an order. Hearing this, Oscar told the servant to go and rest, and he himself remained sitting and tried to understand the reason for such behavior of the heroine. The young man realized that it was unlikely that the girl had forgotten about the promise and assumed that this was another of Lynette's plans, so he decided to wait. But the next day, Jane did not let anyone see the girl, saying that she was not feeling well. A day later, the heroine, according to the servant, went for a walk and the room was empty. Each time new reasons appeared, and there was no news from Lynette, so the young man continued active training in the Night Corps. The two knights stood to the side and discussed today's training, praising each other for a good job. But the boys also mentioned their captain's assertiveness, because it was stronger than usual, and the boys realized that it had started quite recently, suggesting that something had happened to Oscar. At this time, the Count knocked down to the ground another opponent, who was already very exhausted. Therefore, the young man began to ask Oscar to stop the fight, admitting his defeat. The young man himself was already wet with sweat, and looking at the guy, he praised his fight and told him to rest. The other knights, looking at their exhausted friend, called the Count very tough. Oscar was sitting on a bench at the time, thinking that Lynette should have cooperated with him, at least for the sake of compensation. But a second later, the young man realized that it was not typical for him to think about such things, so he assumed that he was not training enough, and that was why unnecessary thoughts appeared in his head. So after a couple of minutes, the Count headed back to the training ground and ordered everyone to return to their positions. Eventually, Oscar trained to the point of exhaustion and found that his thoughts had cleared up a bit. But despite the good outcome of the training for the Count, many knights suffered. As he was heading to rest, the young man heard someone addressing the lady, and such an address is used only for one person in this house. And it was Lynette who put an umbrella on the gardener's head and asked him not to take it off while he was outside. But the man did not understand what all this was for, and simply looked questioningly at the heroine. Therefore, when asking for an opinion, the girl explained that this was a way to protect herself from the sun, and having understood this, the gardener thanked the heroine with the words that it was really very convenient. Lynette simply repeated the headdress that her grandmother wore while working in the fields, and it was the best solution to avoid getting sunburned. And now, having made sure that the man was comfortable, the heroine was very glad that she had done at least something for the one who worked so hard for the good of the house. After these words, the girl handed over a package containing several more umbrellas and asked the gardener to distribute them to the rest as a temporary measure so that their condition would not worsen. Looking at the servant's sweet smile, Lynette felt warm in her soul, and if the allergy medicine weren't so expensive, she would have bought it for everyone. But now there is only one opportunity to help, so the heroine stopped the man, saying that she has a cure for him. The gardener asked again, a little frightened, because he saw someone behind Lynette. It was Oscar, who stood silently and watched what was happening. The girl turned around and immediately asked the Count what he was doing there, but he seriously replied that they needed to talk and told the heroine to follow him. After these words, Lynette, before leaving, explained to the man that he should definitely apply medicine to the inflamed areas. And looking at Oscar, the girl assumed that he was angry with her, but she did not understand why. Stepping aside, the Count said that there was no one nearby, and now Lynette could speak. But the main character was confused, because she still didn't understand what was being discussed. So she asked the young man again in the hope of getting an explanation. Oscar exhaled heavily and putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, asked what was on her mind. But Lynette again didn't understand anything, and, already in fear, asked for clarification. To which the Count replied that the heroine had been avoiding him for several days and had not come to the meeting, despite her promise. After these words, the girl realized that she had forgotten about the promise, but she did not know what to do now. After all, last night Lynette was sorting out all the materials to make an umbrella, and she was very happy that everything worked out the way she wanted, despite the fact that it took a lot of effort. Now the elderly gardener will be able to work without worrying about hives, although Lynette still believed that something was wrong with this mansion, because the entire estate was under the control of Princess Roger. But recent events, including the cases with the cook and the gardener, have been treated too casually, as if someone inexperienced was in charge. Therefore, the heroine assumed that Marie was entrusted with the role of hostess. Since the princess treated the girl very well, Marie Géraud was the prince's only daughter, and a serene future awaited her, in which there would be no room for suffering. But one day, the prince did not return from the war, and the princess, who suffered from a serious illness, could not survive the loss. As a result, 10-year-old Marie was left completely alone, and her relatives quickly took apart all of her property. But the Roger couple came to the girl's aid and invited her to their home. After all, the couple was close with Prince Gerald, and they accepted Marie as their own daughter. Continuing to think about the plot, Lynette remembered that after this, Marie and Roger Sr. fell in love with each other, and their sympathy grew into a relationship. And now the girl is the closest person to the princess. But the heroine cannot stand aside, and since Oscar wants to take the place of the heir, then while the contract is in effect, she must help him. And because of these thoughts, Lynette forgot about the really important thing, and the Count at that moment looked as if he was going to kick the girl out right now. Therefore, the heroine began to talk about how she thought a lot and decided that, as the young man's wife, she must prove that she is worthy of the place of the mistress of the mansion in order to help him. And continuing, the girl explained that it was for this very reason that she had been making headdresses for the servants all these days. Lynette also added that she was truly sorry that she broke her promise. But seeing no reaction from the Count, the heroine began to ask whether he was more angry. Oscar accepted the apology and reminded her that today was the day of fulfilling her marital duty. Lynette didn't understand anything, but she agreed so that there would be no suspicion. Entering her room, the girl, screaming in indignation, asked a question about the fulfillment of marital duty, to which Jane explained that once a month, on a certain day, she and the Count must fulfill their marital duty. The heroine immediately replied that she would remember everything, although inside Lynette was scared, because she still did not understand what awaited her. After all, in the novel it was written that the girl and Oscar did nothing special that day, but Lynette suggested that today everything could be different. Jane called the heroine to the dressing table to tidy herself up, but the girl already understood that she was trying in vain. But the maid, in addition to everything, brought gifts, which the senior lady handed over. And the first gift was the scent of geranium, which Count Oscar loves very much. Next came the medicines, which the princess found with great difficulty, and they help couples have a child. Also among the gifts were cosmetics to refresh the face and look even better. But Lynette, seeing the scale of the preparations, felt as if she was being prepared for a wedding. At this time, Marie and the princess were walking in the courtyard and discussing the girl's new friend, whom she had already invited to the mansion. Marie was glad that the woman approved of her choice, because Lynette was not feeling very well and was also busy all the time. The princess was a little surprised by these words, but confirmed that the heroine was indeed always busy. The girl thought about it and suggested that Lynette might be upset that she was now responsible for the household, since they hadn't had the best relationship before. To which the woman explained that all people make mistakes. But Marie could still change the heroine's mind. And continuing, the princess said that it was necessary to show Lynette that the girl was a worthy hostess, and she would no longer be angry with her. While Marie was thanking the woman for her advice, the princess herself stood and looked in surprise at the approaching gardener. That's why the woman immediately asked the man where this strange hat came from. The servant immediately told him that Lynette had given it to him with the words that the hat would protect his skin from the sun. Marie thought it was funny, but now she understood why the heroine was in her room all the time. The man said that he could take off his headdress if the older lady was against it, but the princess asked not to take anything off, and considered this a wonderful decision, because before that she had no idea that Lynette cared so much about the servants. Having received permission to wear his hat, the gardener thanked the princess and bowed goodbye. But this upset Marie very much because she realized that she, as a hostess, was really too indifferent to everything. At this time, Oscar was already sitting with a glass of wine waiting for his wife. Lynette walked into the room, began to cover herself a little out of embarrassment, and headed towards the Count. And standing opposite the young man, the heroine tried to understand what to do now, because she didn't even take a book with her. But Oscar, breaking the silence, told the girl that she could relax and not worry about anything. After these words, Lynette asked for a glass of wine, hoping that after drinking she would fall asleep and become calmer. The Count was surprised by such a request and asked again, saying that the girl had not drunk before, so he did not understand where such a desire came from. to which the main character became a little indignant and asked why she couldn't change her mind. Oscar did not pursue the subject further and filled Lynette's glass with what she had requested. The main character drank the entire contents in one gulp and was very surprised by the taste. After all, the girl tried such wine for the first time, and she really liked it, and before she didn't think that beer and soju were so different from expensive alcohol. The young man said that this was a high-quality wine, made according to a special recipe of their family, and they even traded with the royal court. And after these words, the heroine asked to pour her some more, to which the Count hesitantly agreed. So very soon, Lynette got drunk, and Oscar sat discontentedly and thought that it was time for the girl to leave. But suddenly the heroine asked the Count if he regretted this marriage, because it was unwanted. Oscar tensed at the question and looked askance at the girl, thinking about the answer. And having coughed, the guy shifted his attention a little and said that there was no point in regrets. The heroine began to lightly hit the guy on the chest and talk about how it was very difficult to get in touch with her husband. The girl scolded and tried to explain that when Oscar felt bad or sad, it was necessary to talk about it and not keep it to himself. The guy took all the words quite wrongly and thought that the heroine was suffering so much in her marriage that she could no longer bear the suffering. But suddenly memories flashed through the boy's mind, where Marie spoke about kindness to Lynette and that she needed it. And after that, the thought came into the young man's head that the heroine was right, and it was really hard for Lynette to come from far away and to new people. So the Count asked the heroine what she thought about marriage, but Lynette hugged her husband and said that she did not know whether the heroine of the novel regretted marriage. To this, Oscar told the heroine to go to bed, since she had already begun to refer to herself in the third person. But Lynette leaned her head on her husband's shoulder and began to talk about how she would be happier if she had more money. Memories from a past life where she was able to help her grandmother and grandson surfaced in the girl's mind. And the girl promised herself that she would not allow anyone to leave without doing anything for them first. But even though the heroine made this promise, unfortunately, she was unable to fulfill it towards her grandfather. Oscar asked Lynette what she meant while the girl looked at her husband in confusion. But the heroine immediately frowned and said that people like Oscar never understand anything. But the Count pondered the girl's words and tried to understand how Lynette could need money when the prince never saved on children. Suddenly, the heroine took hold of Oscar's shoulders and told him to bring his face closer, while simultaneously pulling the guy towards her. Having reached the required distance, Lynette quietly asked if her husband had ever kissed her. Oscar blushed and, looking into the heroine's eyes, felt very awkward, so he could not answer the question. The spouse's lips almost touched, but it worried Oscar so much that the guy still couldn't find a place for himself. And closing his eyes, the Count still continued to blush even more. But at one point, Oscar opened one eye as he could no longer bear the weight. It turned out that Lynette had fallen asleep right on her husband's chest, which surprised him greatly. The heroine slept soundly while Oscar tried to understand how the girl was able to fall asleep so quickly, since it was impossible to wake her up. With a heavy sigh, the young man realized that there would be no kiss and decided to go to bed too. As a result, the couple slept in the common room until the morning. Lynette woke up with a heavy head and tried to remember the whole of the previous evening. Suddenly, the girl sat up abruptly and remembered her marital duty. Seeing the heroine, Oscar handed her a glass of water, saying that this was the first thing she should do now. Having thanked him, the girl immediately began to drink it in one gulp, since she had a hangover and her throat was very dry. Suddenly, the guy asked him to promise something, to which Lynette immediately responded. And the Count asked the girl to drink alcohol only when he was near her. The girl was immediately confused and did not understand anything, since she did not think that she had done anything strange yesterday. During breakfast, the whole family sat at the table and discussed the invitation from another prince. Hearing the name, Lynette immediately remembered that it was the name of the owner of the perfume shop. As it turned out, it was an invitation to a birthday party, and Marie and Oscar's mother spoke with regret about the fact that the birthday girl was still ill. The girl had the same illness as the prince's late wife, so he handed over control of the territory to his son. Suddenly, David said that the prince's son had just recently returned to the kingdom. Lynette immediately remembered what she had been told earlier in the shop, that the prince was abroad. Marie said that she had prepared a gift, but unfortunately, another family invited her to stay at the mansion. And after these words, Oscar said that his brother would have to go alone, which David was not even surprised by. But the guy still expressed dissatisfaction that everyone knows that Oscar doesn't like Max. But out of respect, he needs to go. The Count immediately looked at his brother with an angry expression, while Lynette looked at her husband in surprise and felt all the hatred just from his gaze. But the heroine, putting the spoon on the table, put forward the option that she and her husband would still go to the celebration. Having said this, the girl explained that it was for the sake of Roger's family, and therefore they, as spouses, would accompany each other. Oscar looked at his wife with displeasure because he didn't want to go at all. Marie responded to this with a smile and told the girl to take the gift and give it to the prince on her behalf. Jane worked hard on the heroine's dress, and as the couple walked down the corridor, there was absolute silence. But Oscar still warned the heroine not to approach Max during the celebration. The girl looked at the Count with confusion and asked the reason. The guy immediately frowned and said that it was enough to see the prince to understand that he was using people for his own benefit. But Lynette began to laugh at this because she considered these words as concern, and she herself thought that something had happened between the Count and Max. Oscar tensed up and felt very awkward from this reaction in question, but taking a deep breath, the young man confirmed his excitement, which surprised the girl. And the Count explained his worries by saying that the couple would be at an event together for the first time, so he didn't know what Lynette might do. After these words, the heroine realized that it was not a matter of worrying about her, but that the guy would have to sort out the problems if anything happened. That's why Lynette immediately said that she would cope well with the role of a wife, and there was no need to worry. But the young man was still very worried, both about the upcoming event and about the heroine herself, so he continued walking in silence. Marie sat in her room and asked her personal servant whether she had given Lynette the gift, to which the maid nodded and said that the heroine had conveyed her gratitude. Marie, hearing this, smiled and assumed that the princess would be delighted with the gift. However, the smile was not kind at all, and the gift was a setup for Lynette. One day, the servant noticed that Oscar was very tense, and it was immediately visible from his appearance. So, without any doubt, Robert realized that the Count had recently experienced a series of unpleasant events. And to be more specific, every time something like the incident that happened a few days ago happens, then the guys in full force return to the mansion on a boat. But while the Count was actively discussing something with the others, Lynette was reading a book and didn't even try to keep up the conversation. And noticing that the destination had been reached, the heroine was surprised at how quickly time had passed, thinking that she had gotten carried away in her reading. Therefore, the girl decided to go out first, so as not to disturb the sweet family conversation, and the Count asked her to be careful. But despite the boy's warning, Lynette put her foot past the right platform, and a second later the girl was already flying down screaming, and Oscar only managed to say his wife's name. The Count began to worry greatly because the heroine continued to sink to the bottom and did not surface. So without thinking, the young man jumped into the water after her to help the girl get to the surface. Lynette herself also understood that she was not in the best position now and needed to surface, but the dress was too heavy and pulled her down. After some time, Oscar emerged with the main character, who had already lost consciousness, which made the task more difficult for the young man. Robert immediately reached out to help the couple climb up onto the bridge, asking about their condition, to which the Count replied that he was perfectly fine, but Lynette's condition was questionable, since the girl had swallowed a lot of water. And after these words, the main character pressed herself against Oscar, which greatly surprised the young man. The girl raised her head sharply, and looking at her husband in fear, Lynette said that while in the water, she had already said goodbye to life. The Count himself was very afraid for the life of the heroine, so trying to recover from the shock, the young man could not answer anything. But this was only one of the cases, because there was also an order to remove the poison case, and Robert was also strained by the increasingly frequent conversations with Lynette, since he was sure that something had happened then. And while the servant was thinking, Oscar suddenly called the young man, causing him to shudder. The Count said that he was heading to the training ground, and Robert asked again, because it surprised him due to the late hour. But the young man just looked back sternly and said that it made no difference, and that one could swing the sword at any time. Robert, realizing that the main character was angry, bowed and went to prepare his suit for training. Left alone, the Count again plunged into his thoughts, trying to figure everything out. After all, Oscar had only a business relationship with Lynette, and he thought that his concern was due only to his interest in her plans. But remembering at least the moments with the kiss and the rescue from the water, the young man became even more immersed in his thoughts. Therefore, when getting ready for training, the Count hoped that in this way he would be able to remove unnecessary things from his head. The day of the birthday celebration arrived, to which Lynette and Oscar were invited and had already arrived at the mansion. Looking around, the heroine was surprised by the number of flowers, because the entire yard was literally planted with them, and the Count said that this family had long ago begun to grow plants of various kinds, and he had heard that some seeds were even sent to the royal palace. Lynette immediately realized that this was all to make it easier to get the herbs she needed, because she could cover up the fact that trips abroad were necessary for the sake of new specimens for the garden. And as soon as the main characters reached the door, the butler immediately bowed and invited them to come inside. Once inside the mansion, the girl froze in pleasant shock from the beauty and luxury. And despite the fact that everything was just beginning, there were already quite a lot of people, although the main ones were not there yet. So Lynette was already the center of attention and the main topic of discussion. And noticing a large number of glances at herself, the girl assumed that it was because of rumors about a bad relationship with the Count. Therefore, the heroine could not stand it and told Oscar about it, to which he replied that he knew everything. And then the young man asked Lynette to be patient, because soon the eldest prince and princess would arrive and it would be possible to give the gift. Hearing this, the main character became interested in what happened to the princess, so she immediately asked Oscar about it. After all, it was too big a scale to celebrate the birthday of a young girl, but in fact, the meaning behind it was gratitude for the fact that the prince's daughter lived another year. The young man said that from the outside the princess showed no signs of illness, but from early childhood she often lost consciousness. And 4 years ago, the girl became ill right during her birthday, so the party had to be stopped. The main character immediately began to think about what was said, and tried to understand what exactly the princess was sick with. But the Count distracted Lynette by telling her that they would simply say hello to the prince and return to the mansion. After these words, the girl hugged Oscar's hand, at which he looked at her with confusion and surprise. And noticing the young man's reaction, Lynette turned her gaze to him and reminded him that they were playing a couple. To further the spectacle, Oscar grabbed the girl's waist and pulled her closer to him. Lynette did not expect such actions from the Count and was a little confused. And the young man himself, although he was embarrassed, still asked if he was doing everything right. The girl was at a loss for words, but nevertheless she realized that Oscar's acting skills had improved. But at that moment the spouses were called over and the heroine immediately turned around with a smile. As it turned out, a girl approached the couple and greeted them, surprised by the couple's joint arrival. However, the girl's gaze was fixed on Lynette, as she wanted to talk to her. Oscar greeted Olivia, while Lynette was only thinking about the last name, which was quite telling. Olivia said that she was really looking forward to the heroine, and that the other countesses also wanted to talk to the girl. And having asked the Count to take Lynette away, Olivia watched the couple closely. The main character was surprised that she would have to go alone and felt awkward. And Oscar nodded and told his wife to go and chat with the ladies. But Lynette immediately remembered the words of the Count, who told her not to move a single step, but she still agreed. And as soon as the girls came to the others, Olivia told everyone to greet the heroine. The girls immediately asked if Marie would be at the party, and added that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Lynette replied that she was glad to meet, and warned that Marie was busy at another event. To which the Countess became upset and began to say that she wanted to ask a question about the household, but assumed that the heroine knew nothing. However, the blonde stood nearby with a sarcastic smile and said that a girl who loves luxury can also be a good wife, so Lynette knows and can do everything. Olivia continued her friend's sarcastic speech, saying that even though the heroine is from another kingdom, one must still be able to distinguish and accept culture. Lynette felt very uncomfortable and realized that these words were clearly not praise. Olivia also asked how things were going with Oscar, as rumors had it that the couple were not on good terms. Lynette immediately said that everything was fine, but nevertheless, the girl could not remember any announcement about this. Olivia laughed at this and said that she had previously heard something completely different. They say that the relationship between the spouses is not the best, and the heroine suffered so much from a lack of love that she harmed herself. But Lynette was surprised by these words. Suddenly, the girl remembered where this feeling of déjà vu came from. Previously, the main character experienced the same dismissive tone and look from other doctors. The doctors made fun of Lynette and her abilities, which made her feel uncomfortable, but she endured it. It was because of this mockery, ridicule, and sarcasm that the girl missed out on so many opportunities and connections. Déjà vu gave her a reason to show her emotions, and Lynette, watching the girls, felt herself getting angry. And thinking over the words of the countesses, it became clear that the first time they were talking about ignorance about running a household. The second girl was no better and pointed out to Lynette that she was vain and greedy. Olivia even pointed out to Lynette that she was not one of them, but a foreigner. But the girl was able to control herself, even though she found all this terribly unpleasant. Taking a deep breath, Lynette reminded herself that she had promised to live this life the way she wanted to, and smiling, the main character immediately said that everything was so good with her that her body needed rest. The countesses were immediately surprised and looked at Lynette in shock. One of the friends tried to get out of the awkward situation and said that, according to rumors, Oscar does not like to be accompanied by Lynette at such events. The girl wanted to offend by saying that the heroine had too many relationships with men. But even here, the girl managed to fight back, saying that this was exactly why she didn't want to come, because Oscar was too jealous. And at such moments, the guy hugs his wife tightly, not even letting her out of bed, so the heroine's body couldn't withstand it. The countesses were very surprised by the excessive directness, which made them a little confused. Lynette asked to keep everything a secret, as her husband can be very protective at times. Therefore, if Oscar finds out what the girls said about the heroine earlier, he will not leave it like that. The countesses immediately tensed up and tried to somehow justify themselves and come up with an explanation for their words. To which Lynette added that Oscar would be out of his mind if someone just looked at her, but if the young man found out about this conversation, everything would be much worse. The girls had already imagined the Count's full fury, which made them realize that not agreeing would be suicide for them. Lynette asked if these words were a misunderstanding, to which the countesses immediately agreed and said that they were happy for the couple. Oscar, watching from the side a little tensely, thought about the topic of the girls' conversation. Suddenly, Edward, the commander of the guards, approached the Count and asked who the young man was looking for. At that very moment, another guy approached the guys and said in surprise that Oscar's arrival was a great rarity. It was clear from the heroes' faces that these words sounded stupid, and Edward reprimanded them. But the guy didn't see the problem, and continued talking about how everyone knows about the rivalry between Oscar and the prince. Suddenly, the young man suddenly fell silent and looked anxiously at the Counts. Oscar's gaze was filled with hatred and anger, which did not bode well, and hitting the guy with his shoulder, the Count headed in the other direction. But still, the young man stopped for a second, said that he should be allowed to take his leave, and left. At this time, Edward, looking at the guy, asked why he started talking about the prince. After all, the relationship between the prince and Oscar can hardly be called competitive. The two showed excellent performance in their studies and in everything else, which is why they began to compete in every way. School years were filled with strange tension between the boys, since at that moment the guys chose one topic for their diploma work about the art of the sword, to which the teacher advised them not to do so, and Max said he would change the subject, adding that he could handle anything. But these were empty words, because later the teacher put their own work in front of Oscar and Max and scolded them, because the topic was the same. The teacher was talking about how someone needed to take something else, as was said earlier. Max didn't see the difference because he thought his work was better, but the woman asked what he meant. The guy was outraged by this and repeated his words, belittling Oscar's work. And later, when the boys were walking home, Oscar wanted to talk to Max and told him about it. However, the guy was embittered and refused, saying that they had nothing to talk about. But Oscar shouted that competition is competition, but Max had crossed all possible boundaries. Although the young man wanted to continue, his friend interrupted him and asked what kind of competition they were talking about. Since Max never considered Oscar his competitor, it is impossible to consider someone who constantly hides behind his brother's back as a competitor. In the end, the guy told Oscar not to talk to him anymore and that it was time for him to go. Oscar felt all the hatred and disappointment at that moment, so he kept silent. But a second later, the young man pounced on Max, grabbing him by the throat. He shouted for the hero to let him go, but the guy was too hostile. Looking at his former competitor and current enemy, Oscar restrained himself, just so as not to beat the guy. After that incident, the relationship between Max and Oscar was worse than ever, and they could not hear about each other. Suddenly, the doors opened and attracted the attention of all the guests. As it turned out, this was the same prince who had previously been Oscar's competitor. Heading in the right direction, the guy greeted the girls where Lynette was standing. And then the young man handed the handkerchief to the main character, to which the heroine was very surprised. Max, handing over the handkerchief, said that the girl had dropped it, although Lynette herself could not remember exactly where. However, after looking a little closer, the main character saw that there was something in the scarf. It was a note inviting people to go out onto the balcony. The heroine was surprised that this was an invitation to a meeting, and most importantly that Lynette did not remember this scene being in the original story. While everyone was discussing that the prince himself had picked up the girl's handkerchief, Oscar watched from the side. Max continued to smile sweetly at Lynette, and the Count was already like a black cloud against the guy's background. And the young man realized that he urgently needed to come up with a plan to keep the main character away from Max. But looking in the direction where his wife had just been, the guy saw emptiness. This shocked the Count, who immediately began to look around. At this time, Max was standing on the balcony and holding a glass of expensive, sweet, red wine. The girl, opening the balcony door, answered the guy that he was very glad to meet Lynette. The young man immediately said that this was not a secret meeting, and there was no point in the heroine worrying. Max knew that the heroine wanted to meet him since Luther had told him everything. The girl was indignant that the seller told the prince everything, while the young man himself was asking what the heroine was interested in. At this time, Lynette, looking at the people in the hall, began to voice what she wanted. However, upon seeing people, the heroine realized that all eyes were directed only at her and Max. And having changed her mind about discussing something on the balcony, the girl said that it needed to be discussed in a more hidden place. Max was immediately surprised, which is why he began to silently look at the heroine and think about everything that was happening. But in the end, the young man reacted normally and said that the girl was absolutely right, since at a birthday party you should only talk about good things. And bowing before Lynette, Max said that he would invite the heroine to the estate, where they would discuss everything. Having thanked Max, the girl turned towards the door and did not notice Oscar, but it was enough for Lynette to turn her head slightly towards the door, and she saw her displeased husband. Oscar immediately said that if Max had something to say, then he should say it to him, and not to the girl. And the Count's stern look at Max spoke of a complete lack of trust in him. The main character felt anxious, because she understood that the outcome might not be the best. And Max was extremely surprised by what was happening and by Oscar's strong irascibility. The blonde said with a smile that he just needed to discuss something with the girl. Then, turning to the heroine, the young man asked her to confirm his words. At this moment, Lynette felt awkward, because she did not understand what he wanted to hear from her. But Oscar interrupted the conversation and said that it didn't matter, so they should go. Continuing, the young man added that they would talk at home, and the heroine immediately understood that she needed to justify herself somehow. After all, Lynette doesn't want her husband to know about the herbs, so she tried to make up words on the fly. Suddenly, the birthday girl came out and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Princess Lucia wore a luxurious dress that suited her perfectly. All the guests immediately began to compliment and congratulate the girl on her birthday. The eldest prince thanked everyone for joining the celebration and wished them a good time. Everyone danced in pairs to the beautiful music that sounded throughout the room. Lynette suggested that Oscar leave, as it seemed to her that the young man wanted to leave the event as soon as possible. But the guy refused, which surprised the girl very much. Extending his hand to the heroine, the Count said that they needed to show a loving couple and asked if she danced well. Lynette was surprised and asked again, although at that time she was thinking that she didn't know how to dance at all. But taking his wife by the waist, the young man said to simply repeat after him. While dancing, the heroine realized that the Count was indeed behaving strangely. Oscar was very awkward every time he tried to play the role of a lover. But now when the young man looks at his wife, it is clear that something has changed. The Count looks like he has feelings for the main character. Breaking the silence, Oscar began to say something to the girl, to which the heroine began to look at the guy in anticipation. As it turned out, the young man simply wanted to say that Lynette needed to hire a dance teacher since she was not doing well. Suddenly, a scream was heard throughout the hall, which attracted the attention of the spouses. Max held his sister and screamed in panic for the girl to wake up. Lucia felt very ill, which made her sweat and make it extremely difficult to breathe. The prince, empathizing with his sister, asks if the girl is okay. Lucia replied that everything was fine, but from the princess's appearance, it was clear that she was only getting worse. Lynette, watching this, realized that she couldn't just stand there and watch it. Therefore, having warned the Count, the main character went to the girl to help. Lynette immediately started looking for something that looked like a paper bag, and then the girl sees gift wrapping that would be perfect. Having taken what she needed, the heroine approached the princess and asked the prince to move away, because he was preventing her from breathing. Max didn't understand what Lynette was going to do and, in shock, ignored her requests. At this time, the main character began to remove the packaging and continued to ask Max to let the girl go. But the prince was interested in something else, and he began to be indignant because Lynette was taking his sister's gifts. To this, the heroine asked Max to start trusting her because she could help. The prince, with a little tension, nevertheless allows the girl to approach her sister. Having thanked the young man, Lynette sat down next to the princess and handed her the package. And then the main character told the girl to breathe slowly and deeply. The rest of the guests stood in shock and watched silently so as not to interfere with what was happening. While the princess was catching her breath, Lynette, going through possible options, tried to understand what exactly the girl was ill with. After all, at first glance, Lucia looks completely healthy, and without an examination, it is very difficult to determine the cause. Noticing the improvement, Lynette removed the bag and asked the birthday girl how she was feeling, to which she replied that everything was fine. Max immediately sat closer, worried, and began asking questions to make sure that everything was really okay. And while the young man was lifting his sister, Lynette said that the girl needed to be taken to bed and the corset removed, as it had affected her breathing. After these words, the heroine exhaled, but a second later she felt awkward from the realization that everyone had been looking at them all this time. Oscar became worried and, heading towards his wife, inquired about her condition. Assuming that the Count was very frightened by this situation, Lynette awkwardly apologized. But Oscar, despite his excitement, told the heroine that thanks to her the princess came to her senses, so there was no need to apologize. Max confirms these words and says that he will have to take his leave now, but next time he will definitely thank Lynette. The main character herself was a little tense about the expression on Oscar's face because it was exactly the same as earlier on the balcony. The girl also turned to Max, explaining that she simply did what she had to, and in her mind, Lynette understood that these were normal first aid measures and not treatment. The prince remained silent about this, but before leaving, he added that he would talk to the remaining guests later. At this time, Lucia also thanked her savior, and she and Max left the party. After what happened, people realized that the princess was not getting better, and began to show pity for the girl among themselves. But guests were also interested in where Lynette had acquired such medical skills. After all, everyone thought it was surprising that the main character was able to bring Lucia to her senses in such a short time. At this time, Lynette stood and understood that there was nothing wrong with being praised, but still the girl did not like that it was done too openly. But then Oscar interrupted the heroine's thoughts and said that it was time for them to go, to which Lynette was very happy. Therefore, the couple immediately went home in a carriage. As the couple drove, Oscar noted that today he witnessed the heroine's talent for the first time. Lynette, however, began to deny it, saying that it was not really a talent and that she simply sometimes helped the sick. And when the Count asked whether the girl did all this herself, the main character said that she watched how the maids did it. Oscar continued and asked Lynette to be more careful, because even during the incident with the servant, the young man noticed that the heroine was behaving recklessly. But the girl expressed dissatisfaction with these words, since she believes that when a person needs urgent help, there can be no talk of etiquette. To which the Count explained that he understood that the heroine's intentions were noble, but if something happens to a servant of the mansion, everyone will attribute it to an accident. And if the princess's condition had worsened in front of everyone, then it is unknown what would have happened to Lynette then, and therefore one must be more careful. The heroine was very surprised by what was said because she had not imagined that such a thing could happen. But the girl also understood that Oscar did not know about her knowledge of medicine and did not understand that people rarely die from hyperventilation. And suddenly Lynette had the idea that the Count was really worried about her. Therefore, with a little mockery, the main character immediately asked about this to find out if her guesses were correct. Oscar became very embarrassed and said that he was really afraid that something would happen to the girl. Lynette didn't expect such an answer and blushed, turned away to the window and with difficulty said that it would be more careful. After these words, there was an awkward silence in the carriage, and the spouses stopped looking at each other. Lynette thought that Oscar was callous and cold, but each time she realized more and more that in fact he was not a bad person at all. Suddenly the carriage stops very abruptly, and the Count only manages to shout out his wife's name. And in an attempt to grab the heroine, Oscar holds the girl and immediately asks if she is hurt. But Lynette at that moment was trying to understand what had happened and did not answer the young man. The servant immediately approached the couple and apologized for the discomfort caused. The man also explained that the carriage ran into something and tilted, and the coachman hit his head. Hearing this, Lynette immediately stood up from her seat and did not understand why today was such a bad day. Before leaving, the heroine told Oscar that no one was watching her now, and there would be no rumors, which meant she could help. Therefore, despite the Count's indignation, the girl went to the coachman. But still, turning around, Lynette asked for forgiveness for not keeping her promise. The girl immediately began to help the coachman, while Oscar stood aside and watched. Having listed the symptoms, the heroine understood the seriousness of the wound and said that the problem was bleeding. So Lynette asked the coachman to count from 1 to 300 while the girl herself stopped his bleeding. The man began to cry and apologize, but the heroine warned that she would press on the wound and it could hurt him. And when Lynette was asked to forgive him, she was angry because the man, despite the risk to his life, still apologized, so the girl began to swear. But the heroine's thoughts were filled with the fact that she needed to stitch up the man's wound, which made her frown and try to figure out how to do it. As she began to press on the wound, the girl thought that they might bring her boxes of sewing tools, even though this would attract unnecessary attention. Suddenly, Lynette was shocked by an electric current, which frightened her and confused the coachman. The heroine could not understand what had happened, but looking at her hand, she did not notice anything special. The girl realized that the feeling was like a severe burn, as if she had put her hand on an open fire. Oscar, watching what was happening, began to ask what happened, but the main character said that everything was fine. Lynette told the coachman to continue counting, to which the man agreed and continued. Noticing that the blood had begun to stop, the girl felt calmer since the man was no longer in any danger. Breathing a sigh of relief, the heroine realized that there was nothing more she could do. And Oscar said that since the carriage was broken, they would have to go by horse, to which the servant nodded. After these words, the Count immediately turned to Lynette, to which she looked in his direction in surprise. The guy extended his hand to his wife and continued saying that he would take her. Although the heroine agreed, she was still surprised that the young man called her his wife. The Count immediately explained that since she called him dear, he would call her wife, which caused an awkward silence between the couple. As she mounted her horse, the girl felt anxious, as this was her first time. Oscar noticed this and said that since the girl was scared, he would ride behind. And sitting on his horse, behind the heroine, as he had promised, the Count took hold of the reins. The girl felt a little awkward and anxious, as she was scared from riding a horse for the first time. And as soon as the couple left, Lynette began to panic. Usually, riding a horse is something romantic, but now the girl is trying not to faint from fear. After some time, the Count and his wife arrived home. However, when Oscar turned to Lynette, he heard only sleepy agreement. As it turned out, the girl fell asleep, and the young man now did not want to wake her up. As they walked along the road to the mansion itself, the couple met Marie, who watched them in surprise. The girl was shocked to find Lynette in Oscar's arms and covered in blood. Marie began to question the guy about what happened, but Oscar immediately said that it was not Lynette's blood. The girl began to go through the possible versions of what had happened, and one of them was the words that the princess had lost consciousness. But Lynette began to wake up from the extraneous conversations, and because of this, Oscar said that he would tell about everything later because he was tired. These words surprised and put Marie in an awkward position, so she apologized. The girl then put on a sweet face and said that she was just glad to see the couple, as she was also returning to the palace. The sweet face began to press on Oscar, causing him to sigh heavily and realize that he had no choice. So the guy couldn't resist and told about the situation with the coachman and how Lynette had helped him. Then the young man immediately left and told Marie not to worry, to which the girl wished her a good rest. The heroine herself was angry and did not understand such coldness from Oscar because they are family. Lynette woke up in the middle of the night and immediately couldn't understand where she was. Assuming that it was her husband who brought her here, the heroine looked at her clothes and realized that they had been changed. Embarrassed, the girl thought that her husband was doing all this. But suddenly, Jane entered the room and immediately responded with a smile to the fact that her mistress had woken up. The servant said that she was very scared for the girl when she saw the blood, so she changed her into a nightgown. And the heroine was upset by this because she realized that her servant was doing all this, and not Oscar at all. Seeing Lynette's upset face, Jane thought that the girl was upset about the ruined dress, so she said that she would quickly remove all the stains from it. Then, having laid the main character down and covered her, Jane told the lady to rest. In response, the Countess asked the girl to also go and rest, and she herself thought that Jane had gone through many difficulties and it was not easy for her. And as soon as Lynette was left alone, she immediately wanted to sleep because a lot had piled up earlier. The girl began to think about the illness of the young princess and the fact that the elder princess had the same symptoms. Assuming that it was all hereditary, the heroine began to think about the man's condition and that accident. The girl immediately remembered the moment when a flame seemed to light up in her palm, which scared her then. Lynette also began to think about what the heroine of the novel did in the original that made the story so different from what is happening now. Oscar did not sleep and, being in his office, listened to the doctor's results about the coachman. The Count immediately asked what was wrong with the man's wounds, to which the doctor replied that judging by the blood, the wound should be huge, but it was not. Just like the scratches, the man was completely unharmed. Oscar was shocked by the question from the doctor, who asked whether the coachman was really injured. Having said that no wounds were found, the Count asked again. Suddenly, the young man was mistaken, but the doctor immediately replied that they had examined him several times and had found no damage. In the end, the Count said that the guy was free, and he himself tried to understand what was happening. The young man also added that the doctor should not tell anyone about this, to which the man bowed and said goodbye. Oscar immediately turned to Roberto, who was standing next to him, to give the order. The Count wanted to send an urgent letter, so the servant had to take it to the addressee. In the morning, there was a regular breakfast where the whole family gathered. Oscar told about what happened at the banquet, after which he apologized for not reporting it earlier. Lynette ate and thought that the Count was clearly still in love with Marie, and the girl realized that after the divorce, Oscar would most likely immediately go to Marie, as was the case in the original story. So, knowing Oscar, Lynette realized that she could already start worrying about the young man leaving for another. The princess voiced the situation to everyone with the help of the young princess, after which she told about the invitation to tea as a sign of gratitude. The heroine was surprised by this invitation, which is why she asked again whether she had really heard it. The girl immediately said that she did not do this for anyone's gratitude, which made the princess a little confused about what Lynette was getting at. The woman immediately said that this act would make their family famous. Then, continuing her speech, the princess said that she was proud that Lynette was a member of their family. And while the main character was surprised by these words, Marie felt irritated because of this. But suddenly the girl asked if Lynette had given the gift, to which the heroine immediately nodded. Once upon a time, Marie and the princess regularly exchanged gifts, but after her illness, the tradition was broken. The heroine said that she had not seen the gift being opened, so she asked if she wanted to know about the birthday girl's impressions, to which Marie immediately agreed. Oscar immediately warned that he would not be able to accompany his wife due to personal matters, so he suggested that Lynette go with Marie. The heroine refused and said that she would go herself, since it was a regular visit, but in fact, the girl simply felt awkward. Then the main character immediately asked if the man had been helped yesterday, to which Oscar drew attention, and the young man said that thanks to Lynette, the coachman was much better, which made the heroine breathe a sigh of relief, although she herself thought that she had only stopped the bleeding. The princess responded with pride by saying that this was not the first time the girl had saved people's lives, to which Marie was again displeased. The countess devalued her actions, to which Oscar, although he remained silent, could tell from his face that he suspected something. While in the carriage with Jane, the maid immediately smiled and praised her mistress, to which Lynette simply listened. Seeing the hairpin in the maid's pocket, Lynette asked why the girl was using it. The girl immediately said that she wore it when she was alone, because she was not sure that it suited her, but she still said that she really liked the gift. Lynette smiled and was glad that she could please the girl. Suddenly, Jane said that many people began to respect her as Lynette's personal servant. The main character immediately asked if this was important for the girl, since she had been serving for a long time. Jane immediately said that she was very happy to serve Lynette, but the girl had previously admired knights. And on the day when the girl gave the maid a hairpin, it was perceived as an oath of allegiance. This is precisely what caused such joy, which may seem strange to everyone. Lynette heard such sincerity from the maid for the first time, which surprised her greatly. The girl immediately said that there was nothing strange about it, and therefore she wanted them to imagine that they were knights. But if the Count found out about it, it would be pretty bad for everyone, which is why Lynette suggested keeping it a secret. Since Jane is the Countess's knight, the hairpin will be proof of this, to which the maid immediately became embarrassed. Asked what kind of knight she was, the heroine awkwardly said about the night of washing. While the girls were traveling to the kingdom, Oscar was in the building where the fights take place. As it turned out, the young man sent a letter to his friend. Having suggested that they talk in the building, Edward immediately agreed and said that he had found out as much as he could. As they walked into the room, the boys discussed how the guards had become quieter than ever. Edward pointed out that this silence was due to the prince's betrayal, but Oscar told the young man to watch his language, since this was the Count's father-in-law. The guy explained that they were alone, and he didn't really say anything to warrant such a sharp reaction. Then Edward asked about the life of a married man, and the Earl replied that everything was wonderful, and Lynette did not let him get bored. Suddenly, the guy noticed Oscar's happy expression for the first time, which made him ask if he really liked Lynette, to which he became embarrassed. But eventually, Oscar changed the subject and said that it would be better to talk about the issue that really interested him. Entering the office, Edward began to talk about how it had happened several decades ago, and that there were now almost no materials. And since there is no precise information, there are no witnesses, which Oscar himself knows. It was enough to mention the Mayos clan, and the Count immediately remembered everything. These are people who were suddenly exterminated many years ago, and the previous king even announced rewards for their heads. As it turned out, the clan possessed healing powers, but now only rumors remain about them. And this saddens Edward, because they could heal anything, and they resurrected many of the people. As the guy sat down, he said that the king clearly had his own reasons for destroying them. And that's exactly what Oscar wants to know, because if these people are doing good, then he sees no point in killing them. But Edward told him to be quiet, since he had overheard this information, and he would not get off with a simple reprimand. It is said that the Mayos clan was the most destructive force in the war, and it was they who decided the outcome of any battle. And if you imagine, yesterday's corpses are once again getting back into line, which is a rather eerie scene. In the end, they decided to kill those who do not give an end to the war. But Oscar didn't understand how they could be killed if they had instant healing magic. Edward said that this was the point, that someone had found out the secret and how to kill them. Twirling his finger at his neck, the young man said that the main weak point was water. And Edward added that Oscar should think about it himself because there is no more effective method than water. People survived even after drinking poison or losing a limb, but could barely survive jumping into water with a stone around their neck. However, Oscar called the knight not only for this information, and thereby made his interlocutor even more interested. Continuing, the hero said that the king was secretly visiting the army headquarters more and more often, and if a healer magician is discovered within the country, they will immediately inform him. The guy heard about this information for the first time and did not expect that anyone thought that there were still survivors from the Mayos clan. The knight immediately smiled because they would be able to contribute to a great cause. But Oscar did not appreciate this joke, and David did not understand the young man's discontent, but asked that if the Count found someone from the clan, then let him share with him. After all, a knight prefers to get promoted even at such a price. And while the main character was thinking about everything, his friend also added, talking about the place of the prince and that someone must take this title. But Oscar said that no one should know about this conversation, and if they asked, then it was worth lying and saying that they talked about the training program for soldiers. David immediately agreed and told the Count to say hello to his wife, to which the main character reacted irritably. And then Oscar stood up and left, and the young man looked after him in confusion, since he clearly did not expect such a reaction. At this time, Luneth, looking around, realized that the owners of this house had a flower business. After all, the girl was sitting in the living room, which was completely filled with flowers. And looking at Max, there was a feeling that he himself looked like one of the flowers in the room. Lynette was surprised by the young man's arrival, and said that she had come at the princess's invitation. But Max agreed, and said that he wrote the letter so that Oscar wouldn't worry. The heroine asked again, and was surprised by the young man's self-confidence. But Max suggested returning to the previous conversation, which had been brazenly interrupted. Lynette immediately remembered the very moment when Oscar came and interrupted the conversation. And watching the guy, the girl realized that Max was bothered by the fact that the conversation was interrupted, since he invited her personally. That's why the main character decided to immediately say that the medicines are very expensive. Hearing this, Max looked at the girl in surprise and asked what she meant. But suddenly the guy laughed at these words, because he thought that Lynette had come to bargain. The girl replied that she came not only to ask about the price, but also to find out the reason for the shortage of medicines. Max found this question interesting, which is why the heroine noticed that there was no denial on the part of the guy, which meant she was right. The book said that medicines were brought to the kingdom from far away, and that their prices were exorbitant, and Lynette heard that the prince buys almost all of his medicines abroad. However, the heroine was troubled by the question of why the country could not establish its own production. Max said with a smile that the Countess was right, and, compared to other countries, their medicine was not developed at all. And this is precisely the reason for the inflated prices. But Lynette wondered why this particular country had such a problem. The guy was surprised that the heroine did not know the truth, while the girl herself did not understand the meaning of such harsh words towards her. And Lynette immediately said that she was a foreigner and could not know all the information, to which the guy agreed and apologized. After these words, Max said that in fact, it was all because of the Mayos clan. After all, the kingdom relied entirely on the healing power of the clan, so medical sciences hardly developed here. Lynette was shocked by this information, and the young man explained that these people could only raise a person to his feet by touching him, but now they were all dead. To these words, the main character assumed that the clan's power threatened the kingdom, but still asked the young man the reason. And Max said that it was officially stated that the Mayos had defamed God's right to give and take life. Lynette was very confused by this, as such a decision was a very stupid reason for exterminating a clan, and now people cannot get even the most basic medicines and suffer from this. The young man interrupted the heroine's thoughts, and since she was buying so many drugs, warned her that the prices would only get higher, because international trade is a very complex matter. But suddenly, Lynette suggested that instead of buying from abroad, they cook everything themselves, but Max did not understand and asked again. And the heroine explained that they could produce medicine themselves and teach people to cope with illnesses. But the young man took these words as a joke, because the production of medicines requires a lot of resources, and Lynette decided to end this conversation, asking about the princess's condition. Max immediately denied rumors that Lucia was sick with the same disease as the prince's previous wife. Hearing this, Lynette asked if the princess had experienced any moral shock in her childhood. And the young man told how Lucia once fainted at a public lecture, attracting all the attention to herself. After these words, the main characters suggested that the princess had a fear of crowds, and the problem might be in her mind. And fortunately, the girl knows a little about child psychology. Lynette also realized that Max was underestimating her, and said that she would prove to him that she was not throwing words to the wind. But now the heroine asked the young man to take her to Lucia's room, to which Max suggested inviting the princess to them, but the girl refused, saying that coming to her was the best option. Because Lynette had one idea while she was studying the interior of the estate, and entering Lucia's room, the girl saw that it was also covered in flowers, despite the fact that a person with a respiratory disease lived there. Therefore, the heroine told Max that this room is absolute evil, which surprised the young man, because Lynette does not mince words in front of the owner of the house. And the girl immediately explained that every breath of wind brings pollen into the room, and the vases from the window should be removed. And dolls collect a lot of dust, so their number also needs to be reduced. The heroine also added that only those plants that increase humidity are suitable for the princess's room. And if everything is done as Lynette said, then she guarantees that the girl will get better soon. The young man, having listened to everything, asked the main character in surprise where she knew all this from, and the girl replied that she simply loved to read. But in reality, she thought that this was all just thanks to her past life. But Max suddenly started laughing because he found Lynette's rudeness very funny. Because the heroine expresses dissatisfaction with the business and interior and justifies it with her love of reading. Lynette was taken aback by this because her words were not an excuse, but she could not say so. Max added that anyone else in his place would have already shown the girl the door, but he, on the contrary, became even more interested. Therefore, coming closer to the heroine, the young man said that he would do everything as Lynette said, and if the main character really understands medicine, then he is ready to help her. But seeing the guy's gaze, the girl immediately tensed up, and abruptly removing her hand from Max and immediately apologizing, the girl felt awkward. The heroine immediately said that she was already married and hints of anything could not even exist. Although the guy initially realized that this was the case, he then suddenly asked again what the girl was talking about. Max explained that he didn't mean to hint at a relationship, which made the heroine feel even more awkward. The words were spoken as a sign of an offer to cooperate, because if you make a medicine, then you can come up with a way to use it. After this, the heroine felt so uneasy that she started to feel hot, to which the guy immediately clarified that he is often misunderstood. And having suggested thinking about cooperation, the young man began to talk about married life and thereby put pressure on Lynette. Finally, turning away in embarrassment, the girl said that she was returning home. But suddenly Max interrupted Lynette, which surprised the heroine. Then the prince said with a smile that he had something to tell. When the countess's carriage returned to the palace, the gates immediately opened. Getting off the carriage, the heroine saw Marie, which surprised her. The girl greeted Lynette with a smile and asked if the conversation with the princess had gone well. Trying to find the right words, the heroine thought that in fact she had been communicating with the prince. Having kindly invited the girl for tea, Marie smiled brightly. Lynette noticed for the first time and was surprised that Marie was full of enthusiasm. Taking the girl by the hand, Marie told her that there was no one in the mansion now, and therefore it was very. Having heard Oscar talk about reading books and helping the servants, the girl really wanted to talk to Lynette. The heroine said that she was simply doing what was written in the book, but the girl herself was thinking about the rumors that quickly spread. Pulling the main character by the hand, Marie invited her to drink tea. The girl smiled and said that she wanted to know more about Lynette and become closer. After all, the heroine is no longer a villain, and even began to help Roger's family, and thus perhaps began to sympathize with the girl. But looking at everything that was happening, the heroine thought only that the original story was very different from everything that was happening. At this time, pulling the girl towards the gazebo, Marie introduced Lynette to everyone, to which the heroine herself was very surprised by the guests. Seeing those same girls from the princess's birthday party, Lynette felt uneasy, and she thought only about the fact that the tea party was supposed to be for two, and the girls looked at the countess with a smile and invited her to sit down. And after some time, the heroines were sitting nicely in the gazebo on a beautiful day and discussing everything that came into their field of vision. Noticing that the tea had grown cold and the sweets were untouched, Lynette realized that the ladies had been having a very rich conversation before. And looking at Marie, the only thing the main character wanted to know was what the real reason for the invitation was. The girl, noticing Lynette's discomfort, decided to turn to her. Putting her hand on the heroine's shoulder, Marie began to praise the palace and how everything in it had changed with the appearance of Lynette. One of the countesses immediately remembered the bizarre caps that looked like toys, but Lynette reacted with displeasure and said that they were sun umbrellas to protect the skin. Suddenly, Olivia remembered helping the princess at her birthday party. The girl immediately agreed and said that the process was amazing, to which Lynette replied that this was only first aid and there was no talk of treatment. Suddenly seeing the girls' faces and remembering the previous incident, the heroine began to suspect something was wrong. The people present at the reception were so hostile that there is now a discrepancy. Marie agreed with the praise and pointed out that there were very few doctors in the country. Then one of the girls quietly told her friend that she didn't see anything good in this. Olivia decided to point out that an aristocrat who knows how to heal and is not a doctor is a rather unpleasant misunderstanding. The girl asked if Lynette was drawing suspicion with her knowledge of medicine, and the countesses suggested that perhaps that same family and the main character were interconnected. The girl wanted to object, but the words came with great difficulty. Lynette's body did not yield to anything, as if it had become wooden. Suddenly, Marie knocked on the table, thereby capturing everyone's attention. The girl began to say that all the guesses were just nonsense and Lynette was her friend. Having said that since the sweets and time had come to an end, Marie suggested going for a walk in the garden and looking at the flowers. Lynette immediately breathed a sigh of relief, since she wouldn't have to answer stupid assumptions, remembering the conversation with Max, namely the moment with what the prince wanted to tell. The guy asked the girl if she had chosen the gift herself, to which the heroine immediately told the truth. And Max realized that he was right and breathed a sigh of relief. As a gift, Marie sent perfume made in the Count's workshop. In other words, it was a competitor's product. The girl was immediately shocked by the thought that they wanted to set her up. Max said that in an aristocratic society, such a gesture is a huge disrespect. But since the girl did not know about it, he simply warned about a traitor in the heroine's circle. The girl realized that everything was starting to come together, given the tea party and the event that had happened earlier. Marie hates Lynette, but the reason for her hatred is unclear to the girl. It turns out that events take place in this world that are different from the original work. Being in a luxurious rose garden, where there was an alley, the girls enjoyed the beauty of the flowers. The countesses were surprised by the size and beauty of the rose garden. Marie asked the girl if she liked roses, but the heroine herself felt terribly ill and immediately began to rub her nose. Falling to the floor, Lynette began to gasp for breath, and Marie screamed her name in alarm. The girl began to feel sick, and the countesses around her began to fuss about anxiously. Marie watched the girl's terrible state with a smile. In front of her family, Marie sat and cried, while everyone sat on the sidelines and watched. The woman, looking quite upset, asked if what the girl had told her earlier was true. Marie cried and said that everything was completely true, and then began to repeat what had happened. After telling how Lynette had covered her mouth in disgust and groaned before fainting, the girl continued to cry. After asking the family's opinion, Marie spoke through the pain about how she dragged the heroine. Then, raising her head higher, the girl said that it seemed that Lynette hated her and that they could distance themselves from each other. David frowned and said that there was no need to apologize for something she didn't do. After all, Marie had worked so hard to prepare Lynette's tea party, and to have her efforts so mercilessly trampled on was terrible. David immediately started shouting, only turning to his mother, saying that it was not enough for Lynette to humiliate Oscar. She decided to hurt Marie, too. The guy was angry and said that the main character should not have been accepted into the family at all. But as soon as the woman asked again what exactly the guy was talking about, David and Marie were surprised. Having made an assumption, the princess began to think about the reason for the vomiting of the married girl. But suddenly the woman came to the conclusion that Oscar was ready to become a father. The princess immediately made a happy face and, folding her hands together, told her son that his wife was expecting a child. Lynette herself was getting some sleep after such stress. The heroine's sleep was not the sweetest, as another nightmare tormented the girl. A heavy rain fell in sheets on little Lynette. The girl looked at the wounded soldier, who begged for mercy because he had a family. The guy extended his bloody hand to the girl and asked for help, but the girl looked at the puddle and, seeing her reflection, fell into a panic. The heroine was too scared, so she couldn't take it anymore and ran away. But the soldier grabbed her by the dress to prevent her from leaving. The girl ran in tears but could not withstand the grip and fell. Tears flowed like a stream, and feelings of guilt and fear mixed as the girl looked at the soldier. The main character asked not to do anything because she was terribly scared and it would be better for him to kill her. The knight, watching the girl from the side, simply decided to call her funny. There was a moment of silence between the soldier and Lynette, and the only sound was the rain. Then the guy said that if the girl wanted to die, then let her die, and immediately swung his sword. After this scene, Lynette couldn't stand it any longer and woke up in a cold sweat. And immediately sitting down, the heroine tried to understand what was happening, and the fact that it looked too plausible for a dream. Suddenly, Lynette remembered that she had fainted in the rose garden and that she had been sleeping ever since. The heroine did not have even one guess about the appearance of vomiting and dizziness due to flowers. Lynette stood up and walked over to the shelf, immediately picking up one of the books. Living in the mansion, the heroine constantly reread one of the books, which contained knowledge about herbs. The girl tried to understand the reason why the heroine of the novel had these books at all, and why she started vomiting because of the rose garden. Thinking about the dream, Lynette realized that she had to find out about this and the heroine's past. At this time, Marie was in the room and was busy with her personal affairs. The girl decided to ask David which of the dresses he preferred more, pointing to the choice. The guy, without looking up from his book, said that a white dress would match the heroine's hair color, but Marie continued to ponder her choice, spinning around near the mirror. The girl decided to remember the letter that was written by David upon Marie's arrival at the mansion. The young man continued to communicate with the heroine without looking up from his book, saying that it had been too long ago. Agreeing with the guy, the heroine clarified that she still remembers that moment very well. A letter depicting David as the head of the house, Oscar as a distinguished knight, and Marie as a new member of the family. David looked at his wife, tense at these words. Marie took a step towards the young man and told him to take care of her today. Then the heroine looked at him with a smile and continued, saying that David's acting had already dragged on, which shocked the guy. The girl also added that she sees something attractive in diligent men, which is what attracted David's attention. But before the guy could answer, Marie interrupted him. The girl said that the countesses didn't know anything and simply thought that Lynette was greatly exaggerating. Having adjusted the young man's hair, Marie said that she had kept everything that had been promised a secret. After these words, the girl offered cooperation to David for personal gain. And looking at the guy, Marie decided to use manipulation and simply said that they love each other, which means they should help. At this time, Lynette, looking at the door where someone was knocking, was a little confused, but said to come in. It turned out that it was Oscar, who could not come to his senses after his mother's words about Lynette's pregnancy. The guy, having said that the girl's condition was normal, surprised her quite a bit. Reacting to this with a smile, Lynette replied that she had simply fainted and was now fine. The Count was confused, and it was clear from his face that the young man wanted to say something. As soon as the guy was ready to tell his story, servants appeared from behind, and the heroine began to look at everything in confusion. Each employee had something in their hands that sparkled so brightly that it attracted attention. The guys brought everything from a luxurious dress to the most golden bottles of perfume, which shocked the heroine. Oscar said hesitantly that it was all from his mother, because she thought Lynette was pregnant. These words shocked the heroine too much, since she was not ready for the gifts. Or, in general, for this news. Continuing the conversation about his mother and her gifts, Oscar began to sweat, and the gifts themselves were selected down to the smallest detail. And since Mother was too pleased, the Count could not say a word to her about the fact that the pregnancy was not true, and that everything that was happening was a misunderstanding. The heroine could not answer anything, because she did not understand how this could happen, because in fact, Lynette was not pregnant. As he walked down the corridor, the guy thought about the whole pregnancy situation. Oscar was surprised by the girl's reaction, although he had never thought about children before. But suddenly the thought came into the young man's head that at that moment Lynette was quite sweet, which made him smile. Suddenly someone called the Count and thereby distracted him from his own thoughts. Oscar was called by his brother, who was clearly not in a very positive mood. The Count asked his brother what had happened, since he had decided to turn to him. However, David grabbed Oscar by the shoulders and pushed him against the wall, which greatly surprised the young man. The boy was angry that the Count did not answer his mother when Marie cried and complained about Lynette. Oscar didn't understand anything, and, watching his brother's grin, asked again. David began to say that he knew perfectly well about the relationship between the spouses and that Lynette was not pregnant at all. David clenched his fists in anger and continued to talk about how the heroine does not have enough luxury and interferes in all the personal affairs in the mansion. But despite everything, the girl still decided to pretend that she had lost consciousness. David started shouting and trying to reason with his brother, expressing his dissatisfaction with the fact that he was still tolerating Lynette. Oscar said that he is a husband and wants to behave appropriately with his wife, and there is nothing strange in his position. The brother didn't know what to answer, so there was silence between the boys. But David decided to remind them that, despite everything, Marie was part of their family. Years earlier, when the boys were young, their parents brought a little girl to the mansion, saying that she was a new member of the family. Having introduced the child, the mother said the name of the heroine, while Marie herself stood wet from the rain. The boys watched the girl in surprise while they were told that Marie was younger. The girl was constantly in the room and cried, without even unpacking her things. The brothers were puzzled because Marie only went out to eat and the boys were ordered to take care of her. Suddenly, David said that he read in a book that you can communicate with notes to those who are shy to speak. So the boy suggested that Oscar write letters, but he was not sure that he could. But, taking his brother by the hand, David pulled him into the room in order to write a letter to Marie. In the letter, the boys asked Marie to stop crying and come out to them so that they could become her real older brothers. But despite all of David's memories and words, Oscar removed his brother's hand from his shoulder, and the young man said that it was a long time ago, so it doesn't make sense now, which shocked David. The Count also added that for him, Marie was part of the family, but Lynette was his wife, and had now also become part of their family, and she would only leave the mansion at her own request. And the fact that the main character interferes in everything, in Oscar's opinion, is completely absurd. The Count continued and said that David and Marie run the mansion as they please because of their parents. But the young man called his brother's complaint strange, since everything was done with the permission of his parents. Repeating Lynette's words about how no one would see a person's regrets and misfortunes if you lived with them, the Earl silenced David. Then the guy went to his wife, warning that now he was not going to tolerate everything either. Oscar also hopes that they will not return to the topic in the future, which angers David even more. And the young man responded with incomprehension, because few people would want to play such a crazy game involving patience and speaking out. But Marie's plan was to plant a napkin with a certain scent in Oscar's pocket, and David did it. At this time, Lynette had a dream about a little girl sitting on the floor and listening to demands made on her. The man actively asked the child to show his abilities, and on the floor lay a wounded fox that needed to be treated. The girl shook her head in the negative, so as not to do anything and avoid problems. The man, threatening with death, demanded that the child act quickly so that she would not end up like her parents. At this time, the fox was suffering and shaking in pain, lying on the cold and wooden floor. The girl, watching the animal, felt fear and pity at the same time. while the men continued to threaten. The heroine cried and regretted that she could not keep her promise to her mother and still used her powers. As the treatment continued, the girl experienced a strong fear of dying, which forced her to obey. This outcome of events in the dream woke Lynette up in tears. The girl did not understand the reason for the tears and strong sadness. The main character wiped away her tears and tried to understand why she felt as if this was happening to her. While the girl was feeling confused, Oscar stood nearby, looking at what was happening in shock. Lynette turned around and was surprised to see her husband, who had come while she was sleeping. The guy was quite frightened by the heroine's condition and said that they needed to call a doctor, to which the girl replied that everything was fine. Then the young man immediately said that it was necessary to say that there was no pregnancy, and Lynette agreed with this. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, the Count inquired about the dream that had brought tears to the girl's eyes. The main character was shocked by the guy's behavior because they were alone and he had no need to pretend. Finally, thanking him for the handkerchief, Lynette began to wipe the tears from her face. Suddenly, the smell from the scarf appeared and brought the heroine into a state of shock, and she immediately felt ill. Sniffing, the girl realized that it was the very scent of roses. The Count stood up in fear and immediately began to ask worriedly what had happened. But looking at the scarf, the heroine understood the reason for such a deteriorated condition, namely, the roses. Oscar immediately began asking the girl where it hurt and whether she should call a doctor. But due to dizziness and loss of strength, Lynette could not say anything. Suddenly, the heroine's husband smelled the bright scent of roses that wafted through the room. After that, the guy saw Lynette fall unconscious from the smell, which shocked him. Rushing towards the heroine to catch her, the guy broke a vase and overturned a table. As a result, the young man cut himself with the shrapnel and received a deep wound, but he was still only concerned about Lynette and her condition. Jane entered the room because she heard strange sounds. Seeing the blood, the maid began to panic and immediately screamed and called the doctor. A day later, Lynette was fine and sitting in her room drinking tea, but her thoughts were filled with Oscar and his condition. Jane tried to calm the main character down by saying that the doctor arrived quite quickly and immediately provided first aid. Continuing to reassure Lynette, the maid clarified that Oscar was a knight who was constantly in battle, so there was no need to worry. However, this did not help at all, and Lynette was very depressed. Suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to the open doors. Jane immediately bowed to Lynette and said that she was leaving. As it turned out, the princess came to Lynette to visit the heroine. The girl was at a loss because she had absolutely no idea how to address the woman. The woman laughed at such a cute situation and told the girl to call her mom. The heroine sat down to tea and discussed what had happened earlier and how Lynette felt sick when she smelled roses. The girl was most worried about the fact that her husband was wounded because of her. However, inside, the heroine was glad that she was able to find the reason for such a deterioration in her condition. Lynette has never encountered a disease where symptoms are triggered solely by smell, meaning it may be something psychological. But Lynette has forgotten all the memories of the main character, and now there is no way to check. The princess decided to clarify that Oscar clearly liked Lynette, and the girl herself was very worried about Oscar and his wound. And since the woman simply believes in their love, Lynette has no choice but to play the role of a loving wife. The princess continued to say that she was very glad to see that her son was truly in love. The heroine was surprised by Oscar's words about love, because that's how it should be, so the reaction was incomprehensible to her. But suddenly the princess became serious and said that she wanted to tell Lynette a story since she was now part of their family. Oscar is a very kind-hearted child by nature, but after the war his character completely changed. The Count begged him not to look for a bride for him, since he had abandoned all thoughts of marriage, as if he had closed his heart. The boy immediately said that being a knight was enough for him, which shocked his mother. When telling Lynette this story, the woman said that Oscar was beginning to open up and gradually allowed her to become closer to him, which surprised the heroine. Although this relaxed the girl, it was also a burden, since theirs was a marriage of convenience. In the end, the woman asked to be with Oscar for a long time, to which Lynette immediately agreed, while she herself was thinking about divorce. However, the main character was interested in something else, which made the girl's face become serious. The princess immediately asked what exactly Lynette wanted to know. Already in the evening, the girl came into the room to her husband, who had previously saved her from a strong blow to the floor. Oscar was quite surprised by his wife's arrival, but still said that he couldn't sleep. The countess explained that she came to the guy because she was worried about the wound, to which the young man was touched by yet another concern from the heroine. Looking at the bandage, the girl immediately realized that the wound was quite deep, although Oscar said that there was nothing serious about the wound. Frowning, the Countess told him not to lie and explained that the bandage needed to be disinfected more often and that he should refrain from making any sudden movements. But the guy decided to take Lynette by the wrist and, pulling her towards him, suggested that they lie down together. Having inquired about whether these get-togethers in bed were games of being a married couple, the heroine was dissatisfied. Oscar smiled and said that he had something to tell Lynette. The handkerchief that the guy gave his wife smelled of roses and, upon checking later, the young man found perfume paper in his pocket. Since Oscar hadn't put it there, this gave Lynette an idea. Oscar confirmed the guesses and said that most likely, someone knows about the heroine's intolerance to the smell of roses and is doing something bad to her on purpose. But Lynette can't think of anyone except Marie, but David and Oscar love Marie, and all this is just speculation. The heroine thanked the guy for the useful information, while she went through in her head everyone who could have done this. The guy apologized for falling for such nonsense and for making the girl suffer. Lynette was shocked that Oscar apologized sincerely for the first time. The heroine immediately said that there was no need to apologize, and she herself only recently learned about her intolerance to the smell of roses. The girl decided to tell the boy about what his mother had said earlier, which immediately made the boy embarrassed. Having settled down more comfortably, Lynette was glad that the couple had settled into their roles as husband and wife. And before going to bed, the girl asked him to play his role well, until the moment when the young man became a prince. Looking at his already sleepy wife, the guy lay there smiling and thinking that the heroine was most likely too tired to fall asleep with a sick man. Having voiced Lynette's request to play the married couple, the guy stroked the strands of the Countess's hair. And watching his wife's beautiful face, Oscar tenderly said that the girl still thought of marriage as a role. Waking up and looking around, the young man was surprised as he did not see his wife nearby. Wondering where the girl could have gone, Oscar called the heroine just in case, but there was no answer. As it turned out, the heroine had already been heading somewhere in a carriage early in the morning. As Lynette considered her surroundings, she felt differences between this world and the original world of the novel. But there are no memories of the heroine's life left, so it is unclear what the differences are. Jane, who was accompanying Lynette, said that they had already arrived and asked if it was worth accompanying the Countess to the mansion. The girl refused, saying that it would be a personal conversation. And looking at the Duke of Hedder's mansion, the heroine thought about what lay ahead of her. Sitting in the living room, Lynette looked around, waiting for the meeting. Although the heroine is in this room for the first time, she seems very familiar to the girl. The table and decorations opposite were too prominent, making Lynette feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, the heroine felt dizzy and nauseous, which came quite unexpectedly. Looking at the table, a memory surfaced where the girl was looking at an empty plate, and someone was talking to her. As it turned out, it was another maid who decided to tell a small child that she could die because of her abilities. While the little heroine was trembling with fear, the woman demanded that she lift her skirt. And taking a stick in her hands, threatening with the same, the servant demanded that the girl do everything she told her. The realization that these were all memories of what had happened here made the girl tremble. All the memories come back, affecting the heroine's well-being. But suddenly the girl was attracted by a voice, to which she immediately responded. It was Lynette's brother, who addressed the girl with pride and at the same time in a sarcastic tone. The guy grinned and asked if the main character had really come here on her own and of her own free will. At the same time, Oscar was putting on jewelry in the mansion and at the same time listening to what the servant was telling him. The guy was talking about how Lynette had gone home and taken Jane with her, so there shouldn't be any problems. But even at such a moment, Oscar entrusted the matter to Robert. The guy thought about everything that was happening to Lynette and decided to destroy the rose garden in the mansion. Robert was shocked by the young man's decision since this rose garden was planted and grown by Marie. But Oscar told the servant to finish this business before Lynette arrived, so that there would be no problems. Then the Count headed towards the exit and added that Robert should be responsible for everything, to which the boy immediately agreed. But the servant himself did not understand the master and could not believe everything that was happening. A picture of the villainous Lynette and the modest Oscar popped into my head, which further fueled my imagination. Robert couldn't believe that the Earl really loved Lynette. The main character himself came to the workshop on personal matters. Grandfather, hearing the doorbell ring, immediately greeted the guest. The Count looked around the workshop and saw nothing unusual, since it looked like an ordinary woodworking workshop. Looking at the owner, the boy saw the grandfather with his eyes closed and assumed that he was blind. Grandfather immediately said that he heard the sound of heels and realized that an aristocrat was coming, which surprised Oscar. The owner laughed at this and said that this was just an old hobby of an old man who was used to hearing things with his ears, so there was no need to be surprised. Sitting down at the chair, the guy looked at the man and said that he had not come for shopping at all. The Count came for information and immediately asked what the grandfather of the Myers family knew. Grandfather smiled and asked where such rumors came from, to which the main character warned that he was not going to report this to his superiors and simply wanted to ask something. Reminiscing about the past, Oscar told about the child from the Myers family and that the previous king exterminated everyone. The grandfather, hearing the persistence in the voice, asked what the Count was going to do with this child, how he would find him. Oscar immediately said that he hadn't even thought about this question. However, Grandpa is indebted to the Count, so he should thank Oscar. The old man laughed and said that he really had something to tell the boy. Some of the Myers family are alive, and some have lost their ability, and there is no reason to banish them from the kingdom. The young man asked again about the loss of abilities, to which the grandfather agreed and said that everyone loses strength over time. Oscar suggested that once people lose their ability, they become ordinary, but the owner replied that this was not so and that they, along with their abilities, also stop seeing the world, which surprised the guy. The old man began to speak in riddles about how it was too late to get to know each other. But then the man opened his eyes and revealed that he was blind, introducing himself as Evans Myers. The Count was speechless, and the only thing that worried him was that the ability was being lost along with the ability to see. However, the old man is different from the girl Oscar is looking for, after which the grandfather asked to tell him more about her. The Count tensed up and immediately remembered the events that had happened 5 years ago. Oscar was wounded and lying on the cold floor. He thought only that he was going to die right here. The youngest war hero, an eye-catching rising star, but what's the point? Oscar prayed for salvation because he could not just die. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a girl appeared, stood over the guy, and made sure that he was still alive. The heroine immediately said that she would help the young man right away, and that he needed to be patient a little. Oscar, looking at the girl, was already pale and did not believe in a miracle. The guy saw almost nothing, but he understood from the voice that it was a girl, but he did not understand how she ended up on the battlefield. Touching Oscar's wound, the heroine began to use healing powers and told him to be patient for a little while. The guy winced from the strange sensations that were healing him. At this time, the heroine was crying and at the same time saying that everything would be fine. But suddenly the knight saw the emblem of the Kingdom of Later, the very one they were fighting with. And suddenly grabbing the girl's hands, the guy frowned and did not allow her to continue touching him. Oscar looked at him angrily and thought that the heroine had been sent from Later, which meant that she might want to finish him off. The guy did not want to continue treatment because he was now sure that the girl wanted to kill him. The heroine tried to deny everything, saying that it was not so and that she was really trying to help. Suddenly, having laid Oscar on the floor, the doctor pinned the boy's hands to the ground so that he wouldn't move. Oscar didn't have much strength, and the girl screamed that saving one knight wouldn't change her life. But there is nothing more painful than watching someone you can save die. The Count did not understand the reason for her persistence, but the young man's condition was not the best. Oscar was getting worse, but he was sure that there was a catch and he couldn't let his guard down. However, the protagonist's hands did not shake, and the guy himself was calm, which surprised him greatly. The heroine asked Oscar not to faint while she nervously watched the knight. Having told the whole situation from the past, Oscar also clarified that the fatal wounds had disappeared. The Count could not tell anyone that he was saved by a girl from the Kingdom of Later, so he hid this information. Grandpa immediately started asking about the girl's age, but the guy doesn't remember her face well, so he only made assumptions. After listening to Oscar's story, the old man finally believed in the truth of what was said. Among the rumors, there is one that says that there is a special child who survived among the Myers. At this time, Lynette walked around the mansion and trembled, although the girl herself tried to calm herself down by saying that those memories were not hers. And looking sternly at her brother, the girl pulled herself together. The guy smiled and looked down on the heroine. How suddenly the girl's memories were able to reveal a fragment from her childhood. The heroine was also sitting on the couch, and her brother was standing over her and talking about how he had a new toy that she could hit and drop, but it wouldn't die. The boy looked at little Lynette with cruelty and bloodthirstiness, telling her that now he would play with her every day. And the memory of those same flowers also appeared. The guy took a rosary and shoved it into the girl's mouth with great force, saying that this was exactly the kind of dinner she deserved. Despite the tears and requests to stop, the young man did not even intend to listen and stop humiliating his own sister. And now Lynette understood why she couldn't smell roses and why the smell made her feel sick. After this, the heroine sighed heavily and stood up, wanting to talk to the guy. However, inside she was seething with anger, and the girl understood that the dream was not a dream at all, but a memory. And since Lynette is a Myers native, that means her brother isn't her real brother at all. That is, the girl is not Duke Hedder's biological child. He only forcibly captured her and used her for his own purposes. Now the main character understood the cold attitude towards herself that she had felt earlier. Lynette said with a frown that she had come to see her father, not her brother. But the guy immediately said that his father was away, and they had no reason to see each other. And suddenly the young man noticed the heroine's confidence and said that the girl had changed. The heroine, seeing the meaningless conversation, immediately realized that the guy had come simply to make fun of her, as he had done before. And at that very moment, the young man assumed that Lynette had forgotten about the past, so he considered it necessary to remind her of the old times. Then the young man immediately gave a sign to the servant, and the man headed in the right direction. Looking frightened, the servant brought a bouquet of roses to the young man, and taking the flowers in his hands, the young man said that tea and sweets were a luxury for Lynette. After these words, the hero put the roses on the table and ordered the girl to eat them. But Lynette didn't listen and hit the guy in the face with the bouquet with all her might. Then the main character said that she is not the same and can do things that the frightened Lynette from the past could not do. The young man stood in shock and began to get angry from the humiliation he had experienced. And unable to bear it any longer, the young man shouted at Lynette that she had no right to treat him like that. But the heroine thought differently and warned her brother that she would not do what he ordered her to do. The young man was surprised by Lynette's confident look and did not understand why the girl was not afraid of him as before. The main character immediately reminded that she gave everything to her brother, but in return received only humiliation and mockery, so she will never be grateful to him. And Lynette also added that if the young man did this again, she would tell the whole kingdom that he belonged to the Myers family. The girl did not finish there and said that, in addition, everyone would learn the truth that, thanks to her healing abilities, only their army was not harmed on the battlefield. After these words, the young man became indignant, saying that Lynette would be executed as soon as they found out the truth, and she should be grateful that he hid everything. But the main character responded to these words with coldness and said that she didn't care. After all, the boy's father will personally kill him for failing to protect his younger sister. After finishing her speech, Lynette immediately felt lighter in her heart and was pleased with herself. And before leaving, the girl told her brother to tell their father that she had come. The heroine also asked the young man to warn the man that his daughter no longer obeyed him. The young man remained silent and, looking after her, realized that this was not the Lynette he knew. At this time, Oscar was surprised that there was a special and only surviving child from the Myers family, to which the man explained that this child was left alive only because of his unusual strength. The girl can heal people, but she also has the ability to kill. Oscar was surprised by this information, and he did not understand why his grandfather was telling him all this. And the seller reminded him that he had to thank the hero, but also noted that the young man was worried about something other than this issue. The main character immediately became embarrassed and, confirming his grandfather's words, told him that since that day, changes had occurred in his body. Oscar was sweating all over from shame and couldn't find the words to finish what he had started. But after a couple of minutes, the young man said that after the healing, he had problems in bed. Grandfather exhaled and didn't know what to answer to this. And at that very second, the man fully realized what had happened, which left him in great shock. The seller immediately began talking about death, but the young man indignantly denied his statements. And seeing such a reaction, the man asked Oscar not to be tormented, to which he continued to disagree with everything, but now raising his tone. Grandfather realized that there was no point in calming the boy down, and told him that the ability to kill belonged to the Myers family and was forbidden to use. The owner of this ability is taught to never use it, as if he does not have it at all, so the seller assumed that the girl made a mistake. Hearing about the possible mistake, the young man was a little upset because it ruined his life. But the man tried to cheer Oscar up and said that if this child was alive, then maybe they would meet and be able to find a solution. The protagonist agreed with this and realized that this was not a problem worth worrying about. But still, the young man was tense about the fact that he and Lynette would soon be sleeping together again, and he hadn't worried about it before. But now their relationship had improved. And remembering the moment with the almost happened kiss, Oscar stood up embarrassedly and said that he would come again later. The grandfather kindly agreed, but he himself was unhappy that the hero ended up buying nothing. At this time, Lynette again had dreams of memories where her mother warned little Zelda that due to her incompetence, she could kill a person. Therefore, even if the girl is angry, she should never harm anyone, since no one should know about her abilities. In the next memory, the mother was screaming her daughter's name and reaching out to take the girl back. Zelda, in tears, begged her parents to stay with her and not abandon her. Another memory was of how the heroine, already being older, asked to send medicinal herbs to the village of Trom. After this, Lynette woke up with a severe headache, which still hasn't gone away, due to the scent of roses. Sitting down, the girl realized that new memories continued to appear, and the main character was very happy about this, despite the unpleasant condition caused by the pain. Lynette Rogers' real name is Zelda Myers, and she is a rare descendant with the ability to both heal and kill. After the girl was adopted by the Duke, she pretended to be a spoiled and dissolute villain. By royal order, the heroine married Oscar, and apparently this was the freedom that Lynette managed to achieve. As she woke up from her sleep, the girl thought about the village from her memory, and realized that from now on, she needed to learn more about it. But then the main character was interrupted by Oscar, who asked permission to enter. Upon entering the room, the young man immediately asked how the visit to his father went, and Lynette told about how her father was absent, and she met with her brother instead. Oscar was a little surprised, but said that he had news. And continuing, the hero shared that a hunting tournament would be held in the Molivar Forest on the weekend, but immediately warned that the couple did not have to go together, because the girl looked very tired. But Lynette thought that this forest was mentioned in the book of the heroine of the novel, and it was said that there was a medicinal herb there that helped one to sleep. So the girl told Oscar with a smile that she would go, to which he asked her not to force herself. But the main character began to deny this, saying that she was going because she wanted to. The young man did not expect such an answer, and confused could not answer right away. But Oscar still said that there is a custom among the animals caught in the tournament. The largest one is given to the beloved. Imagining all the large animals, the girl did not know which one she would like. And after a second of silence, Lynette said that she wanted a rabbit, to which the young man was surprised and asked again. The main character repeated her wish and explained it by the fact that rabbits are very cute. Oscar was even more shocked by these words, and he froze, looking at his wife. But almost immediately, the young man blushed and admitted that he began to feel strange when talking to Lynette. The heroine didn't understand the guy and asked what he meant. And Oscar explained that this feeling felt like something was tickling him. Having said this, the Count knelt down in front of his wife and took her hand, while Lynette continued to look in shock and could not say anything. The main character, calling the girl his darling, said that he would catch a rabbit for her if she wanted it. Lynette immediately felt hot because she did not understand what was happening to her husband and how to behave. At this time, Oscar continued and suggested that the heroine pick up the ordered clothes together tomorrow. The next day, the girl was already admiring her husband and felt awkward because of how handsome he was. After all, despite the fact that Lynette had always liked the boy's appearance, in these clothes, he looked like something out of a painting. At this time, the seller was telling us that the suit was made from a special ore and therefore it was light and did not restrict movement. And while the man continued talking about materials, the heroine listened in surprise and noted that weight and comfort are very important for such clothes. Seeing the girl's face, Oscar asked her opinion, and she replied that she liked everything, and she again remembered that the guy was a knight, devoted to the kingdom. After the hero was convinced that his wife liked everything, he did not linger and asked the seller to pack the clothes. And when the man left to do what he was told, Oscar told the heroine that he had been on the battlefield since childhood and lived like a knight. These words made Lynette's hands clench into fists as she found such a life very sad. But the young man explained that it was about protecting loved ones, and he never thought of it as something sad. Having taken the order, the heroine continued and suggested that for Oscar, being a knight is in order, but still, at any moment, he can say goodbye to life on the battlefield. and the people waiting for the young man at home will be worried, so Lynette does not think it is the best option to be injured and not sleep well because of thoughts about it. The main character immediately remembered the death of her grandfather, because it was then that she felt that very sadness and pain after the loss of a loved one. But Oscar interrupted the girl's thoughts by asking if she would be sad if he died. Lynette immediately responded with a very emotional and indignant yes, and a second later the heroine was very surprised by her own reaction and blushed, looking at the young man. Realizing her words, the girl added and said that she would be nervous and worried. After all, they signed a contract, and since Oscar is Lynette's husband, then, as his wife, she will be sad. The protagonist was a little upset to hear this, but still agreed, and the couple awkwardly walked on. But suddenly Lynette's attention was drawn to a man walking not far from them. It was David, and the girl remembered what he had said about his absence today. But it was not Marie who accompanied the young man, but someone else, and the heroine assumed that he was cheating. And Lynette was very shocked by this, because it all meant that the original novel had most likely been distorted. Oscar, noticing his wife's panic, immediately asked what had happened. The main character was confused and in a hurry suggested to the Count to return to where they came from. And without waiting for an answer, Lynette pulled the young man by the hand in the direction she needed. After all, even though the heroine doesn't feel sympathy for David, and it may be good that the fact of his betrayal was revealed, Oscar clearly won't like it. In the store, the Count continued to look at her with confusion, while Lynette said that she liked the dress and asked her husband which color was best. Suddenly, David and his mistress followed the couple in to buy the girl a new dress. Lynette was a little angry about this, and she didn't understand why the boys went to this place now. Oscar had already begun to worry about the heroine and said that she didn't look very good. But before the young man could finish speaking, the girl interrupted him, calling him by name. Then Lynette immediately offered to kiss, but did not wait for an answer and did what was desired. Oscar was at a loss at first, but almost instantly pulled his wife towards him by the waist. After making sure that David had passed, the heroine stepped back, and an awkward silence hung between the couple. But Lynette breathed a sigh of relief and was glad that the young prince and the girl passed by. Only now the main character didn't know how to explain everything to Oscar, so she quickly tried to come up with an excuse. And in the end, the girl said that she was worried about what happened at the dance evening, and in fact, Max called her to the balcony to ask something about the young man. But now Lynette is afraid that people might doubt her relationship with Oscar again, so she decided to disprove their doubts in this way. The Count did not expect to hear something like this and looked at his wife in great surprise. But a second later, the young man's face became dissatisfied, and he reacted coldly to the heroine's explanations. Then Oscar turned around and headed in the right direction, saying that that was all for today, and the girl stood there and didn't understand that she had said something wrong. When leaving, the Count was upset because, as before so now, everything happened because of the contract. The day of the hunting tournament arrived quickly and the couple were already there. Marie and David were also present, and the young man behaved as usual. The main character was interested in whether Marie knew that her husband was dating another girl. Lynette had a feeling that the story was moving further away from the original's happy ending, and she suggested that David and Marie were also different from their description in the book. But then suddenly someone called Oscar. It was Edward, who did not expect to see his friend accompanied by his wife. The young man immediately bowed and introduced himself, saying that he was glad to see Lynette. And while the Count was surprised by Edward's presence, the heroine also bowed and greeted him in return. Oscar began to talk about how he and the young man went to the same academy, and now he is the head of security. After these words, Edward suggested that they have lunch together next time, but the Count, displeased, only gave an ambiguous answer. Lynette, looking at her husband, did not understand why he was so unfriendly. But Edward didn't finish there and asked Oscar if he had heard the news about the largest beast in the forest. Continuing, the young man told about a huge, aggressive bear that appeared for the first time in the history of the kingdom, and no one could drive it away for several months. Oscar immediately realized that the winner would be the one who caught the bear, and he was very interested in this. Lynette didn't like this information and was very scared, because the girl wanted to go and collect herbs, taking advantage of the fact that everyone would be busy with the tournament. But now she didn't know how to do it because of the beast. But the Count interrupted the heroine's thoughts, since it was her first time at a tournament, and he considered it necessary to tell her everything. The young man immediately showed the place where all the ladies were waiting for the end of the tournament, but also said that they could take a walk if they got bored. But it is forbidden to go beyond the flags, since the hunting zone begins there and the heroine may encounter danger. Lynette, realizing that she could collect the necessary herbs within the safe zone, was delighted and answered the Count that she understood everything. At that very moment, the presenter asked to welcome Alan Callops. Everyone around immediately began to applaud and express their admiration for the young man. Lynette looked at her brother with hatred and disgust, not understanding why everyone was so happy, because she only wanted to hit him with a branch again. At this time, Alan also noticed the girl and, grinning, decided to approach. The young man immediately began to play the loving brother and also joyfully greeted Oscar. Lynette noticed that Alan didn't look scared and assumed he thought she would hold back because there were people around. Oscar asked how the young man was doing, to which he replied that everything was always good with him. But Alan continued, adding that he felt a little sad that Lynette wasn't around. Then the guy looked at the heroine and said that she always made her older brother happy. And Alan also assumed that the girl was now giving the Count just as much pleasure. Every word her brother said made Lynette tremble even more and she felt sick. But the main character understood that she couldn't speak in a raised voice in such a crowded place. After all, the girl will put herself at a disadvantage, so you need to try to be patient. At this time, Oscar took a step and stood in front of his wife, at which she looked at him with confusion. The young man then asked Alan to refrain from making such remarks towards Lynette. The main character immediately called the Count in surprise, trying to understand what he was trying to achieve. And Alan explained that he meant that Lynette was a cheerful and sweet little sister. But the young man doubted the truth of these words and said that it sounded as if Alan treated the girl like a toy. Oscar also added that Lynette does not exist for anyone's entertainment. The heroine is someone who is pleasant to spend time with, but not someone who entertains the Count. After these words, Alan laughed and said that Oscar was indeed a loving husband, which made him sad. But the main character did not feel sorry for this because now his wife is a member of the Roger family, and the Count will not allow even the slightest insult towards the girl. In the end, Oscar decided to end it there and started to leave, so he called the heroine to follow him. Lynette was a little scared and confused when the young man called her, but she still followed him. It was unexpected for the girl that the Count would stand up for her, and she did not understand whether it was all a game. That's why the main character stopped her husband to ask a question. But the couple was interrupted by Marie, who called Oscar and announced the start of the tournament. The girl approached and said that she would take Lynette with her, so the Count should start preparing. The young man was a little surprised at how quickly time passed, and telling the heroine that he would fulfill his promise, he wished her a good rest. Lynette had completely forgotten about the rabbit and did not understand what promise was being discussed. At this time, Marie suddenly grabbed the main character by the hand and dragged her along with her. The girl did not move from her place and, lost in thought, realized that this was their first meeting with the young princess after she lost consciousness. Marie immediately asked what happened, and Lynette noticed that she was acting as if nothing had happened, and the main character didn't like this, so she took her hand back and said that she could go alone. Marie was confused by these words and immediately asked for forgiveness. Lynette realized that in the girl's eyes, she had become bad again, but still the heroine did not want to pretend that nothing had happened. Lynette ended up sitting at a table alone with her back to all the other ladies. One of the girls looked at the main character a little disapprovingly and was surprised by her arrival. The brunette noticed that Lynette was sensitive to floral scents and wondered if she could tolerate grass. And the main character, listening to all this, began to get angry in the hope that the girls would get tired of discussing her. At this time, Olivia also decided not to remain silent and suggested that Marie was very upset because of Countess Roger, the young princess's rose garden was destroyed. Lynette was very surprised by these words because Oscar had not informed her that he had ordered all the roses to be removed. Marie asked her friends not to be so strict because she believed that the heroine was repentant. Hearing this, Lynette became furious and her patience ran out. Therefore, the main character immediately got up from her chair and headed to the right table. Lynette approached and sternly asked why she should repent to anyone. The girls immediately lost their desire to continue the discussion, and they only looked at the Countess in fear. At this point, Lynette continued and recalled how Marie had forced the servant to kneel and beg for forgiveness, despite the fact that he had lost consciousness due to illness. Marie didn't understand what was being discussed, and so she timidly asked again. To this, the main character said that the girl treated the servant's attacks as a curse, and because of this, the young man was afraid that he might be fired. After these words, the Countess suggested that since the servant's status was lower, Marie thought that she could easily mock him. But Lynette added that she was different and advised Marie to think a little about her actions. and the main character herself realized that it would be a lie to say that she was not at all afraid of the plans and slander of these people. However, Lynette defends the novel's heroine, who has no support and ultimately becomes the villain and not herself. The girl also protects her future in this world, where she can become independent. Thinking about it, Lynette decided that instead of sitting here, she would rather go into the forest to get herbs. The girls remained sitting there, surprised, and did not understand how one could remain so confident after making a mistake. But Marie interrupted her friends and said that she was fine, so it was better to focus on the tournament. At this time in the forest, Edward asked Oscar why he was so calm, because it seemed to the young man that he was very interested in the bear. And the Count explained that he wanted to give his wife something as a gift, and first he needed to catch this gift. At this, Edward smiled a little, and calling the guy a henpecked husband, warned that he would go deep into the forest and told his friend to join him later. Oscar looked after Edward and became serious and thoughtful. After all, the Count was bothered by the fact that Lynette looked depressed and offended during the dialogue with her brother, and the young man himself was burning with anger at that moment and lost his temper without even thinking. At that very second, Oscar remembered that the heroine always calls their relationship contractual. And then the Count suggested that this behavior was due to the fact that Lynette was in a contractual relationship. After thinking about this, the young man, although he realized that everything was going according to plan, did not understand from what moment he began to act sincerely. The main character had already found the plant she needed and was very happy about it. Everything was in bloom and there was a lot of medicinal herbs, so the girl did not hesitate and began to actively collect everything. Lynette hoped that she could find herbs similar in composition to the medicine she gave the gardener to help. Also, in addition to the necessary grass, the heroine found other types and also took them for herself. But suddenly the girl was distracted by a rustling sound from the forest, and standing up, she looked towards the source of the sound. Lynette tensed a little, but assumed it was a small animal running past. And a split second later, an arrow flies at the heroine, which she miraculously manages to dodge. The girl was very scared, but remembered that it was a hunt, so perhaps the arrow was shot here by mistake. But while Lynette was trying to calm down, another weapon flew into the hem of her dress, and the main character immediately realized that this was not a mistake, and they were aiming right at her, so she decided to quickly return to the camp. Tearing her dress to escape, Lynette ran through the forest at great speed. At this time, the girl continued to be attacked, and she realized that dying here from arrows was too stupid and she needed to speed up. But suddenly, the main character was called, and she turned around in fear. Noticing another arrow, Lynette closed her eyes and almost resigned herself to her death. At the last second, Oscar hugged his wife and, in doing so, saved her life. The heroine, seeing the young man's wounded shoulder, immediately began to panic and rushed to help. But the Count reassured Lynette and said that everything was fine, so there was no need to worry. Oscar also added that he is now nearby and the girl is no longer in any danger. Lynette agreed with this and immediately began to cry, as she was very afraid for the young man. Oscar began to stretch his hand to pull out the arrow and asked the heroine not to cry, because the wound was not deep. But the girl noticed that the young man wanted to pull out the arrow and immediately stopped him, because the bleeding could intensify. After these words, the Count was confused, and Lynette explained that first you just need to break off the shaft. Oscar listened and asked suspiciously if the servants were again a source of information for first aid, and the heroine agreed. Having shortened the arrow, the young man began to think about his next steps, since it was unclear where the attack was coming from, and it was unknown where the next arrow would come from. Lynette continued to worry because the Count was wounded because of her, and so the girl said that she would heal him now. But Oscar grabbed his wife's hand, not letting her touch him, and a little worriedly, the young man asked the girl not to do anything. Then the young man squatted down and told the heroine to be quiet. After all, a large bear was heading towards the couple, which, through carelessness, could have become the cause of their death. Seeing the danger, Lynette couldn't believe her eyes and panicked greatly, which made her hug the Count even tighter. But still, the main character tried not to make a sound while the beast passed by them. Then Lynette whispered to herself and asked if this was the bear the young man wanted to catch, and the girl herself did not understand when she had managed to enter the hunting zone. And turning her gaze, the heroine saw that the predator had already passed by, so she breathed a sigh of relief. At that very second, Edward came out from behind the bushes, whom the girl immediately noticed. Lynette didn't hesitate and immediately looked out from her hiding place, starting to call the guy. Edward was very surprised to see the Countess, but realized that she was not alone but with Oscar. The young man sat down next to the hero and began to express his indignation at the one who dared to shoot an arrow at a man, and also said with concern that the Count needed help. Lynette still hadn't calmed down, and again began asking her husband about his condition. But Edward interrupted and said that Oscar was as strong as a bear, so there was no need to worry so much. And the main character no longer responded to any words and, due to her worries, did not take her eyes off the Count. Oscar himself also turned to his wife and explained that he was fine and was not in any pain. But Lynette was only thinking about why, looking at the wounded Count, she only did what she cried and could not act like a doctor. In addition, the main character is comforted by the patient, so she realized that it was time to come to her senses. And when Edward decided to help Oscar get home, the girl immediately began to offer her help, to which the Count refused and said that he could go himself. Already at the estate, Jane offered Lynette to change clothes, but the heroine preferred to remain in what she was wearing for now. In her mind, the girl assumed that the only one who could target her was Alan Callops, and everything would have been fine with Lynette because she has healing abilities. But Oscar was wounded, and he refused healing. The main character immediately thought that the Count knew about her abilities. But then the girl realized that it would have been more appropriate to say not to make noise, since there was a bear there. Having finished her thoughts, Lynette nevertheless asked Jane to help her change her dress, to which the servant was surprised, and the heroine explained that she needed to meet Oscar. After all, Oscar first hurt his hand because of Lynette, and now his shoulder. And although the main character understood that it was not her fault, her conscience still tormented her and gave her no peace. The girl cannot use healing abilities because the secret can be found out. However, this does not mean that Lynette cannot look after her husband and change his bandages at night. Oscar woke up from the strange rustling sounds and, turning around, saw the heroine, which surprised him greatly. Having called the girl a strict doctor, the guy immediately warned that the doctor had taken care of everything earlier. But the Countess still insisted on her own, talking about the possible deterioration of the condition at night. With a smile, the main character asked if the girl was going to sit there all night, to which Lynette immediately agreed. But the guy said that he would hardly be able to fall asleep because of his wife's burning gaze. Suddenly, the girl was attracted by a sound from the other side of the room, and before the heroine could say anything, Oscar sat down and immediately remembered who exactly was making these sounds. There was a small rabbit there, which the Count had caught especially for the girl. And Lynette instantly remembered that the guy had promised to bring her an animal. The heroine completely forgot about the conversation, admiring Oscar and even starting to fantasize about a scene that in fact never happened. Stroking the fluffy little rabbit, the Countess sat and looked at him with a smile. At one point, the little animal put its head to the girl's hand, showing complete friendliness. And the heroine was shocked and at the same time emotional because the rabbit was too cute. Lynette actually thought that the guy would bring the animal dead. But Oscar believes that someone who values life needs a living animal. And although the guy was unable to win the hunting tournament, he was glad that he was able to please his wife. Watching the girl, the Count suggested that she stop watching him and go to bed. Lynette realized that at such moments she felt like a child and told the young man that she wanted to be together a little longer. The couple ended up lying on the bed, staring at each other. Oscar decided to joke, saying that the girl would soon drill a hole in him with her gaze, but Lynette immediately began to seriously deny it. But the stern face was replaced by empathy, and the heroine asked if they had found the shooter. To which Oscar replied in the negative and asked Lynette not to take the blame. Suddenly, the Count remembered when the girl said that it would be better if she were the one wounded and sick, and he voiced this, thereby embarrassing the heroine. The young man also added that apparently he also does not want to see his wife being hurt, which is precisely why the guy covered her with himself. Lynette had absolutely no idea what to answer since they were alone, and therefore there was no point in playing a loving couple. And if the young man continues to behave like this and show tenderness, then the heroine will completely misunderstand him. In the dream, memories began to appear where the prince did not understand why the girl could not use her abilities. And Lynette explained that even if she wanted to, she simply couldn't do it anyway. The man could not bear such terrible information and hit the heroine on the cheek. And then the prince called the girl useless, to which she turned away and simply looked away silently. And the man continued and said that the heroine is a girl who lacks strength and intelligence, so she is only suitable as a bride. The nightmare made Lynette sweat, and she couldn't lie still. Oscar, as soon as he noticed this, was surprised and could not understand whether the girl was really having a bad dream. Taking his wife by the hand, the guy began to look at Lynette with empathy and understood that if the nightmares did not stop, he would have to wake her up. And clasping his hands together, the young man continued to watch, trying to calm his wife down. But suddenly, Lynette started talking in her sleep and begging someone not to leave. Oscar was surprised and, looking at the Countess, gently called her. But the heroine did not wake up from this. The dream was so terrible that the girl began to cry and continued to beg not to leave her. The young man, looking at all this, could not even imagine what exactly Lynette could have gone through to dream of such a thing. And moving closer to the girl, Oscar began to say that he would not leave her, trying to calm her down. Even if the main character pushes the young man away, he will still continue to reach out to her. In the end, the words reached the girl even through her sleep, which is why she stopped crying and even smiled. The next morning, the Duchess was already sitting with Lynette and Marie at the table, drinking tea. The heroine was tormented by the thought that she had promised to help Oscar, but in fact had fallen into a sweet sleep. As it turns out, there is a reason for this gathering between the girls. The woman gathered everyone to say that there would be changes in the management of the mansion, in which the girls would participate. Marie was surprised by this information, so she asked again. Until now, part of the management of the household affairs had been entrusted to Marie, since the Duchess trusted her as a member of the family. However, seeing Lynette's sincerity and hearing the words from the servants, his opinion changed. And the woman thinks it would be a good idea to gradually hand over housework responsibilities, Lynette. Marie was not very happy with this news, and said that it was all presented a bit unexpectedly. The princess added and said that if nothing serious happens, then Marie is the next Duchess, and there is nothing terrible in this information, especially if you tell it in advance. Everything that was said shocked Marie too much, but she was finished off by the words that she and David still had not gotten married. Lynette immediately realized that the Duchess had taken her request too seriously. After all, earlier the girl asked the princess about what interested her. Namely, the heroine asked whether David and Marie were married. And the woman answered with a smile that the couple was only engaged, and there was no wedding. After thinking about the Duchess's words, the girl decided to assume that due to her mistrust of Lynette, Marie took on all the responsibilities for managing the mansion. But the princess immediately denied this and explained that Marie wished to do this because she had been living on this estate for a long time. And after these words, the main character said that she had a request. At the moment, the woman was saying that it would be wrong to leave all the worries to Lynette. Therefore, the Duchess thought it would be a good idea for the girls to collaborate in managing the mansion. After meeting with the princess, the main character headed to the village of Trom. Sitting in the carriage, Lynette was pleased with Marie's puzzled expression after the news from the Duchess. And since the heroine will take over the management of the mansion's affairs, Oscar's position will be strengthened. This meant that the sooner the Count became a duke, the sooner he and Lynette would divorce, and the girl was very happy about this. At this time, the carriage had already arrived at its destination, and the servant informed the heroine about it. The man immediately extended his hand to Lynette to help her off the transport. The girl, hoping that she could trust the servant, asked him to keep this entire trip a secret from Oscar. And although the man understood that something was wrong, he still agreed and told the Countess not to worry. After these words, Lynette praised the servant and asked him to wait near the carriage, and she herself went to the place she needed. Memories from the past began to return many times more actively, and now almost every night the main character dreams of different places. But most often in these dreams, the village of Trom is repeated, and also the heroine of the novel often showed the girl her house, which she came to. Lynette was immediately drawn to the letter that stood out among the books on the bookshelf. Having opened the envelope, the main character saw that the text was written in her handwriting and was very surprised. The letter itself stated that the heroine of the novel was no longer alive, and that Mrs. Potter needed to be informed about this. And noticing the address written below, the girl assumed that this was the house of that very woman. Lynette finished reading and realized that the heroine of the novel, living in a cold mansion and having no one on her side, foresaw her death. Realizing this, the girl became sad, because in order to accept such a future, the heroine of the novel clearly experienced a lot of pain and loneliness. As a result, Lynette immediately went to the address indicated in the letter. Knocking on the door, the main character introduced herself and began to wait for an answer. A minute later, the woman opened the door and, not believing what she heard, asked again who had come to see her. Lynette, however, noticed Mrs. Potter's eyes and was surprised that she was blind. The girl then introduced herself again and suggested that the woman had been waiting for her for a long time. Having made sure that a loved one had arrived, the grandmother immediately burst into tears and froze in surprise. But afterward, the woman calmed the heroine down and invited her inside, saying that everything was going as it should. Potter immediately began to talk about how happy she was and how worried she was, because something terrible could have happened due to the impossibility of meeting. To these words, Lynette apologized and explained her absence by saying that she was busy with business in the mansion, so she did not have time to come. And in her thoughts, the girl became a little worried, because she realized the seriousness of the situation and that the Lynette that the woman knew was no longer there. The heroine also remembered that she saw a white-haired blind woman in her memories and assumed that she was Myers, who had lost her abilities, and the medicines that the heroine of the novel bought from the Duke she gave to the village of Trom. And this woman is a good friend of Lynette from the Myers family. At this point, Mrs. Potter continued and said that she had something to tell the girl. An epidemic began in a neighboring village a month ago. Watery blisters appeared on the body, and first children fell ill. And then their parents were infected. Lynette assumed it was shingles, but then realized it was not a very contagious disease, and asked if the children were getting small spots in their mouths and on their skin. The woman was very surprised that the heroine named the correct symptoms and confirmed her words. Hearing this, the girl was almost sure that it was stomatitis and said that there had been children with similar symptoms before. Mrs. Potter was glad to hear that it was nothing serious and said that the medicine made by the guild was helping, and now all the children were getting better. The woman also reported that she had finished making the medicine, at Lynette's request, for the aristocrat who had complained about her health. The main character immediately understood that they were talking about Lucia and said that she was glad to hear so much good news. Mrs. Potter agreed to this, but asked if the girl had any plans to reveal her name to the clan. After all, the reason the clan can create medicine is because of the donations Lynette gave them, and the woman was upset that no one knew about all her efforts. But the main character explained that in her position, it was better to hide the fact that she belonged to the Myers family, because if it became known that someone like her was donating money, there would be gossip. To these words, Mrs. Potter said that the girl's opinion had not changed at all, and Lynette herself was glad that her answer coincided with the thoughts of the heroine of the novel. And considering Lynette's actions before the girl took over her body, everything now looks natural. And this is the only reason to lead a double life as an aristocrat and a secret benefactor of the village of Trom. Having thought everything over, the heroine said that she is now looking for a way to make the medicine faster. The girl also added that there is one person interested in medicine, and most likely she will be able to get help in the production and distribution of the medicine. After these words, Lynette remembered that she had brought the necessary funds for the clan and handed them to the woman. And then the heroine explained that the clan should use all of this as needed until her next visit. Mrs. Potter immediately thanked Lynette, but asked how the girl herself was feeling, since she had a lot of work. But the main character told her not to worry, because after all, she was Countess Roger. The woman agreed, and said she was sure that if Lily and her mother knew about Lynette's efforts, they would be grateful. The girl thanked him and in her mind assumed that Lily was the child whose portrait she'd seen. And apparently the girl was important to the heroine of the novel, since Mrs. Potter mentioned her, and perhaps it was for Lily's sake that Lynette continued to lead a double life. Just like the main character worked as a doctor to keep the promise she made to her grandfather. From all this, Lynette concluded that she and the heroine of the novel had more in common than she had assumed. Closer to night, Oscar met with his servant, who carried out his requests for intelligence information. The girl said that Lynette stopped in the forest near the village of Kentra and headed to the Potter house. But in the forest itself, the servant was unable to follow the heroine, as she was too cautious and returned after about 30 minutes. And when the young man asked who Mrs. Potter was, the girl said that she was a townswoman who worked in plant growing in the village. And the servant also added and said that the woman seemed to be blind. The Count immediately remembered that there were people in the Myers clan who were unable to see. And according to the seller, there are rumors that the young member of the Myers clan is also alive. Therefore, most likely this person maintains contact with others. And remembering the day of the tournament, Oscar realized that the wounds on Lynette's face healed very quickly. So, as expected, the Count was right, and the heroine belongs to the Myers family. But the young man's thoughts were interrupted by the servant, who said that she had a question. And continuing, the girl asked if Oscar had any reason to follow the Countess. The young man did not understand why she suddenly had doubts, because after receiving the order, the servant said nothing. The girl immediately began to talk about how she owed her life to the Count, because he took her in when she had nowhere to go and even taught her fencing. And by becoming the young man's servant, the girl wanted to repay his kindness, and even now she believes that what she does will help Oscar's happiness. But the girl continued and said that Lynette seemed to her to be a simple person, and contrary to the judgments about her, she was a kind countess who cared about those around her and thought about her husband. So the servant said that if Oscar had doubts about the heroine, she hoped he could resolve these misunderstandings. The young man was a little surprised and noticed that the girl had grown up and become too bold, as she began to worry not only about the peace of her master, but also to take care of her mistress. After these words, the servant felt very ashamed and apologized, but the Count said that she had nothing to worry about. And continuing, Oscar explained that he did not doubt Lynette, but was only worried that something might happen to her. But the girl still didn't understand why they had to put someone under surveillance on the heroine if they saw each other every day. So, warning that it was impudent of her, the servant asked if Oscar loved Lynette, which left the young man in great shock. The young man immediately shouted and asked what the girl meant, since such a question was awkward for him. But in fact, the Count thought about it and realized that he was smiling at the sight of the heroine, and he was also interested in what she was doing, so he asked to follow her. Oscar doesn't want to see Lynette's worried face, so even if it hurts him, he doesn't want her to praise him. But the young man is tense when the heroine reminds him that their relationship is nothing more than contractual. After thinking it over, the young man still answered the servant, saying that it was quite natural to treat each other with love, because he and Lynette were a married couple. And at this point, the Count decided to end, so he thanked the girl for the information and sent her off to rest. Oscar watched them go and continued to think about his wife with a slight sadness. In the morning, Lynette stood in front of the door and planned to ask the Count about his condition, since the doctor had come to see him today. But when she opened the door, the girl saw Robert and was very scared. The servant wished the heroine good morning, and although she reciprocated, she did not understand why the young man came, and assumed that something had happened to Oscar. Robert was a little confused, and asking for forgiveness for frightening the girl, turned his gaze downwards. And then the servant handed over a gift box, saying that he wanted to keep only this one. At that moment, Jane came up and wanted to ask Lynette about things, but her attention was drawn to Robert. Therefore, the maid immediately came closer and greeted the young man questioningly. And before she had time to ask the purpose of the visit, the girl received that very gift in her hands and froze in place from incomprehension. Robert turned around and headed towards the exit, wishing everyone a good day, while the heroines continued to stand, trying to comprehend what was happening. But then Lynette thought about it and assumed that Robert had been standing there since the morning to give Jane the gift. Although the maid herself thought differently, and interrupting the girl's thoughts, Jane said that there was expensive chocolate in the box, and apparently she should give it to the Countess. After all, during this time, Lynette had earned a good reputation, and most likely Robert also found out about it, so Jane would leave the chocolate on the table. But the main character didn't want the young man to hate her, so she panicked and said that she didn't like chocolate. And as she began to quickly leave, Lynette also added that Robert had given the chocolate to Jane, which meant it was now hers. As soon as the girl left the room, she thought about it and, assuming that Robert was unrequitedly in love with Jane, decided that she should watch them. The maid stood there surprised because, in addition to the unexpected gift, she realized that Lynette had eaten chocolate cake yesterday. At this time, Oscar was walking in the yard and was glad that he could already move, despite a slight pain in his shoulder. But suddenly someone called the young man and forced him to stop. It was Lynette, who was unhappy that the Earl was already on his feet and therefore wondered why he was walking. After all, the doctor told Oscar to rest for another 10 days. After listening to his wife, the Count blushed deeply and did not know what to answer. But the young man realized that he had no choice but to admit that he had fallen in love with Lynette. As a result, Oscar asked whether the reason for the girl's arrival was that she missed him very much, to which she indignantly agreed, because not finding the Count in bed, she became interested in where he was. Hearing this, the young man immediately pressed the heroine to himself and hugged her tightly, reciprocating. But the girl did not like such unexpected hugs, and she pushed her husband away, asking what he was doing. Oscar was very confused by this because he did not expect such a sharp reaction. But the Count explained that they had not seemed like a married couple for a long time, so here, where there were servants, he decided to try to play. Lynette said nothing to these words, but she thought that Oscar seemed sincere to her, and his expression was as if he had fallen in love. And then the girl explained that it was only because the young man was injured, because of the heroine, that she was acting as if they were a married couple. But the Count responded by saying that he had not thought about it. Continuing, Lynette asked Oscar to go and rest, since even a light walk involved the upper body. But the young man asked with a smile if the heroine would go with him, to which the girl said that he went out too often and she had no choice but to stay close. Oscar was, at home and at work, a man who lived up to the expectations of others and had nothing to worry about. And even if the Count has to pretend to be so weak in front of Lynette, he still wants her to worry about him and stay by his side. A week later, Oscar's shoulder pain was almost gone and everything was moving quickly towards recovery. And no matter how much the young man did not want to admit it, the medicine sent by Prince Haribo helped a lot. The Count tried to listen to Lynette and not go outside, so out of boredom, the boy decided to look out the window. In the courtyard, Oscar saw the main character, who was getting ready to go somewhere again, and the young man did not understand what she was so busy with, that she had been going somewhere every day lately. But the Count heard that the girl had slowly begun to take charge of the mansion and assumed that there was a lot of work to do. Oscar was also bothered by the fact that Lynette did not tell him that she was from the Myers family, and the young man thought that this was because the heroine believed that he would not take her side. And if the Count's guess is correct, then he cannot just sit still. At the Haribo estate, a maid asked Lynette to wait as the Duke would be arriving soon. The girl sat and did not understand why she felt like she was at an interview every time she came here. But the heroine's attention was drawn to the changes in the room, namely the absence of flowers. Everything was replaced with non-flowering plants, and the girl immediately assumed that they believed her after all. And while Lynette was looking around, Max had already arrived and greeted the heroine. Seeing the prince, the girl immediately stood up and bowed, greeting him in return. The young man sat down opposite and said that he had not heard from Lynette for a long time, so now he was surprised by such a sudden visit. But the heroine was a little surprised because she had sent the prince a warning letter a week ago, and Max explained that usually other nobles give him a month's notice because he is too busy. Lynette immediately remembered what the other ladies had said about the Duke being busy and realized that they had indeed been telling the truth. When the prince asked about the medicine he sent, the girl said that thanks to it, the wound healed quickly, and Oscar was very grateful. But the young man did not believe that the Count was grateful to him and said that the heroine was a bad liar, to which Lynette was confused and realized that she should not have mentioned Oscar. Max eventually changed the subject and asked about who had shot that day and whether that person had been identified. The main character, realizing that there was no reason to keep everything a secret from the young man, received medication from him and told him that they were still looking for the shooter. After all, arrows with a family crest engraved on them are usually used, but in this case the tip was empty, so the culprit still cannot be found. The girl immediately asked Max if he had any suggestions on this matter, but the young man answered in the negative and said that he wanted to get information from her. But Lynette realized that she only had suspicions about Alan, so there was no point in discussing it here. After these thoughts, the heroine expressed her surprise about the flowers being removed from the room and asked about the princess's well-being. And Max said that after he followed the girl's advice, Lucia's condition improved significantly, and now she has no problems breathing at night. Lynette was pleased that there was a result, but explained that this was not a cure and that specialized treatment was needed. At these words, the prince exhaled and said that he did not know how to approach this issue, and the girl saved him the trouble. Continuing, the young man reminded that he still had not received an answer regarding his proposal. The main character didn't understand what was being discussed at first, but she still remembered the proposal for partnership. But before she gave her answer, Lynette said that she needed to clarify something, as she did not have as much knowledge about medicines and medicinal herbs as Max thought. That's why the girl said that she has connections with people who have been researching the field of medicine for a long time. The prince was immediately interested and asked for details about these people. But Lynette refused to provide information and added that she wanted to become the prince's partner. However, the heroine asked the young man to promise her that he would not question or find out the origins of these people, since she wanted to create and supply medicines with them as business partners. And this was precisely one of the girl's main conditions. Lynette also understood that Max could refuse, but this condition was necessary to protect the inhabitants of Trom Village. But the prince, without any unnecessary questions or hesitation, agreed to cooperate with the girl. After all, the young man understands that the heroine vouches for the abilities and knowledge of these people, so all that matters to him is getting the result. After these words, Max added and said that if any help was needed, the girl could tell him. Lynette said that they would share the methods of using medicines and the methods of preparing them, and the prince would cover the costs and organize the route. And the goal of the heroine and Max is to make medicines available not only to nobles but also to ordinary citizens, and the profits will be divided equally. The young man agreed, but said that usually the one who created the medicine vouched for its effectiveness. And since the prince trusts Lynette, he is ready to make generous investments. But Max also warned that it would be difficult for the girl to develop the business while keeping the source of the medicine a secret. The main character realized that the young man was right, because there were rumors about her that she was a dissolute villain. And if Lynette suddenly starts making medicines, then there will be no trust in her as a manufacturer. Therefore, the girl told the prince that she hoped that he would find a trustworthy person. Seeing the confusion in Max's eyes, the heroine realized that it was difficult to explain such things in this world, so she repeated and said that they needed to find a representative who would vouch for the medicine. And the prince realized that it was necessary to put forward a man who would please the common people and pretend that he was in charge of this matter. Max really liked this idea, but the girl had the feeling that she had taught him something bad. In the end, the young man agreed and said that if he found a representative, he would draw up a contract on the terms proposed by Lynette. After the discussion of cooperation was over, the prince asked if Oscar knew about the heroine's plans. The girl answered negatively, and in her thoughts, she understood that this matter was a way to survive after gaining independence, and the count did not need to know about it. Max nodded and said that in that case he would also keep it all a secret from Oscar. And having said that the conversation today had been pleasant, Lynette headed towards the carriage. Having entered the transport, the girl realized that she was very tired, but was pleased that the conversation went well. But the main character was uneasy about the fact that the prince was the one whose true intentions were unknown. And if Oscar is like a puppy, then Max is a fox. Realizing this, Lynette immediately thought warmly about how sweet and good the count was. But the heroine suddenly came to her senses and realized that this was not something she needed to think about. After all, the girl began to cherish the man she was going to divorce. At this time, Oscar arrived at the store of that grandfather from the Myers family. The young man wanted to ask the man a few questions and was sure that the store was still open. But before the count had time to open the door, a passerby standing nearby announced that the store was closed today. Continuing, the man explained that the owner had fallen ill a few days ago, and there had been no change for 3 or 4 days. Oscar realized that it was unknown when the seller would arrive, and therefore he would have to return today, because he couldn't just wait. So the count thanked the man for the information and headed towards the carriage. And although this store's day off was unexpected, the young man assumed that nothing serious had happened. Already in the mansion, Oscar accidentally met Lynette, who had also just returned. The girl immediately asked where the count had been, to which he replied that he had to meet someone and inquired about the heroine's pastime. And Lynette said that she went to the Duke of Haribo's mansion because she thought she should thank him for giving Oscar the medicine. The young man did not like these words, and his appearance immediately became gloomy. Oscar realized that the same thing had happened at the ball, and jealously assumed that Max had an interest in the heroine. And while Lynette looked questioningly at her husband, the young man began to think that Prince Haribo was the reason why the girl was asking for a divorce. After these thoughts, the young man imagined how Lynette and Max looked together, which made him feel uneasy. But Oscar still realized that he was not thinking about this, because the girl, thinking about him, went to the residence of Duke Haribo. In the end, the main character said that he would go and headed in the right direction. And the young man himself thought that first of all he needed to take a walk and clear his head. Lynette looked after the count with concern and realized that he looked as if something had happened. Sitting in the room, Oscar thought that he needed to talk about all this with his wife, because if his assumptions were the real reason for the divorce, then he would not be able to stand it. And the young man also realized that Lynette had been acting strangely lately. But the count was frightened by Robert, who called him, and he immediately asked how long the servant had been standing there. And the guy said that he had just watched a couple in the hallway. Oscar was a little indignant, but Robert interrupted him and explained that he was no different from his shadow. But then the servant said that it didn't matter, and if the count loved Lynette, then he would like to support and help him, regardless of his opinion. After all, this is the duty of a young man as a servant. Oscar did not agree with this and explained that this was far from love. But Robert said that he was convinced of his feelings when he saw the gleam in the Count's eyes as he looked at Lynette, and he was sure that he had definitely fallen in love. And continuing, the servant said that otherwise there was no reason to feel such strong jealousy after the girl told about meeting with another man. Robert also believed that for a capable and excellent man like Oscar, there was no reason why the heroine could not like him. Therefore, the young man wants to help the Count with great enthusiasm. Oscar himself looked at him in surprise and was shocked that he was listening to lectures from Robert. During the meal, the prince announced that an archduke was hosting a reception in his recently built country house, which had been under construction on the shores of Lake Sakarina for several years. And turning to Oscar, the man suggested that he was not feeling well, and therefore he would go with David. But the young man said that he could already move quite well, so he would also go with Lynette. Marie was immediately glad that they would all go together, because the Archduke's receptions were famous for their luxury, and everyone would have a good time. The princess agreed with this and warned that they needed to leave early, since the journey by carriage took about an hour. The woman also said that there are things that one should be careful about when talking about. Next month, the Archduke plans to appoint his official successor, and the first is ill and the second is too greedy, so the princess is very worried. And the woman asked, if possible, to be careful with conversations about heirs, and it would be better not to touch on this topic at all, even when there was a conversation with nobles. David agreed that this was indeed a very delicate issue, and listened to his mother's words. Lynette, however, was thinking that this whole situation was similar to this estate, and the condition of the contract between the Count and the heroine was Oscar's duchy, and the condition for receiving the title was maintaining the marriage. But now that the relationship has improved, the girl believes that it is possible to discuss matters with the current duke. Lynette also thinks that Oscar could not leave his beloved man and live with an unloved wife. So she needs to ask the Count everything, because the girl cannot wait any longer. But after these thoughts, the heroine felt a little sad, and she could not understand the exact reason. After eating, the girl asked Oscar about his shoulder, to which the young man replied that everything was fine, and he could not send her to the appointment alone. Lynette was pleased to hear this, as it would be difficult for her to be surrounded by girls like that time. The heroine then said that she assumed that the young man was upset by her constant grumbling and apologized for it. And after that, the girl decided to ask whether Oscar had spoken to his father about the title. The Count said that he and the prince were discussing this, but there was no progress so far, and he asked the heroine the purpose of such a question. The young man himself understood that the reason was his divorce from Lynette, so his mood immediately worsened. And the girl confirmed Oscar's assumptions, explaining that the faster things go, the better. Hearing this, the Count coldly replied that as soon as he received the title, they would divorce. And then Oscar asked the girl why she had been thinking only about divorce all this time, to which the heroine was very surprised and asked again. To these words, the young man, upset, suggested that he was a very bad husband. So Oscar immediately said that if Lynette needed money, he would give her much more than he had given her until today. But the heroine herself was confused and interrupted the Count, saying that he had misunderstood her. And continuing, the girl confidently said that Oscar loves Marie. But the young man was very shocked by this, and he indignantly asked what Lynette meant. The girl felt awkward because she was confident in her words and in herself. After all, the novel Lynette found herself in was written completely differently. The main characters were Marie and Oscar, where the young man was unrequitedly in love with the girl, and Lynette was sure that everything was happening according to the plot. But looking at Oscar's face, the heroine began to have doubts. At this time, the Count decided to remind the girl that Marie was David's beloved, which is why she immediately began to agree to everything. Continuing, the young man said that Marie was like a younger sister to him and nothing more, because they grew up together. Therefore, the Count has no reason to love Marie, and these words left the girl in great shock. And while the heroine was trying to come to her senses, Oscar continued and added that he and Marie were just good friends. The girl continued to stand and remain silent, since the current Count differs too much from the book. Already at the reception, the couple walked through the courtyard of the mansion, and while they had an awkward silence between each other, the Duchess commented on everything she saw. Lynette couldn't fall asleep after that conversation, because even if you think about it, this world is very different from the book. And the heroine was so ashamed that she regretted both her words and, in general, her assumptions. Suddenly, the thought came into the Countess's head that Oscar might not have been pretending all this time, and that his actions were sincere. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Lynette decided to say that the garden was indeed beautiful, while she thought about her assumption and how stupid it was. But Oscar responded to the compliment about the garden in a rather ambiguous way and surprised the heroine in the same way. As it turned out, the Count was choosing his words to say that Lynette was more beautiful than all the flowers in the garden. But the girl thought it was just a terrible show for the audience. Finally, having thanked him for the compliment, the heroine turned her face away, which surprised the young man and made the Duchess laugh. But the thought that Oscar didn't love her at all made the heroine upset and think that she was delirious. The guy didn't understand Lynette's reaction and therefore felt awkward. After that conversation, the young man realized that the girl misunderstood what kind of relationship there was between him and Marie, so he began to read the book about seduction that Robert gave him, and now he said everything exactly according to the instructions. And while the girl was thinking that Oscar's feelings were a deception, the Count himself understood that he expected a different reaction from his wife. In the mansion itself, the Archduke greeted everyone and said words of gratitude for everyone coming. While the man was speaking, Marie stood on the balcony and watched from the side, and Alan was already walking towards the girl. The heroine immediately asked whether the young man had planned everything carefully, to which he responded with dissatisfaction. After all, it was quite difficult for Alan to fix what Marie had done, and he was very angry. Earlier, the couple, under cover of night, gathered in an alley to discuss an important topic. Marie asked Alan to speak faster, as people might think of something bad. The guy himself had a huge mark from the roses on his face, which he tried to cover with his hand. Alan was very angry and asked if the heroine was really in her right mind. Continuing, the young man asked what the girl was thinking when she shot a bow in a crowded place. The guy was shouting that according to the plan, they were only supposed to drive Lynette out of the mansion and nothing more. After all, if it turns out that the main character is from the Myers family, then Alan's father will be executed for hiding her earlier. And it is because of Marie that a real nightmare could happen to the young man's father. The girl reacted emotionlessly, considering the guy's words and reaction strange. After all, Marie thought that Alan hated his sister very much and did not see the difference between returning to the estate and murder. But looking at the young man's reaction, the girl assumed that he felt affection for Lynette as if she were a family member and laughed at this. The guy replied that not everyone wants to kill a person out of hatred, like Marie. But the young man also added and explained that Lynette could not be killed, and if it were not for her father, she would have been dead long ago. Marie agreed with the guy's words, justifying herself by saying that it was a special measure. The girl falsely accused Lynette, saying that she didn't like the rose garden. And it was Marie who pushed the main character into the water, hoping that she would die. And the main thing is that it was Marie who gave the girl poison tea, but still she didn't care at all. The guy agreed and thought about the girl's words, because Lynette hadn't been acting brazenly lately either. Eventually, the young man extended his hand to propose a deal and immediately negotiate it. Alan immediately said that the Archduke was going to hold a reception in a country house, and the mansion itself was located on the shore of a lake. And Lynette's weakness is water, so there's no better place to kill. Marie immediately asked again, since Alan had said earlier that it was impossible to kill the heroine. The young man agreed with this, but then said that a toy is something that you can always play with. Currently, while chatting on the balcony, the couple discussed the plan, where Alan specified that Marie was quite cruel. The young man himself, because of the situation with the roses, no longer cares whether Lynette will be alive until his father catches him. But Alan did not understand the reason for Marie's hatred of Lynette and said so. Marie, with a smile, rephrased these words into a rhetorical question. After all, when Lynette came to the mansion, she took too much from Marie. The main character took back the promise her beloved brothers made to each other in childhood. The girl also took away a family who promised that they would never leave Marie alone. And Lynette also took the mansion, which was full of good people who loved Marie with all their hearts. Everything was fine until the main character arrived. But the girl made a decision, and Marie will no longer allow anything to be taken from her. The day was warm, and the timing was perfect for a tour of the mansion. Hours earlier, the family stood by the water and listened to a story about a garden on the lake. Marie, meanwhile, expressed admiration for the beauty of the landscape, and while everyone was discussing the beauty of the landscape, Lynette herself felt fear when she was near the water. The heroine had memories of her mother shouting at the girl to run and save herself. The woman asked her to run and not look back, which is what little Lynette did. And later, when all of the Myers were tied up, the knights asked about the heroine, who had managed to escape. Eventually, the knights began shouting for everyone to enter the water one by one. And since this was the order of the king's majesty, the entire Myers family was thrown into the water without exception. Even though it was a completely different lake, Lynette still couldn't look at it. Oscar noticed his wife's discomfort and condition, which made him a little tense. Walking to the banquet hall, he was also introduced and shown around, and he looked luxurious. And having invited everyone for tea with various sweets, they wished everyone to have a good time in pleasant conversations. Marie looked at Oscar with a smile and said that she would go and greet the ladies and that they would meet in the evening. But the Count immediately said that they did not have to see each other constantly. Having heard the conversation between Oscar and Marie, the heroine immediately realized that she could see the countesses from the garden again. So Lynette started thinking of a plan to avoid running into the girls like last time. At this time, Oscar, approaching the heroine, told her not to drink today, which greatly surprised her. Remembering the moment in the bedroom, the guy decided not to explain the reason and simply forbade the girl to drink for her own safety. The heroine, having handed the young man a sweet, asked him to also abstain from alcohol, while she herself tried to understand the reason for the ban. And while Oscar was eating a delicious cupcake, Lynette began to interrogate him about his shoulder. The young man replied that his shoulder did not bother him much, which put the heroine in a difficult position. Thinking about it, Lynette realized that it would be easier to quietly cure her husband, but he would definitely guess everything. And suddenly, the girl's attention was drawn to a guest who entered the hall. This guest turned out to be Max, who as usual was dressed in luxurious attire. The guy was busy with another conversation among his acquaintances. The heroine realized that it was not worth approaching the young man yet, although the question about the fake boss interested her very much. Suddenly, Oscar, noticing his wife's gaze, asked about her interest in the Duke, which immediately confused the girl, and said that she was simply thinking about the guy's popularity. The Count was still tense and a little upset, which made him immediately wonder what exactly he was missing compared to Max. Suddenly, the girl frowned and said that she thought so. The heroine was sure that Oscar was not feeling well, but in fact this was not the case at all. And the girl began to push her husband and tell him to go and rest in the carriage, especially since the Duchess had already arrived and she would not be alone. No matter how much the Count tried to say that he was fine, the heroine still tried to escort him to the carriage while the others watched from the side. At this time, one of the girls, turning to Marie, said that she would do everything as the heroine said. Marie smiled at these words and was glad to hear that her plans would have results. Suddenly, Prince Haribo approached Lynette and said that he had found a representative. The heroine was delighted by this news and asked who exactly it was, but the guy refused to talk about it. And having suggested holding negotiations in the next few days, the guy promised that he would tell everything at them. Delighted by this news, Lynette agreed to meet. In the end, Max, wishing the heroine a good time, said that it was time for him to go since he needed to say hello to everyone. After all, Duke Haribo hardly ever shows up at meetings, and everyone wants to exchange at least a few words with him. Suddenly, a man came up from behind and asked if her current husband was no longer satisfying the girl, which shocked her. As it turned out, it was Duke Callips, and concurrently, the one who stole the heroine. The man came to say that he had heard that Lynette had come to the duchy recently to see him, and that she had become calmer. Looking at her father, the girl realized that it was clear from his face that he was burning with anger. And clenching her fist, the heroine asked if the man had come only for this, to which the Duke explained that the king had promised that he would soon hand over the rights to manage the detachment responsible for security, and the man was sure that Lynette would not be able to imagine how much effort had been spent to obtain this position. Therefore, casting a stern glance, the prince said that there would be no mercy for any interference with the heroine. Lynette replied that if she found fault with anything, her position would be in jeopardy. The man was shocked by these harsh words from the girl, and the words from the Duke were more like requests than threats, which disappointed Lynette. The prince started shouting, saying that the heroine had completely lost her fear surrounded by so many people. But it was precisely the large number of people that suited the heroine. And turning around, the girl headed in the other direction, saying that she was leaving. The Duke was so angry that he grinned and his nostrils flared with rage, because Lynette was not calmer, as Alan had said earlier. The man walked quickly towards his son. The prince immediately asked why Alan dared to lie to him, which surprised the guy. The man also added that while they were at the ball, Alan should think everything over carefully, because upon returning home, he would be properly punished. The shock of the young man was too strong, and he immediately began to think about everything, trying to understand what exactly the heroine had said. And clenching his fist in anger, Alan realized that his decision was not wrong, and the girl had to die. At this time, the ladies, turning their attention to the sky, noticed how dark it had become. And Lynette, seeing such bad weather, thought that it was as if nature itself was against this ball. Suddenly, someone called the heroine over, apologizing in advance. The girl who had been standing and talking to Marie earlier approached Lynette and asked her name again. Then the heroine greeted him and said that Duke Haribo had sent her. Lynette, noticing the girl, thought that perhaps the Duke had sent her as a fake boss. Therefore, the Countess immediately asked to say her name, to which the heroine introduced herself as Clara Gardner. Clara then asked if the girl had a free minute, as the Duke had sent her to Lynette to talk. The heroine agreed, because she understood that the guy himself was very busy. While discussing today's reception, Clara led the main character in an unknown direction. The girl remarked on the excellent food and the country house itself, while Lynette simply followed her and listened. But agreeing with Clara, the heroine noticed that they were heading to a deserted place, which seemed suspicious. And Lynette said that the girl could convey the Duke's words here, since there were no people here anyway. Clara turned around and replied that the matter was different, and that the young man wanted to show the Countess a certain place. Having asked herself questions, Lynette could not even guess what exactly it could be. Clara smiled and told everything so as not to torment the Countess. Oscar, sitting in the carriage and looking at the rain, was surprised by such a sudden change in the weather. So the young man asked Robert, who was standing nearby, what was going on. The guy replied that he heard from those around him that the storm that started in the southern part was coming here. The Count was extremely shocked by this information and understood the full risk from the approaching cyclone. After all, this is a climatic phenomenon that began in part of the Kingdom of Martin, in which a huge amount of precipitation falls at once. The damage from this storm is so severe that parts of the continent could be underwater. Oscar was angry that it all started now, and Robert expressed his incomprehension because usually he walks for a week. But here the clouds are quickly floating, and the situation is already a little different. The Count immediately began to think, because if it rained like that, there could be huge problems. This means that now is not the time for rest and relaxation. So Oscar got out of the carriage and told Roberto to send a message urgently. The guy also needs to contact the girl while the Count himself returns to the country house, since it is located on the shore of the lake and any mistake can isolate him. The servant was worried and asked the hero to stay while he went to the estate. However, Oscar was persistent and said that he would go on his own, since the main reason for the trip was Lynette. At the banquet, everyone was actively discussing the heavy rain and the dresses that were ruined because of it. The Duchess was excited and looked everywhere for Marie and Lynette. But seeing at least one person from the family, the woman was happy and immediately calmed down. Noticing Marie, the woman immediately shouted her name, which surprised the girl. While the Duchess was talking about how she had been looking for Marie everywhere, the girl herself said that she had been at the estate all this time. After these words, Marie suggested that the woman quickly leave the mansion. However, upon hearing this, the Duchess was very surprised. Suddenly, the doors of the estate swung open and Oscar entered with the aim of finding his wife. Marie began to ask the guy why he didn't take an umbrella, but the Count wasn't interested at all because he only needed Lynette. The girl became confused due to indifference towards her and said that she didn't know where the heroine was at all and decided to just guess her location. But suddenly Oscar turned around and said that since the heroine didn't know, he himself would go and look for Lynette, which surprised Marie. The girl began to stop the guy, saying that it was impolite to appear before the Archduke in such a state. And despite being ignored, Marie continued to dissuade the young man in every possible way, explaining that Lynette herself could come, and what's more, people were looking at them. However, Oscar said that he didn't care what surprised Marie. Turning to the heroine, the Count clearly said that he didn't care about people, and he didn't know what exactly she thought about Lynette. But continuing, the young man said that Lynette was a member of the family and, first and foremost, the Count's wife. That's why Oscar won't return until he finds his wife, so Marie must return without him. The girl was both disappointed and shocked at the same time, which is why she couldn't find the words. And turning to the Duchess, Marie hoped for support from her. However, the woman said with a smile that they would search together to find Lynette faster, and adding, the princess said that no one could leave the heroine alone in such a dangerous place, which outraged Marie and said that even if it was dangerous, it was not worth waiting. The Duchess asked the girl to repeat her words, which left her in shock. And smiling, the woman asked if Marie meant that there was no point in waiting for the Countess. Turning to the hall, the Duchess called out whether anyone had seen Countess Roger. Oscar thanked his mother for this and said that he himself would go and look and search for everything. As a result, Marie was left alone, which made her feel uncomfortable and lonely. The heroine realized that in the entire huge estate, there was no one who was on her side. The girl was extremely annoyed by everything that was happening, but the main thing was the plan and that everything went as it should. Lynette, meanwhile, continued to follow Clara. But the main character began to understand that the girl was walking in circles and saying nothing to the point, which meant that she knew nothing. And Lynette, breaking the silence, said that Duke Haribo had not sent her, which made the girl look back. A little confused, Clara said that there had been a misunderstanding, and she didn't understand what they were talking about. But hearing such a heavy rain, the heroine froze in place from shock. Surprised by such a deterioration in the weather, the girl did not even suspect everything that was happening on the street. Clara smiled and said that in fact she had simply received a request. And while Lynette was listening, a man appeared behind her and swung a heavy object at her. Seeing this, the heroine flinched and immediately went into shock and panic. At this time, Oscar was shouting his wife's name throughout the entire estate, hoping that she would hear and respond. But the young man was already in a panic, since it would not be possible to search every corner of the mansion quickly, and the girl still did not respond. Suddenly, Max came up to Oscar and called him over. The Count immediately asked why Duke Haribo had come here. Max got straight to the point and said that he asked the butler about Lynette. And as it turned out, the butler saw the heroine heading somewhere with some girl. Oscar was also interested in the reason why Max also wanted to find Lynette. But the prince decided not to delay and said directly that he was worried. And the young man also added that now was not a good time for chatting, to which Oscar frowned a little. In the end, the Count decided not to continue this conversation and simply sighed heavily and rubbed the bridge of his nose. And agreeing with the Duke, the young man asked where exactly Lynette and the girl went. At this, Max immediately turned in the right direction and called for him to follow him. Opening her eyes, Lynette began to come to her senses after the blow to the head. But having finally regained consciousness, the heroine realized that she did not know where she was and that it was very dark around. And touching the walls, the girl realized that she was locked in. Lynette remembered that before she was locked in, she had been attacked from behind by a stranger and then lost consciousness. Realizing everything that was happening, the girl panicked even more and began actively calling for help, hoping that she would be heard. But then the heroine realized that the Archduke's residence did not have such a narrow room, which complicated the situation. And looking down, Lynette saw water coming through the cracks. After this, the main character was completely sure that she was underwater, and her fear knew no bounds. At this time, Sylvia ran up to Robert and worriedly told him that Lynette was in danger. But the young man reacted to this quite calmly and told the girl to follow him, to which she was surprised. Having reached the right place, Robert pointed to the ground where there were tracks leading to the lake. After all, the servant found it strange that some person decided to go to the lake when the water level was rising. Sylvia agreed that this all didn't seem very logical and began to voice her assumption. But Robert interrupted the girl and said that it was worth following the tracks and finding out what was going on. Lynette's water level only increased, and the heroine herself continued to hit the walls of the box to be heard. One of the men carrying out the task was unhappy that Clara left first, saying that she was of noble blood, and because of this they had to finish everything themselves. The second accomplice agreed with this, but still said that it all didn't matter anymore, because the work was done, and now all that was left was to return for payment. Before the men could even get their hands on the money, something suddenly gave them a big fright. It was Max and Oscar who stood and watched what was happening with anger. As soon as the prince saw that all the attention was on them, he asked with a smile to tell everything in more detail. The men panicked, and instead of answering, they decided that they needed to run quickly. But Oscar didn't hesitate and put his foot out to knock the criminals to the ground. As a result, one of the men fell into a puddle with a crash and began to look at the Count in panic. The main character looked back sternly and said that if he wanted to stay alive, he had to tell everything. Lynette was thinking at this time that her ability and immortality were of no use when she was trapped, and even if she survived, she would end up in hell again. And now the girl has no choice but to swim out despite the danger of dying. So the heroine began to try to break down one of the walls of the box and pray that she would stay alive. But one of the blows was delivered by a strong electric charge, and some of the boards flew apart. Lynette was very shocked by this, because in addition to not understanding what had happened, there was an unpleasant tingling sensation in her hand. But now there was a huge hole in the box, so the girl took a deep breath and decided to swim. Trying to surface, the heroine realized that she was too deep and she could not see the surface at all. Her strength was waning, but no matter how long Lynette swam, she did not get any closer to the surface and began to lose consciousness. Going to the bottom again, the main character remembered all the most heartfelt moments with Oscar, but did not understand why she was thinking about him at such a moment. The girl also had a moment with their wedding guest when they were just making their vows to each other. At that time, Lynette was glad that she would finally be able to escape from her stepfather's tyranny, and the heroine liked the fact that Oscar didn't love her. Because after the wedding, Lynette needs to leave the mansion as soon as possible. During the ceremony that day, the main character looked with trepidation at the significant bracelet on her hand. When she was a child, Lynette's mother gave her this bracelet and asked her never to take it off. And continuing, the woman added that when the heroine encounters difficulties, instead of her mother and father, the bracelet will give her important advice. Now the girl was already dying, and approaching the bottom, she gradually closed her eyes. But suddenly, someone grabbed the heroine by the waist, and although Lynette did not understand who it was, she felt the long-awaited warmth of hands that pulled her up. Oscar, having pulled the girl to the shore, began to repeat her name in panic, trying to bring her back to her senses. The young man, despite the lack of an answer, continued to shout and ask about how he was feeling, asking to say at least something. Lynette looked at the Count at that moment and silently admired his beauty in a moment of anger. And after a couple of minutes, the heroine finally smiled, and with difficulty, but said that the young man had come to save her. Oscar, continuing to panic, shouted that it could not be otherwise, and he was very afraid of being late. After these words, Lynette sat up and hugged the Count tightly, thanking him for saving her. The heroine was also very grateful that the young man did not abandon her and came to her aid. What was said was unexpected for Oscar, so he froze and could not find words. But in the end, the Count hugged his wife back and called her darling, agreeing with everything she said. The couple was suddenly interrupted by Max, who apologized for distracting them. And continuing, the prince pointed to the criminals and suggested that Oscar now had a lot of work ahead of him. The young man also continued and showed the servants who had been standing waiting for some time after they had arrived, to which Oscar replied that he would interrogate the men later and told everyone to return home first. While in the mansion, Lynette jumped out of bed in panic, but almost immediately realized that she was in her room and calmed down. Realizing everything, the girl assumed that she had lost consciousness after she calmed down upon seeing the Count's face. And turning her gaze to the sleeping Jane, the heroine realized that she had fallen asleep while she was looking after her. So Lynette decided to wake up the servant and asked him to go back to his room and go to bed. The girl suddenly raised her head and was very glad that her mistress had woken up. Jane immediately began to feel and examine the heroine with concern, asking about her condition. After these words, Lynette said that she was fine and was only a little scared, so the maid did not have to worry about her and went to her room. But before leaving, the heroine asked about Oscar's whereabouts, and Jane said that he had gone to his room. The maid continued to speak, but one piece of news frightened Lynette greatly, and everything that was said next was like a fog for her. After hearing everything, the girl ran into the Count's room in panic, shouting his name. Oscar lay there all red and with difficulty asked Lynette why she had come. The main character was already standing by the bed at this time and explained that Jane had told her everything, and the young man was hot. And despite the Count's denial, the girl said that she would now bring down his temperature and had already wet the towel. To which the young man said that a doctor had recently come and checked everything, but Lynette didn't care, and she still wanted to take care of her husband. After these words, Oscar stopped the girl and stunned her by saying that he did not understand her at all. Pulling the heroine towards him by the waist, the Count asked if she was interested in his strange behavior when he saw her. Lynette, however, assumed that Oscar was delirious due to his temperature and told the young man that he was very excited. The young man did not deny this and added that every action of the heroine makes him like this. Then, having kissed the girl's hand, the Count continued and said that he was crazy about her. Lynette was shocked by her husband's actions, so she called the young man by name, hoping to stop him. But Oscar did not let her continue, and instead of words, he hugged the main character tightly, pressing her closer and closer to himself. At that moment, the girl realized that the Count was hotter than she thought, because he seemed to be burning with flames. And realizing this, Lynette made her guess about Oscar's temperature rising and suggested calling the doctor again. But stepping back and taking his wife by the hand, the young man began to refute these words. The main character immediately looked at the Count with a little confusion and called him by name questioningly. And after these words, Oscar did not hesitate and silently kissed Lynette. After finishing the kiss, the young man said that he was still unsure, but since he almost lost the girl, he decided to share his feelings. And continuing his speech, the Count confessed that he loved Lynette. That's why the young man immediately offered the heroine to be with him for real, and not under the terms of a contract. But the girl only looked down and remained silent, since this was not part of her plan. Seeing Lynette's face, Oscar felt very upset and awkward. And then the young man said that the heroine might not give an answer right now, and then asked permission to hug her. The girl agreed and began to think that Oscar was really a good person, and in this mansion, thanks to him, she felt completely safe. And after thinking it all over, Lynette realized that it was impossible not to love a man like the Count. However, because of this, the main character will have to get a divorce. At night, Oscar and Sylvia stood on the street in front of the criminals in order to interrogate them. After all, in addition to the two men, there was also Clara, whose first meeting the Count called quite impressive. The girl said that she would tell everything and begged for mercy, since she did everything on Alan's orders. The young man noted that he had heard that this was not the first time that Clara had deceived nobles, so having done this all her life, the girl needed to be prepared for the fact that she would be caught someday. And without waiting a second, the Count took out his sword and put it to the heroine's throat, causing her to panic. Clara immediately began to cry and said that Marie was also a participant and was working together with Alan. Oscar was shocked by this information and asked if it was true, which made him even more angry. The girl confirmed and continued, adding that archery at the hunting tournament was Marie's idea. Clara also said that the Count could find evidence in the forge where the arrowheads were made. After these words, Oscar thanked the girl for the useful information, and she again began to beg him for mercy. However, the Count does not remember making a promise of mercy in exchange for information and killed Clara. The next day, Lynette had a meeting with Max, where the prince presented an example of a completed contract. Adding, the young man said that recently, there have been rumors that the king is also interested in developing a new medicine, and this will definitely help them in their new business. The main character was happy about this, but asked whether the prince would keep the recipe a secret, as he had promised. Max agreed, and asked the girl to first purchase ingredients for the medicine, which would be produced in large quantities. The young man also said that he had a question, and got Lynette interested in it. Max nervously asked why Oscar was in his living room. The main character also became a little worried and asked to let her explain. In fact, the Count found out everything and that day asked the girl why she didn't tell him anything. Continuing, the young man said that he knew the truth and that Lynette belonged to the Myers family, but he waited for her to tell him everything herself. And a little confused, Oscar added that perhaps the heroine doesn't like him, but since they are a couple, they shouldn't hide anything from each other. The girl didn't expect this, and instead of answering, she asked again in shock. After these words, the Count moved closer to Lynette and called her darling, which made her feel very awkward. After all, the main character planned to keep everything a secret. But when Oscar looks at her with puppy eyes, she can't resist it. Therefore, the girl immediately gave in and said that she would tell the Count everything. Max found it funny that it was for this very reason that Oscar found out about his affair with the heroine. Lynette herself thought about what she had actually told the Earl about the Myers clan, but she realized that it was better to hide this information from Duke Haribo. At this time, Oscar, standing behind, told him to ignore him and continue, but Max could not as the Count's stern gaze was very tense for him. But their conversation was interrupted by Lucia, who looked in to see if Lynette was there. The main character immediately pointed at herself in confusion and asked again. And the girl, having made sure that the person she needed was there, asked Lynette to give her a minute, as she wanted to tell her something. The girl thought about it because she did not understand what Lucia wanted to tell her and assumed that she wanted to thank her. Max said that they could take a break for a while since there was enough talk about the contract. After these words, Lynette agreed and, apologizing, bowed and got up from the sofa. But already near the exit, the girl stopped and looked tensely at the young men. After all, the main character had doubts about whether it was possible to leave Oscar and Max alone. In the end, the girl left with Lucia, and she told her that her condition had noticeably improved, and all thanks to the heroine. But Lynette denied this, saying that she only gave advice and all thanks to the Duke, who listened to her words. Hearing this, the girl was very impressed by the heroine's modesty, and the girl herself considered Lucia very sweet. Then the little princess changed the subject and said that in fact she wanted to confess something. This left Lynette very confused, and she asked again. Lucia immediately said that she did not often leave the house, so her knowledge was limited, and she did not know that Count Roger was married. So the girl asked for forgiveness for falling in love with Oscar at first sight. But Lucia immediately asked Lynette not to worry, because after meeting them with the Count at the last meeting, she sorted out her feelings, and she was truly sorry. After these words, the main character assumed that the girl decided that Oscar was not married because he went to meetings alone. And while Lucia was trying to call the girl, she was immersed in her thoughts and was touched by the fact that the little princess fell in love with the Count because of his coolness and was now apologizing. But suddenly one of the thoughts greatly shocked the main character. Lynette suggested that the reason Max disliked the Count was because his beloved younger sister was in love with Oscar. After thinking it over, the girl found it very interesting, and she decided that she should definitely ask the Duke about it next time. Lucia, however, was already sitting upset and again tried to find out from Lynette if everything was okay. This time, the main character reacted and realized that for a moment she had been thinking deeply about something else. That's why the girl immediately took the girl by the hands and said that everything was okay. And continuing, Lynette expressed her joy that her husband looked like a real knight in the eyes of the princess. Lucia was a little shocked by these words, and she said in confusion that she now liked the main character more than Oscar. At this time, Alan was beating the maid in his mansion because she was useless and everything did not go according to plan, and Lynette survived. In addition, the young man lost contact with Clara and the mercenaries and was now very afraid of being caught. So Alan said that he knew who pulled the heroine out of there and ordered the girl to find out how she survived. The young man hated Lynette because of her, he did not receive all of his father's love, and she always ruined everything. And it is for this reason that Alan will not leave the main character and will definitely kill her. But suddenly, the young man was attracted by a voice that asked what he had just spoken about. It was his father who came in during Alan's outrage about the heroine. Therefore, the prince immediately said that he had heard the name Lynette, but the young man began to actively deny it. And later, the young man explained that he was simply asking the girl why she hadn't come to the meeting with Oscar then. But at these words, the prince frowned and asked why Alan was concerned about such things. The young man panicked a little and responded by saying that he was afraid that if problems arose between the couple, it would have a negative impact on the man. This really angered his father, because he considered all this to be useless things, and besides, no one asked Alan to worry about it. The young man was very frightened by this reaction, and out of fear he began to stutter and could not answer anything. The prince exhaled heavily and said that he had told the young man about this many times. Continuing, the man explained that since Alan still behaved like a child, he might accidentally tell all the secrets, and therefore he forbade him to talk about Lynette. The young man was already sweating heavily and began to ask for forgiveness in a panic, saying that he understood everything. But the prince did not finish there and warned the boy that if the situation repeated itself, the young man would have problems. The father also shared the news that very soon, the king would give him a position responsible for security. Alan immediately realized the seriousness of it, because this is a huge power that allows him to control most of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Martin as he wants. And for this reason, the prince initially betrayed the kingdom of later. And then precisely to obtain this power, the man adopted the main character. Since all this took a lot of time and effort, Alan's father told him to stay at home during this time and not get into trouble so as not to ruin anything. The young man immediately bowed and without further ado replied that he understood everything. Having finished before leaving, the prince reminded the young man that he was useless and headed for the door. These words made Alan feel very hurt, because even now his father didn't care about him at all. And no matter what he did, he only received a cold look or merciless violence. Therefore, the pain immediately turned into aggression, and the young man again thought that he wanted to kill Lynette and would definitely finish her off. At this time, the main character was sitting with Mrs. Potter, and the woman told the girl that she had asked the villagers and everyone had agreed to the terms of the contract. Lynette immediately expressed her joy and thanked her aunt. Potter continued and said that there were people who were worried that they were being used for other people's interests, but the woman herself trusted the heroine's decisions. After these words, the aunt handed Lynette a thick book, which surprised the girl very much. And putting the book on the table, the woman explained that it described the medicines that they had been making all this time, and also described the ingredients and recipes in detail. The main character immediately began to actively flip through the pages and admire it, calling the book a real treasure. Mrs. Potter, however, remarked that this was a treasure that would soon come out into the world and see the light of day. And without looking up from the contents of the book, the girl agreed with these words. The main character also said that she hopes that thanks to this matter, the kingdom of Martin will find the peace that she desires. The woman supported Lynette and added that even if she failed, they would be there, so the girl should not worry. After these words, the heroine thought and realized that she did not have time for mistakes and repetitions, but if she told Potter the truth, she would be very upset. So Lynette agreed, explaining that the guild had a lot of time. At this point, the woman finished the topic and told the heroine that there had been a similar girl before her. Mrs. Potter continued and said that suddenly, a girl like Lynette appeared and said that she could help them. The main character did not understand who they were talking about and asked again, and she herself assumed that it could have been her parents, but almost immediately realized that this was not so, because they knew Aunt Potter. The woman added, saying that at that time they knew little about medicines. So that girl tried her best bringing medicinal herbs and food. But one day the girl suddenly stopped coming altogether, and Mrs. Potter was worried because she didn't tell anything about herself, and she thought of setting a reward. But since the girl's identity was unclear, she couldn't be found. Lynette thought about it even more, but the woman continued and said that watching the heroine grow up reminded her of that girl. That's why Mrs. Potter believed that history was repeating itself. But Lynette doesn't have to fight alone, because the guild will do everything possible so the girl shouldn't worry about being alone. The main character was very confused and embarrassed, so she couldn't find the words to answer. At this time, Mrs. Potter added that even if her husband pestered the girl, she could tell her, and she would teach him a lesson. But the heroine thought differently in her thoughts, and was worried that she was causing Oscar pain. Eventually, it was time for Lynette to go home, and she said so, and Mrs. Potter replied that she would wait for her again. In the evening, Oscar approached the girl and sternly suggested that they go swimming together. The main character was taken aback by this proposal and simply froze in place, and the Count, pressing Lynette against the wall, reminded her that he still had not received an answer to his question. Therefore, if the girl doesn't mind, then she and Oscar take a bath together. The heroine immediately began to stutter, trying to find the words, because she understood that the young man was seducing her. So in her mind, Lynette begged the Count not to make the same face as last time. After all, if Oscar asks the girl with a pitiful expression again, she will agree. But at this time, the young man apologized, as he assumed that this was a difficult decision for the heroine. Lynette concentrated, having gone over it in her head many times, and thanked the young man for telling her how he felt. And realizing that it would be better to refuse Oscar in this way, the girl said that there were still things she wanted to do, and she had a lot of work to do. Therefore, the main character explained with difficulty that she could not accept the Count's confession. The young man became very upset and began to say that he didn't care that Lynette was from the Myers clan. On the contrary, that was why he wanted to protect her even more. The girl replied that Oscar was a wonderful person, and so the heroine considered the best solution to be if the Count met someone better than her. After these words, the young man did not know at all what to do because he felt strong mental pain and devastation. Lynette at this time decided not to continue this dialogue and simply silently headed towards the exit. Along the way, the main character reassured herself that this would be better for Oscar, and she was sure that everything would be fine. Already sitting in the bathroom, the girl suggested that perhaps she should have told the Count everything as it was, and suggested that they remain friends. After all, Lynette also loves the young man very much, but since she has very little time left, she will not be able to live a long life with him. And having finished taking a bath, the main character decided that she had enough regrets and considered this choice the best. At least as long as Lynette lives in this world, he will do everything in her power. But suddenly the girl saw something in the mirror that shocked her greatly. The heroine's hand was covered in wounds, the origin of which she had no idea. Oscar, after his conversation with Lynette, decided to meet Marie in the yard. The girl was surprised that the young man came to her so suddenly and asked what happened, to which the Count responded very sharply, telling them that he had decided to divorce Lynette. The heroine was shocked by this news and asked again to make sure she heard everything correctly. And Oscar reminded them that he had been against this marriage from the very beginning and that he was now tired of behaving as if they were a married couple. Marie still couldn't accept what was said because she thought that Oscar and Lynette's relationship had improved. But the girl still answered, and saying that the couple was bound by royal order, asked why the young man decided to get a divorce now. The Count immediately explained that the king was considering Duke Calyps as the one who would manage the guard, and that the young man had originally wanted that position. Therefore, Oscar planned to win the king's trust through marriage and rise to the rank of head of security. But Duke Calyps still got ahead of him. After the explanation, Marie clarified whether this was exactly the reason for the divorce from Lynette. The Count confirmed this and added that he realized that Marie's words were true, and that after the heroine's appearance in the mansion, many strange events occurred. In particular, Oscar spoke about the man who shot him and Lynette with a bow. And continuing, the young man said that when he caught the criminal, he would deal with him more cruelly than with anyone else. And from these words, the girl immediately began to panic. The Count at this time explained that if this was the work of Lynette, then this would be a reason to expel her from the estate, and even if not, then the crime aimed at causing harm to the Count would be severely punished. Marie became even more scared because she did not understand what to do if Oscar found out that she was a criminal, and the girl still did not know the whereabouts of Clara. But in the end, the girl decided to confess everything herself, as she realized that the truth would still be revealed. And literally a second later, Marie said that it was she who ordered the archery to be shot that day. Oscar was shocked by this and asked what exactly the heroine meant. Marie continued, saying that she didn't want to tell about Lynette's lie because she was worried about the boy. But now the girl has revealed that the main character actually belongs to the Myers clan, exterminated by the previous king, and Duke Calyps received his title thanks to her. After listening to everything, Oscar asked Marie how she knew about this, and the girl replied that she had accidentally overheard Alan Calyps's conversation. Marie herself thought that it would be better for her to first give up Alan in order to somehow survive, and from that moment on not make any more mistakes. That's why the girl said that on that day, Alan caught her eavesdropping and then began to threaten her. And it was because of the threats that the heroine had no choice but to obey him. And continuing, Marie said that Alan forced her to start shooting at a hunting tournament and she couldn't refuse. After these words, the young man immediately expressed his sympathy and regret about what happened. But in fact, Oscar started this questioning with the aim of checking everything Clara said and did not think that everything would turn out this way. Because after interrogating Clara and the mercenaries, it turned out that Marie and Alan were working together. And the young princess and the young man would not risk their lives for the sake of a lie, so they are clearly in collusion with each other. From all this, Oscar realized that Marie, in order to remove suspicion from herself, decided to frame Alan, and if he continued to interrogate the heroine here, then she would definitely deny everything. And having decided to use this chance, the Count said that he was sorry that Marie had suffered so much during this time, had suffered alone for the sake of her family. The young man also added that if he knew what kind of woman Lynette was, he would have divorced her long ago, and at these words Marie exhaled. After all, the girl thought that Oscar believed her lie and confirmed that she had a hard time, but she did not see anything terrible in this. The Count warned Marie not to meet with Alan again, as she could get into danger if she was not careful. And the young man himself will pretend that he loves Lynette with all his heart and will use her to get closer to Alan Calyps. But Marie realized that the Count could thus find out that she had lied and began to say that Alan was a bad person and that Oscar could also suffer, so he should not do this. The young man put his hand on the girl's hand and told her not to worry. And continuing, the main character added that he would resolve all this quietly so as not to harm Marie. The girl was very touched by such concern for her, and she smiled back. Oscar thought about it at this point and assumed that Lynette had misunderstood when she called him a wonderful person. After all, for the sake of the heroine, he is ready to do the dirtiest work. After some time, the princess informed the couple that Viscount John Ralph would soon be hosting a tea party at his mansion, and he sent the two of them an invitation. Lynette immediately asked again, because she thought she had heard that name somewhere. The woman confirmed and said that the heroine needed a new dress, so she would invite a tailor, and also, it would be better if Oscar's suit matched the dress. After these words, the girl thanked the princess and suggested that such a gesture was an expression of kindness towards her. But looking at the Count, Lynette remembered their previous conversation and began to doubt that everything would be fine if they went to tea together. Oscar was happy with the new clothes and the fact that he and the heroine would go together, because these would be their first outfits that matched each other. The girl did not expect such a reaction, because after all those cruel words spoken to the Count, Lynette thought that he would no longer treat her with kindness. Therefore, the main character, a little confused, answered yes. Already in her room, Lynette told Jane everything, and she was shocked, because she understood that Viscountess Cordelia Ralph would also appear. The maid continued and explained that the Viscountess was unrequitedly in love with Oscar. These words shocked the main character, and she needed details. So Jane began to tell that Lady Cordelia and the Earl had attended the same academy as children. After graduation, the girl received an invitation from the Queen and took on the training of the youngest princess. Lynette immediately realized that Cordelia was quite an outstanding person and that she would be a good match for Oscar. And the heroine concluded that the Viscountess had liked the Count since the academy, but Jane refuted this, saying that there was a rather long-standing connection between the families. After all, as a child, Lady Cordelia almost fell off a cliff while playing, and Oscar saved her. And from that moment on, that lady spoke of the Count as her first love, even proposing to get engaged. After learning all this, Lynette realized why the name sounded so familiar, because Cordelia was the second minor female character. Jane continued and said that Oscar, after much deliberation, rejected the Viscountess's proposal, and then the news of his engagement to Lynette appeared. After these words, the main character concluded that rumors had begun that she had become an obstacle in Oscar and Cordelia's love. The maid immediately began to deny these words, explaining that now the Count loved Lynette more than anyone else. The girl was confused and hesitantly agreed with Jane's statement. But in fact, the heroine thought that this could help, because Oscar would be happier with Lady Cordelia. However, Lynette's heart became very heavy when she imagined the Earl with other women. The main character himself was sitting at that time in the office of the head of the Royal Guard and was interested in the veracity of the information about the transfer of power. Howard Black confirmed and explained that as his illness worsened, he decided to choose a successor. Continuing, the commander said that the king was considering Duke Calops as the next leader, and the Count immediately asked what the man himself thought about this. And Howard replied that Duke Calops was an unpleasant man, but military heroes of such caliber were rare for the Kingdom of Martin. But Oscar questioned these words, saying that he had heard that the commander was quite pleased with this decision. The leader immediately exhaled heavily and explained that not everything could go the way he wanted. And the man was also very interested in why the Count was asking such questions, since Calops was his father-in-law. The young man agreed, but explained that he was a knight, and loyalty to the state was above all else. And Oscar believed that there was a way to do what the commander wanted and offered to attend the next meeting of the Templars to give them the right to vote in the management of the security forces. After all, usually the king chooses the next head of security. However, in the Kingdom of Martin there is one peculiarity: the transfer of the right of decisive vote to the Templars in order to avoid dictatorship on the part of the king. But the man understood that if he did this, the king would become angry with him, and after his resignation, he would like to live in peace. The Count said that everything depends on how the commander presents it, since many nobles are skeptical about Duke Calops's rise to power. And if the Templars of the country choose Calops, then this will only prove the justice of His Majesty, and will not shake his authority. After these words, Howard agreed, but explained that even if he did so, there was still no other candidate. Oscar immediately told the commander that this candidate exists, and that he is now sitting in front of him, pointing to himself. At this time, David, sitting in the yard with Marie, gave her a gift. In the beautiful box was the necklace that the girl wanted last time. The heroine immediately began to examine the gift, and thanked the young man, calling the decoration beautiful. But Marie also said that the young man did not have to give her something like that, because she would not tell anything. And by asking if David was worried, the heroine caused a slight panic in the young man. After these words, Marie took the guy by the hand and said that everything was fine, despite the fact that he did not love her with all his heart. After all, the girl was happy, because it seemed to her that she and the young man had become close friends. But David himself felt a little awkward and confused, so he simply looked away. And after a couple of seconds of silence, the young man apologized and admitted that there was a person he loved, which left Marie very shocked. David continued and said that his beloved is the daughter of a commoner and not a noblewoman, but he loves her with all his heart. And the young man loves to such an extent that he is ready to give up everything he has for the sake of the girl's happiness. In concluding his confession, David explained that this was precisely why he could not get engaged to Marie, and since there was already talk of an engagement, he realized that it was better to tell everything now. These words made the heroine feel very offended, because she had spent a long time and persistently choosing her future husband between Oscar and David. And the man Marie chose turned out to be a bad man, chasing a hopeless love. Still, the girl said that she understood David's feelings, but she was bothered by her parents' reaction. After all, if a young man says that he will marry a commoner, the prince and princess may be very surprised. Continuing, Marie said that the parents believe that David will continue the family line, since Oscar chose the knightly path. So the heroine asked the young man if this wasn't too selfish on his part. David himself understood that the prince and princess might think so, but he hoped that he would be able to convince them. But Marie, stroking the young man on the cheek, asked him not to do this. After all, the girl believed that it was better to convince her parents gradually, and suggested that David retain his status as a groom, and tell the prince and princess that she did not want to get married yet. In conclusion, Marie added that she was saying all this only for David's sake. And left alone, the heroine thought about how her eldest son was now trying to give up his status for the sake of love, although earlier she was worried that Oscar would make such a decision. But the Count is now ready to divorce and receive the title. So Marie decided that she didn't need a man who would risk his life for love. And a man who uses love for the sake of aspirations would be more suitable for the role of the girl's husband. So now Marie is ready to take Lynette's place. The men were talking about the post of head of security, which the main character's adoptive father is so actively pursuing. But the prince, smiling, noted that there are also those who dislike him. To which the kingdom's palace minister, Martin, replied that the man was a person who had received recognition from His Majesty, and that there was no point in worrying about rumors. However, there are tasks that are difficult to accomplish with the support of just one person, and this is what worried the prince. So the man decided to ask the minister for one request. The interlocutor was interested in these words, and he began to listen attentively. Already on his way out the door, the prince was dissatisfied with the fact that the minister, in exchange for a promise of support, asked to give him part of the land. But still, the man was happy that he got what he wanted, which meant everything was fine. And then Calypso's attention was suddenly drawn to a man nearby. It was Oscar who was knocking at one of the doors, and the prince was puzzled by his presence. Moreover, the young man was invited in quite quickly, and he disappeared from sight, and the prince immediately noticed that Oscar entered the office of the head of the royal guard. Therefore, the man assumed that the count was aiming for his place and became very tense. At this time, Lynette and Max arrived in one of the villages. As she looked around, the girl thought that she had realized something since she started doing business with Duke Haribo. Namely, the main character noticed that the young man's energy was truly impressive. The prince expressed his sympathy for the place where they were, and it was a small village with various factories. Continuing, Max said that he owned a building that, after some minor improvements, he wanted to use as a medical workshop. And looking at that very building, Lynette assumed that construction was in full swing. The young man agreed with this, and taking the girl by the hand, said that he wanted to show everything from the inside. And then the prince asked the main character to follow him. Inside the building, at Lynette's request, workstations and the necessary equipment were prepared. A conference room was also created, a secret room hidden behind the back door. Looking at all this with admiration, the girl understood that Max had kept his promise to keep everything related to the guild members a secret. And turning towards the prince, the heroine thanked him and said that she had no idea that he would prepare everything so quickly. But the young man interrupted Lynette and explained that it was too early for thanks, since they had not yet come to the place he wanted to show them. Opening another door, Max introduced the main character to her personal office. This was very unexpected for the girl, and she looked at her personal space with confusion but joy. Max said that in the future, Lynette would have to solve a huge number of problems, and he thought that a separate room for her was necessary. After these words, the main character took the prince by the hands and expressed great gratitude. The young man was a little shocked by this, but considering the girl completely defenseless, he responded to the gratitude. However, Max emphasized that Lynette had asked for the construction to be completed as quickly as possible. The heroine immediately remembered that she had sent a letter in which she asked for this, since she had very little time left, but she did not think that the construction would take only a week. But the prince was interested in the reason for the rush, and the girl replied that she wanted to become financially independent as quickly as possible. Continuing, Lynette explained that she had indeed started the business with good intentions, but success was also important to her. Max didn't quite expect to hear that, but he said he understood everything. And while the heroine was happy that the prince believed her, the young man himself suggested going down to the basement. While descending the stairs, Lynette tripped over a nail in the banister and badly cut her hand. The girl immediately screamed very loudly in pain, while blood was already flowing from the wound. Musk immediately responded to the scream and turned around, asking if the main character was okay. Lynette began to panic at this time, because she understood that the wound would heal quickly and she couldn't let the Duke find out about everything. The young man continued asking questions, as he was worried that the wound was deep and thought about calling a doctor. But the girl refused and said that she just got scratched, so everything was fine. Lynette herself, noticing that the wound had already healed, quickly hid her hands behind her back so that it would not be visible. At this time, the Duke saw blood on the floor and said so. But not hearing an answer, Max asked what the main character was afraid of. The girl immediately panicked even more, because the expression on the young man's face seemed strange to her. The young man smiled as if he knew something. Max didn't wait and continued, saying that there was no need to hide it from him, because he knew that the wound should have healed by now. Lynette's panic turned to shock, and she asked how and how much the boy knew. But the prince saw the heroine's frightened look, and assuming that his appearance was too stern, asked her to calm down because he was not going to harm the girl. Lynette strictly told him to answer her question first, because if it turns out that she is from the Myers clan, she will be executed, and Max cannot be completely trusted, despite the fact that they are partners. After these words, the young man assumed that the main character did not remember him at all, and at that moment, the girl stopped understanding anything at all and asked to tell her more. Max immediately smiled even wider, and calling Lynette Zelda Myers, said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And then the Duke confessed that all this time he had been pining for the main character. The heroine was shocked by these words from Max, as she realized that the young man knew the truth from the very beginning. The guy reacted calmly to this, saying that they had a long conversation ahead of them, which meant it was time to return to the estate. And Max promised, for personal reasons, to explain everything calmly. Lynette and Max walked up to a huge portrait that was covered with curtains. Taking hold of the edge of the curtain, the Duke pulled it back, and in the same way opened the portrait. The photo showed a beautiful girl, with eyes and hair like Max himself. The main character was shocked by what she saw, since she knew the girl in the portrait very well. Memories immediately appeared in Lynette's mind of her running with a little girl by the hand through the thick forest. But the heroine stopped because she saw a familiar girl ahead. The reason for the stop was Aunt Riley, who was expecting the girls. The heroine immediately hugged her aunt, who was also very happy to see Lynette. Riley pointed to a certain road and explained that if the girls followed it, they would see houses. And handing Lynette a bag, the girl said that it contained a change of clothes and food. But unable to bear such emotions, the heroine began to cry and apologized for the fact that this was the only way she could help. The girl thanked her aunt and said that everything was fine. Wiping away her tears, the heroine told Lynette not to lose the bracelet her mother had given her. And hugging the girl, Riley explained that the bracelet needed to be kept so that they could recognize each other in the future. These memories made Lynette cry because it was Aunt Riley who was able to help at such an important moment. Riley Myers is the name of Max's mother, and this greatly surprised the main character. And this is precisely the reason why Max will not harm Lynette. The heroine agreed and immediately decided to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Aunt Riley is a friend of Lynette's mother and a benefactor who helped the girl and her younger sister escape, and Duke Haribo is her son, which still surprises the girl. At this time, Max suggested having a leisurely conversation, since there were many topics for conversation. Sitting in the living room, the heroes discussed the past and the fact that Max's mother often took the boy to the village where the Myers clan lived. It was there that the young man met Lynette, but the girl clearly does not remember this meeting since she was young. And if nothing had happened to the Myers clan, Max and Lynette would be good friends today. Riley herself escaped death by marrying Max's father and hiding her identity, and all she could do was watch the execution of her people. Riley was also always worried about Lynette and wondered if she and her sister were alive, and if they had arrived safely. Lynette was shocked by this story and by the fact that her aunt suffered and died alone. However, the guy interrupted the heroine's thoughts with his words that her mother did not die because of illness. Riley died because the healing powers could no longer be used. And suddenly these words brought the girl to the thought that for the same reason, in Lynette's memories, the main character of the novel felt the approach of death. The Myers clan cannot use their healing abilities often, and for this reason, their healing power becomes poison and corrodes a person from the inside, which leads to death. And the young man believed that because his mother had to hide her identity, the symptoms began to worsen faster. The heroine immediately jumped up and asked worriedly if there was really no way to prevent such a death. This question made the guy think, which is why he began to voice the thought with concern. And having expressed his assumption about the worsening condition of the main character, Max frowned. Lynette immediately replied that she had not asked for that reason at all. However, the young man noticed that the strangely shaped wounds on the girl's arm were exactly the same as Riley's, which made Lynette realize that she had not covered them with clothing. And Duke Haribo realized that since the heroine was hiding her wounds, then most likely she had not told Oscar about everything, which is what he decided to ask. Lynette explained that she saw no point in talking about something that couldn't be solved. And besides, you never know when you'll be in danger because your wife is a Myers, which is why Lynette doesn't want to drag Oscar into her problems. But the guy, although he supported the girl, said that the Count needed to know and be given time to prepare for the separation, which would benefit him. The heroine was surprised by such words from Max because she was sure that Duke Haribo hated her husband. But the prince explained that he had been in the same position as Oscar and knew very well what it was like to say goodbye to a person without being prepared. And when the Duke looks at Lynette, he remembers his mother, who always dreamed of a kingdom where no one would get sick. And this became the reason for the woman's visit to the village where the clan members were hiding, to whom she distributed food and water, which immediately made the heroine remember Mrs. Potter's words. After all, the girl who suddenly appeared and wanted to help was Riley. Lynette realized that it was Duke Haribo's mother who came to the Myers clan, and it was she who helped everyone. It turns out that the girl and Max are now bringing to life what Riley herself was unable to do. After thinking it over, Lynette decided to say that the prince was very similar to his mother, and this surprised the young man. The girl began to praise the young man for accepting an invitation to cooperate from people of unknown origin while quickly developing their business. And this meant that the Duke was not just doing this for business reasons, but also out of concern for the people. Therefore, in Lynette's opinion, Max is as good-natured and sympathetic as the boy's mother, Riley. Surprised by such a compliment, the young man tried to find the words to formulate the thought correctly. But instead of answering, Max became embarrassed and preferred to avoid the topic, saying that praise does not contribute to increasing profits. Lynette, however, saw something cute and funny in the boy's embarrassment. At this point, the Duke decided that the best way to end this conversation completely would be to inquire about Lily's condition. The girl was stunned by these words and could only say her sister's name. After all, the reason why the heroine of the novel began to study medicine, if Lynette remembers correctly, is Lily. The girl was still unable to answer Mark's question. In the memories, the village and those houses that Riley spoke about appeared. The man said with a smile that there was, after all, a village in which the Myers clan was hiding. Lynette, trembling with fear, tried to find out who all these people were and what they wanted from her. The man began to wonder if there was anyone in the house besides the heroine. The girl was in a panic and understood that the prince did not at all look like a man from the village, which meant that he was here with bad intentions. Moreover, there were knights standing behind the man who were armed. Without waiting for an answer, the prince decided to threaten the girl that the entire village would be engulfed in flames because of her if she did not tell anything, and this shocked Lynette. After all, the heroine could not put Lily and the entire village in danger. And while the younger one was hiding behind the old barrels, Lynette took all her willpower into a fist and prepared to take the whole blow on herself. Therefore, the heroine, having saved her sister's life, said that in this village she was the only one from the Myers clan. After these words, the man, looking at the girl, considered her cute and said that he liked her. And only out of personal sympathy, the prince suggested that Lynette get along for her own safety. At this time, the girl was troubled by a feeling of guilt because she had left her sister alone. And although Lily herself looked out from behind the barrels, she did not dare to scream or stick her head out. But, despite everything, the main character was sure that they would meet again in the future. Finding the strength, Lynette finally told Max that she and Lily had separated a long time ago and that when they miraculously met, the girl had already gone blind. The boy immediately realized that the reason for his blindness was the loss of the ability to heal. The heroine said that, in addition to these problems, Lily also had heart problems. And it was Lily's health that became the reason for the heroine to find a cure. And in fact, this is the story of the main character of the novel. But because of the memories, Lynette took this task upon herself. Max, having thought about it, decided to also look for a way to cure Lily and at the same time help the heroine herself. After thanking him, the girl began to wonder if the young man and the princess had inherited the healing powers from Riley. The guy answered negatively and said that all the princess's illnesses were related to mental problems and had nothing to do with her ability to heal. And having thanked him for the story, Lynette immediately wondered if there had been any cases related to the girl's illness. The heroine thinks that the real protagonist of the novel often visited Lily, which is what Lynette herself needs to do. After all, if it were the girl herself, then perhaps she would already be able to find out how to cure the disease. Oscar didn't waste any time and headed to Grandpa Meyer's shop. The Count was indignant that he was worried about the man's unexpected absence. Grandpa happily said that he had been fishing all this time. And then the salesman expressed surprise that the young man had come to the shop looking for him. Oscar, hearing these words, felt awkward and immediately said that he needed to ask something. Last time, Grandpa said that if the child from the Myers clan was still alive, then it would be possible to find a way to resolve it. And does that mean the girl is dead? After these words, the man began to make guesses based on the fact that the Count had seen the girl 5 years ago. But continuing his speech, the grandfather explained that healing abilities are not so much a blessing as a cruel force that demands retribution. And if healing abilities are not used for a long time, then the power accumulates in the body, thereby wearing it out, which leads to death. Oscar was too shocked by these words as he began to understand all the risks. After the end of the war, the girl had to hide her abilities in order not to be caught. But if the heroine was able to live for so long, then she either already died or was on the verge of death. These words made Oscar remember his confession to Lynette. The girl did not say that she did not love Oscar and did not say at all that she did not have feelings for him. The heroine simply said that she could not reciprocate because of the large number of things to do. Building on these thoughts, the young man decided to inquire how exactly Myers sensed the approach of death. Grandpa immediately told about the most obvious symptom, traces of self-medication on the body, in the form of a black bruise. Oscar thanked the merchant and said that this information had helped him a lot. But if Grandpa's words were true, then Lynette had almost no time left and they urgently needed to talk. After talking with Max, the main character decided to go to the village, accompanied by her maid. As Jane brushed the tree branches away from her face, she wondered if they were going the right way, as the path was too difficult. And the girls, sitting on horses, still headed in the right direction and discussed their further correct path. Lynette was confident in her words, since the main character had been to these places many times and there should be no mistakes. Jane at this time was worried about the girl's condition and wondered what the heroine was like, since this was her first time on such a long horse ride. But the Countess made it clear that she was fine and that the maid should think better of her condition. Jane was very energetic and said that compared to Lynette, she had a lot of strength. The main character began to jokingly agree with Jane's words, while the girl herself continued to convince her of her words. Since the road narrowed, the girls had to go on foot. Lynette began to carefully climb off the one she had previously been very afraid of. But when the heroine took hold of the reins, something happened that the girl was very worried about last time. The horse suddenly went berserk and began to stand on its hind hooves, causing the girl to grab the reins even tighter. The main character immediately began to scream in fear, trying to hold on. Jane, seeing this scene, became very worried about her mistress and did not know what to do. Lynette was already flying off her horse at great speed, anticipating the pain and force of the blow. But Jane, realizing the danger, immediately ran to help the girl. As a result, the maid managed to catch the main character in time, running to her in a second. Jane immediately began to ask worriedly about the girl's condition and to say that she herself barely made it in time. At this point, Lynette was both grateful and shocked by Jane's speed. The girl clearly remembers that the maid was near her horse, which is quite far away. Therefore, the heroine immediately began to praise Jane and say that she was very athletic, which caused admiration. The girl was delighted by Lynette's words and repeated her assertions that she was simply very strong. A couple of minutes later, when the heroine came to her senses, she began to turn to the horse and ask it to stay quietly under the tree. But as soon as Jane looked at her mistress, she was horrified. After all, Lynette's nose suddenly started bleeding, which also shocked the heroine. Jane immediately began to give the girl a handkerchief and at the same time complained that she could not call a doctor due to lack of opportunities. Wiping away the blood, the heroine could not understand the reason for its appearance, especially so suddenly. The bleeding was profuse and difficult to stop, which made Lynette uncomfortable. Jane at this time began to assume that the girl was too scared and that this was the cause of the bleeding. But the main character understood that this had nothing to do with it. Probably, the profuse bleeding from the nose meant that the healing abilities were losing their power, which meant that time was really short. As soon as Lynette arrived in the village itself, the first thing she did was go to see her sister. Heading towards the heroine, the girl asked again if it was really Lynette. Lily was already quite an adult and walked with her eyes closed, which indicated complete blindness. And taking the girl by the hands, Lynette said that it was really her, which made Lily happy. The girl was very worried about the heroine and was afraid that something had happened to her since Lynette had not come for a long time. And after apologizing for causing concern, the girl explained that she had been busy and had not had time to visit. But Lily was glad Lynette had come, so she answered the questions with kindness. After these words, the girl turned to the children in the house, approving that they could go out. The children were surprised that Lily allowed them to go out and decided to ask each other if they had misheard. Lynette was shocked by the number of children until Lily herself explained that they were hiding because strangers had previously been looking for the Myers clan. These words made the heroine upset that history was repeating itself, and children had to hide because of their origins. Lily invited her sister inside, to which the girl responded with a smile and thanked her. Lynette, as she walked around the room, realized that Lily had no idea who she was. After all, Miss Lynette is actually her older lost sister Zelda, who is a completely different person inside. But the main character wants to tell Lily everything, so that there are no misunderstandings and secrets. However, first Lynette decided to invite her sister to the mansion with her, which surprised the girl and made her freeze. The heroine began to describe the comfort of the castle and what could await her in the mansion, and if Lily wants to leave, she just needs to say so. But the girl was very unsure of these words, and in fact, she didn't even think about the proposal. So turning around, the heroine refused and said that she was obliged to look after the children. After all, Lily is the only support for children who have lost their homes and families, and the heroine does not intend to abandon her again, causing pain to the children. Lynette immediately understood that the talk about pain came precisely from the fact that Lily herself had once been abandoned. But the girl wondered if Lily thought the same about her older sister Zelda, who never returned to her. The heroine agreed with the girl's opinion and asked to examine her in order to study her condition and find a cure for the disease. The girl immediately agreed and said that the main character is always very kind to her. However, Lynette considered this something insignificant compared to Lily's care for the children. Lynette herself was thinking about what she wanted to tell, that her older sister never abandoned the girl and was always there. The heroine arrived home only at night, and opening the door was getting ready to go to her room. But suddenly the girl, looking forward, became very scared. In front of the heroine stood a dissatisfied Oscar, who looked quite worried. Turning to the girl, the Count asked where exactly Lynette was, but Lynette didn't want to say anything about the clan in the village so as not to put her in danger. And turning away, the heroine began to come up with an excuse, since no matter what Oscar was like, she could not trust him with this secret. Oscar immediately asked if there were secrets from him even now. The heroine apologized and warned that her actions did nothing that could ruin the young man's reputation. But the Count didn't mean this at all, which surprised the girl. After these words, the young man took the heroine by the hand, and she, in a panic, immediately began to ask what he was doing. However, the guy himself was focused on the trace left by the self-treatment, which was on his hand. The Count's face was filled with disappointment and empathy, as he could not understand what the heroine was hiding from him. The girl realized that the young man guessed everything, but she tried to get out of it, talking about the spots as if they were bruises. But since Oscar knew everything, his expression was filled with pain. And approaching Lynette, the young man was serious and even tried to explain that there was nothing wrong with the fact that the heroine did not love him. Continuing to approach, Oscar said that he would understand if the heroine had feelings for someone else. But suddenly tears began to appear in the guy's eyes, which he could not hold back out of resentment, since Lynette had lied to him. And being in tears, the young man is only interested in the question of whether he does not deserve the heroine's trust. Hearing this, the girl was very confused and did not know what to answer. The main character could not even understand the reason for Oscar's tears, since this had never happened before. And suddenly the girl realized that she was too important for the Count. Remembering what happened in the bedroom, the girl also began to understand that the Count had been consistent with her. Oscar told the girl that he didn't care what kind of person she was. He would still protect her. Max's words came back to me, advising me to prepare Oscar for what was happening to Lynette. The girl was sure that she would live her life without regrets, but having heard Oscar, the heroine could no longer remain silent. So, clenching her fists, Lynette said that the reason for everything was not mistrust of the guy, but fear. However, Oscar did not understand anything from the heroine's words and asked again. A slight look of panic appeared on the girl's face, and then Lynette told her that she would soon die. Remembering his grandfather's words from the bench, the Count really hoped that they did not apply to Lynette. But the girl explained that if Myers does not use the ability for a long time, it will turn into a deadly disease that corrodes the body. Therefore, the heroine decided that telling the truth and apologizing would be the best option at the moment. And laughing, the girl thought that her words sounded stupid. However, Oscar pulled the heroine towards him and hugged her with all his tenderness. Lynette was surprised by this behavior on the part of the young man, but she was even more interested in the silence he gave her in response to her story. Pressing the girl to himself by the waist, the main character decided to answer the girl's words, saying that he was also afraid. The young man was afraid that Lynette would not tell him about her illness, and he would only watch as she disappeared before his eyes, without being able to help. The heroine was shocked by the guy's behavior and words, as she directly said that she had pushed him away and deceived him. But the young man understood that Lynette kept everything a secret so that he would not worry. Oscar stepped back and said he didn't care where Lynette was from, whether she was a Myers or how long she had left. After all, the main character once extended a helping hand to the Count in a moment of despair, and the young man wants to help the girl, and he will be with her no matter what, even if she has only a short time left to live. At that moment, the girl looked at her husband and realized that she was very wrong about him. The heroine admitted that she doesn't know how to cure the disease, but she still wants to help the Myers clan in the time she has left, and that's exactly what she and Max are doing. Oscar immediately asked again because he didn't expect that their business with Prince Haribo was connected with the Myers clan. Lynette agreed, explaining that all Myers had illnesses and injuries that they needed help to heal. Also, if the Myers clan takes the initiative in spreading medicine, then the king himself will not be able to do anything about them. Oscar immediately realized that it was the clan that was taking the initiative to create a method of treatment without using healing abilities. If the Myers clan is accepted into society, they won't have to hide, and they won't be persecuted. And the main character hid everything so that the Count would not be in danger because of her, so that thanks to lies, the young man could live a peaceful life. However, Oscar was not concerned with personal happiness and peace. He was interested in his wife and how much time she had left. To this, the girl said that Max's mother had exactly the same disease, which surprised the Count. For the sake of her family, the girl hid her healing powers and eventually died. But Duke Haribo, despite all the insult, misses his mother very much, and it is for this reason that the girl does not want to be remembered exactly like this. Taking her husband's hand, Lynette said that she didn't know how much time she had left, but she wanted to spend her last days together. The main character didn't have a special plan, but since Oscar knows absolutely everything, she would like to live next to him. So smiling, the girl asked Oscar to believe her just as she believed him. These words warmed the main character's heart, and the words really lifted the guy's spirits. The Count also smiled and said that he could not object to his wife's order. The young man himself believed Lynette, which made the girl truly happy. The couple were finally able to kiss for real, without using acting skills, out of pure emotion. And Lynette and Oscar had their hands clasped together, which made the moment even better. The kiss was quite long, as the couple had kept their feelings secret for a long time. Having pulled away, the spouses smiled at each other and were sincerely glad that now they had no more secrets. Suddenly, Oscar came to his senses after his euphoria and remembered what he wanted to ask earlier. Having inquired about the wounds on the body, the Count was interested in how far they had gone and whether the girl could show them. The main character nodded, since she had nothing left to lose and she didn't want to hide anything anymore. Lynette turned her back to show one of her many wounds, and grabbing the bottom of the dress, the heroine began to pull it up, thereby exposing her legs. Oscar was shocked by what he saw, and goosebumps ran through his body. There were a large number of wounds on the girl's shin, which even by the look of it, were done purposefully. Lynette immediately replied that it was her father who caused such wounds, or more precisely, Duke Calyps cut the girl's shin, checking if she had abilities. Hearing this, Oscar could not hold back the curse in himself, and he himself was burning with anger. The girl decided to confess here too, saying that she was a toy in the house. The servants and the whole family mocked and tortured the main character just for fun. And now that the girl has left the house, the Duke and his son are trying to kill her to shut her up. However, the girl plans to reveal everything before they can carry out their murder plans. The heroine's main goal is to tell that she is from the Myers clan. Sitting at the family table, everyone ate peacefully. The Duchess smiled when she learned that Lynette had been busy with her enterprise lately. Oscar decided to add that the heroine's business was related to perfumery. The woman was pleasantly surprised and asked to be given some good perfume, if that was the case. But the girl immediately explained that she had no talent for this, since she was simply responsible for production. Lynette clarified that it was all happening thanks to her partner, to which the woman responded curiously. But Oscar decided to answer for the girl, saying that the heroine and Duke Haribo run the enterprise together, but he also provides financial support. The woman was so shocked by this news that she even opened her mouth. Lynette was surprised by this reaction, because she realized that Oscar and Max had really been at odds before. The Duchess immediately began to inquire about Oscar's condition and reaction to this situation. The Count decided to pretend that he didn't understand what they were talking about, to which Lynette immediately frowned. In the end, the woman decided to wish him luck in business and said that if they needed help, they should turn to her, because she helped her husband when he needed support of this kind. Lynette was afraid that the princess would not believe her, but everything went smoothly here too, so the girl simply thanked her. Marie was shocked by this news and, turning over thoughts in her head, still did not believe it. The girl immediately tried to understand how these words related to Oscar's words about divorce. And thinking about the situation, Marie realized that the Count was investing his own money into the girl's business, which did not at all look like a future divorce. That's why the heroine was angry at Oscar and couldn't understand what the young man was thinking if he allowed himself to do such a thing. While in the Knight's building, the king gave his speech about the end of the term of office of the head of the guard. Oscar and Duke Calip sat at the head table, listening to the ruler's speech. The Duke was confident that he would be chosen, since everything had already been agreed upon earlier. And Calipus could not wait for the verdict, because he had already dreamed of this day. So much did he want it. Therefore, the man, looking at the king, waited impatiently for him to pronounce his name and announce him as the head of the guard. Suddenly, to the Duke's surprise, Sir Howard rose from his seat. The man decided to clarify that the reason the head of security and the king himself were here was only because they wanted to see a fair choice. And that's why Howard is delegating the vote on safety management issues to those present at the meeting today. Everyone in the room looked at each other uncertainly at this news. The Duke became furious at this information, and veins even appeared on his neck from anger. Oscar, meanwhile, was watching Calip's from the side with great pleasure. Howard continued to say that voluntary applications and recommendations are welcome during the discussion. After these words, the Duke immediately stood up as a volunteer for the role of leader. Although the man was surprised by the change in the method of choice, this does not change his victory, because the Duke is the only candidate. Suddenly, Oscar stood next to the prince, introducing himself as the second candidate. The head of security immediately announced the names of 2 candidates who were going to compete for the position. Both the Duke and the Earl are talented men who are devoted to the kingdom, and before voting, the people were able to exchange opinions about the candidates. But Calip's immediately raised his hand, to which the whole hall paid attention and fell silent. The man clarified that he had served the kingdom for 20 years, and everyone knew about the contribution he had made. Then, deciding to point out Oscar and the fact that he had not even held a sword in his hand for 10 years, the prince immediately made it clear that there was no place for newcomers here. Everyone in the hall began to discuss these words because, in their opinion, the Count was really too young for such a role. Oscar decided to agree with Sir Calip's opinion, because there really is nothing more important than experience. But then the Count clarified that the Duke's experience was in the kingdom of later, not Martin, which immediately made the man angry. And the young man asked Calip's how many of the 20 years were dedicated to the kingdom of Martin. These words made people think again, because many years of experience is good, but the battles were not for their kingdom. The man immediately became enraged and clenched his jaw, barely restraining himself from the desire to hit his competitor. So the Duke immediately told Oscar to be careful with his words. The king, seeing the tense situation, decided to change the subject, saying that both candidates were outstanding knights. Therefore, the man decided to postpone the vote, since such an important choice requires more time. After asking Howard's opinion, the king also heard agreement with his decision. After all, there is still time before the end of the man's service, so the meeting can be postponed. Oscar is happy with the outcome as he accomplished his goal, since he just wanted to buy time. And Oscar will definitely take revenge on everyone who tormented Lynette and drove her into this situation. And the young man will start with Duke Calyps, because of whom it all began. Oscar was too serious, and he was going to make things much worse for the Duke than for the girl. As a result, the meeting ended immediately and everyone began to disperse. But the Duke did not like Oscar's actions and words, so he stopped him, grabbing his hand. And as soon as the Count turned around, the man sternly asked what the young man had done. After these words, Oscar took his hand back and, politely turning to the prince, he asked what he meant. Duke Calyps immediately explained that the Count could have become the head of the guard's son-in-law if he had not interfered and created disorder. The young man thought that the man was saying quite interesting things. Therefore, Oscar assumed that if he took the place of the head, the honor would still go to the prince. These words only angered Calyps, and he asked if the Count had decided to turn his back on him. And frowning even more, the man made it clear to Oscar that he would not succeed and that he would not cope. But the young man explained that becoming a security leader is a goal every knight should strive for, so he does not do this out of hostility towards the Duke. Calyps responded that there is forced egoism and greed in the world, but greed must also be done wisely, taking into account the circumstances. At this point, Oscar began to analyze what was happening and realized that further conversation would only lead to a quarrel, so he began to think about stopping there. So the Count pretended to be sorry and said that he had not expected to offend the prince so much. And continuing, the young man warned that he would think about all this before the next meeting, and thus angered the prince. Oscar also added with a smile that knowing what is best for the wife is a virtue of a husband. After these words, the Count wondered whether this meant that he was putting up with this for Lynette's sake, and understood the sincerity of his love for the girl. But the Duke interrupted the young man's thoughts, saying that it would be good if he thought about his decision. Oscar ignored these words and said that Lynette asked him to do something. Duke Calyps was greatly surprised and confused by these words, so he asked again. Already upon returning to the mansion, the man was greeted with a bow by the maid, while he was pleased with something. The prince immediately asked the girl who, besides her, had worked on the estate the longest, to which she, without a doubt, named her colleague. Agreeing with this, the man said that he had heard a rather interesting story. After the meeting, Oscar said he assumed that Lynette was lonely, so he asked to send the servants with whom she communicated. Speaking of this, the Duke was glad that everything would now work out, because during the wedding, surveillance had been difficult since the couple had refused servants. Having thought everything over, the prince called the girl his favorite servant, and she understood what he meant. Therefore, as soon as the girl looked up, she said that since the lady felt lonely, they would help her. Calyps liked this attitude, and added that the servants should have fun with the main character as they wanted. After these words, one evening a carriage drove up to the entrance with the aim of picking up the children. The girl was surprised by Oscar's strong love for Lynette, because he said that he wanted to make a surprise and sent a carriage 2 days later. And having resigned herself to the fact that it was better for her, the maid realized that it was very difficult to work, pleasing the Duke, because for every mistake, he beat her to death. Having thought everything over, the girl asked the young man if he knew what to do, to which the guy confidently agreed. At that moment, Sylvia got out of the carriage and said that she had come on Count Roger's orders. The girl immediately turned towards Kane and asked him to help the guys load the luggage. The heroine politely invited the guests to get into the carriage. The maid boarded the transport with the thought that, compared to the Duke, Lynette was nothing, and the girl will introduce the main character to things that she forgot about, thanks to her husband. As a result of the journey to the mansion, the maid fell asleep and woke up from the fact that their journey no longer continued. Looking back, the girl realized that they were not in the estate, so the carriage stopping scared her a lot. The maid immediately began to shake the young man in a panic, trying to wake him up, but he did not react in any way. But after some time, the young man also opened his eyes and began to look around. And not seeing the right location, the guy immediately wondered in confusion why they stopped here and not at the estate. At this moment, the carriage door was suddenly and abruptly opened, and the man standing outside really shocked the guys and caused a lot of panic. It was Oscar, who was already looking sternly at his guests. The young man, out of fear, immediately explained in a hurry that they had come to visit Mrs. Lynette. But the Count was not interested in this, and after these words, he took out his sword and put it to the young man's throat. And then Oscar asked how people like them dared to date Lynette. The servant, in a panic, assumed that there had been some misunderstanding since they had come on the orders of Duke Calyps. The Count agreed with these words and said that he himself asked for this. After all, Oscar will destroy them with his own hands, having tormented the main character more than anyone else. At this point, Sylvia interrupted the Count, warning him that dawn was approaching and that he needed to hurry in order to return to the mansion unnoticed. But the young man believed that quick reprisals were a luxury for such people and asked the girl to lock them up and give them a minimum of water and food. Having realized everything, the young man immediately began to shake with fear and scream in panic. The servants begged Oscar for mercy, explaining that they were doing all this against their will. The girl agreed with her colleague and said that the Duke had threatened them. But the Count did not believe it because Lynette told him all the details. And those servants who brought the heroine bread or soup and apologized for the beatings were eventually kicked out of the estate, which meant that the servants who had been with Duke Callops for such a long time, his loyal minions, had tormented Lynette the longest. Therefore, Oscar warned that it would be better for the boys not to think about returning alive. But still the Count said that first we had to go back. After all, the young man still had a lot of things to do, and Sylvia agreed with this. As Oscar left, he knew he had a long way to go for Lynette, and this was just the beginning. The main character herself, after completing the construction of the factory, became very busy because she needed to do everything from quality control to drug development and research. Thinking about this, the girl turned to Jane, wondering why her clothes were torn. The maid was a little confused by this question and explained that the fabric had been damaged during washing. But Lynette frowned at these words, because in her thoughts she assumed that Jane and Robert's relationship was just beginning, so the heroine should take care of them. So the girl warned the maid that when there was time they would go shopping together, to which she immediately began to refuse and say that everything was fine. Lynette, taking Jane's hand, explained that she was also someone Oscar trusted, and the main character likes the girl, but she wants to treat her even better, since she is the Count's man. The maid was a little confused, but still accepted these words with warmth in her soul. And then Jane said that she would control her power from now on, to which Lynette called her the Knight of Washing. At this point, the girl's dialogue ended, and having thanked the maid for today, the heroine let her go. As Jane walked out the door, she grabbed her shoulder, because in fact the uniform had torn last time due to carelessness. But she was glad that Lynette believed the excuse. But the maid was suddenly stopped by Robert, who asked about her gait, suggesting that the girl had hurt herself, to which the heroine replied that she had slightly sprained her ankle. After these words, the young man immediately frowned and asked if Jane planned to continue living like this. Jane was confused and couldn't answer, so she just looked at the young man in silence. Not hearing an answer, Robert continued and said that it was not right to risk one's own body like that, and the girl immediately felt awkward. After a couple of seconds, the maid finally explained that it was not difficult for her, since she was helping her mistress in this way. But Robert didn't like this answer, and he called this desire to help, sacrificing himself, stupid. Jane was outraged by this because it was her choice, and she was happy that in this way she could repay her saviors. After these words, the young man did not change his opinion, and frowning, repeated that he considered the girl's position stupid. Then the young man turned in the right direction and called the heroine to him to help her. Jane was shocked by her colleague's behavior and assumed that Robert spoke harshly on purpose because he was worried about her. And realizing that the young man had always treated her well, the heroine thanked him and followed him. At this time, Lynette was sitting in her office developing drugs. And after a long time, the main character finally managed to make a medicine that cures the servant's epilepsy. Looking happily at the bottle, the girl understood that the knowledge she'd received about herbs from the guild and Aunt Potter had really helped her a lot. However, there are still many medicinal herbs in this country, the effectiveness of which Lynette does not know, as well as a huge number of diseases and symptoms unknown to her. And at first, the main character was upset by this, because she had to learn a lot in a short period of time. But now the girl feels great pride because she helps people and learns new things. At this point, Lynette decided to call it a day and head home, so she headed towards the door. Coming out of the office, the heroine saw Max and Oscar, who immediately drew attention to her. And while the Count had just begun to greet his wife, the girl had already run up and instantly hugged the young man. Lynette stepped back and thought about how lucky she was to have such a handsome husband, and decided to ask how long he had been waiting for her. Oscar stood there, embarrassed, looking back at the girl, choosing his words. In the end, the young man replied that he had not waited long at all, but the heroine did not believe him and called him a liar. At this time, Max, watching from the side, said that the Count had been waiting for his wife for a whole hour, to which Oscar sullenly asked him not to interfere. Lynette was shocked by this, because she realized that the boys had been talking for an entire hour, and upon realizing this, the girl immediately considered their conversation creepy. But the Count interrupted the heroine's thoughts and asked if she was ready to go to the dance evening, to which Lynette replied that she had everything prepared in her room. After these words, Oscar happily told that today he would finally meet Cordelia, hoping to share this joy with his wife. But the main character was upset and did not understand why the young man suddenly mentioned the Viscountess, because the girl thought that there was a very good atmosphere now. Cordelia is Oscar's childhood friend, and their relationship is closer than with Marie. And although Lynette had no doubt about her husband's feelings for her, for some reason she still felt nervous. At that moment, the young man decided not to delay and, with a smile, invited the girl to go. But before leaving, Oscar considered it necessary to address his former friend and turned in his direction. Then the main character asked Max to think carefully about their conversation and headed towards the exit. Lynette immediately looked at the Count and realized that the young men had truly had a serious conversation, but she hoped that this was not an agreement about a duel. Max watched him go and realized that he never thought the day would come when Oscar would ask for a favor. After some time, the couple arrived at the event in a luxurious mansion. Lynette, looking around, realized that no matter how many times she had been to the parties, she still could not get used to their magnificence. At that moment, Oscar was stopped by acquaintances he had not seen for a long time and asked about his life. But since the heroine started doing business, she also made many acquaintances, and now it seems to her that she stops at every step to say hello. Suddenly, one of the people present at the party called out to Lynette, expressing her surprise. The girl approached and said that it was an honor for her to have the main character present at this evening, and introduced herself as Cordelia Ralph. The Countess immediately turned around in surprise, because she did not expect to meet the Viscountess so quickly. A second later, the surprise turned into severe shock, because Oscar had never told Lynette that Cordelia was very beautiful. The Viscountess continued at this point, adding that she was very glad to welcome the main character. Then the girl smiled and, happy to meet him, repeated her name. The main character still couldn't get over Cordelia's beauty and just stood silently, looking at her. But almost immediately, Lynette realized that she needed to say hello too, and began to bow, introducing herself and saying that it was a great honor for her too to meet the Viscountess. After these words, the girl thanked the heroine for coming, and also said that she was also grateful to the Count. At this moment, Oscar himself came up and explained that he could not miss Viscount Ralph's evening. Cordelia laughed and suggested that the young man would not have accepted the invitation if it had been from her and not from the Viscount. But when he wanted to tell the truth, the girl refused. Lynette, watching from the side, noticed that the guys really did look like close friends, but it seemed strange to her that Oscar had refused such a beautiful girl an engagement. The Viscountess herself said that she needed to greet the other guests, and so she would go. The Count immediately waved goodbye to Cordelia, while the heroine was already getting ready to ask him about everything in more detail. So Lynette immediately asked Oscar why he hadn't told her that the Viscountess was very beautiful. But turning towards his wife, the young man thought for a moment and said seriously that Cordelia was not so beautiful. The main character was shocked by this, and the Count explained that she was much more beautiful than Viscountess Ralph. And continuing, Oscar added that he really wanted to hug Lynette and boast to everyone that she was his wife. The girl was very embarrassed and could not understand whether her husband was playing a role now or not. But still, the heroine assumed that the Count's words in the bedroom were true, and he really was crazy about her. After thinking it over, Lynette said that she did not consider her beauty a reason to boast, and asked the young man if he was definitely not pretending. And when Oscar said that he was serious, the girl sighed embarrassedly to answer. Then the heroine said that she knew this and continued, adding that the Count was also the most handsome and attractive to her. After these words, an awkward silence arose between the couple, but almost immediately, Lynette invited her husband to look around, to which he agreed without hesitation. At this time, Marie was alone and closely watching the couple from the side, and remembering Oscar's words, the girl understood that such behavior was too believable for acting. Moreover, the Count had previously refused to come to the Viscount's party as Marie's partner. So the heroine thought about revealing Lynette's true nature to the Duke and Duchess. But almost immediately, the girl remembered that she had somehow removed suspicions from herself, and now it was dangerous to do things that could reveal the truth. and suddenly someone called Marie, which made the heroine tense up a little. It was Alan Callops, who immediately expressed his joy at the meeting. Turning around, the girl was surprised, but noted that she and the young man had indeed not seen each other for a long time. After these words, the young man himself asked if Marie could spare him a minute of her time, but the heroine refused, explaining her answer by saying that she was going for a walk and did not intend to stay. Therefore, without continuing the conversation, the girl turned in the right direction and warned that she was leaving. Alan didn't like this option, and he abruptly grabbed Marie's hand, not letting her move away. The young man then asked the heroine if it wouldn't be better to talk a little instead of avoiding him. The girl herself understood that if Oscar saw her with Alan, he would begin to suspect that he would cause her problems, but she still agreed to go out and talk. As a result, the guys went out into the yard and stood behind the bushes away from the mansion, so that no one would see them. Alan immediately aggressively asked Marie why Lynette was still alive and well, since the plan was different. But the heroine calmly replied that she wanted to find out from the young man, since the Countess was still supposed to be killed at the evening in the Archduke's mansion. To which Alan said that on that day, all the mercenaries responsible for this matter disappeared, and nothing is known about them to this day. Marie was very shocked by these words, because she thought that everyone had fled abroad, but now the girl assumed that Oscar had killed the mercenaries. The young man asked the heroine if she herself had touched hired people. After all, if Marie is in cahoots with the main character, then Alan will not remain on the sidelines, and the girl will also become his target. Marie immediately expressed her indignation, saying that she had no reason to do this, and that someone else was involved in it. And the girl began to get very angry, because she believed that Alan had ruined the plan, and now he began to doubt her. That's why the heroine couldn't stand it and told the young man that he couldn't even do anything properly. Alan immediately leaned towards Marie and angrily asked her what she had just said. And then, more aggressively, the young man asked the girl to say her words again. But suddenly Callops was attracted by a strange sound from the bushes, which made him tense up. Therefore, assuming that someone was watching them, the young man decided that it was not worth staying here. So having thought everything over, Alan said that since the conversation had come to an end, he would go, and also warned the heroine not to do anything stupid and just keep quiet. Marie was a little scared, because from the look on Callops's face, it was clear that if it weren't for the rustle, he could have hit her. And the girl was still angry that Alan suspected her, because even if she makes a mistake, she still does what she should, and the heroine also suggested that perhaps she should have said that this was Oscar's doing. But Marie was distracted from her thoughts and aggression by a rustling sound from the same direction as before, which became even louder. That's why the girl immediately became very worried and screamed, and asked who was in the bushes. Hearing this question, Max realized that he had been noticed and, coming out, explained that he had not wanted to hide on purpose. Marie froze in shock because she did not expect to see Duke Mask Haribo here at all. Therefore, the girl immediately decided to greet the young man and ask what he was doing here. Max explained that he was looking around because all the flowers and trees in this garden were brought by him, and the young man checked the goods for any defects, as a sign of respect for the people who entrusted him with the work. Marie noticed at this moment that the Duke looked serious, but she was still not sure that he had not heard anything. Max interrupted the heroine's thoughts and asked what she was doing in the garden, to which she explained that it had become stuffy in the mansion, so she decided to take a walk. After these words, the young man invited the girl to join him, as he just wanted to admire the plants and flowers. But Marie immediately clenched her fist from the tension because she realized that there was no grass in that direction, and the conversation could be heard quite far away. That's why the heroine was very scared that the Duke could overhear her conversation with Alan. Finally, while walking in the garden, Max told Marie that in truth, he had always wanted to talk to her. And continuing, the young man said that he had not done this before since Oscar was always with the girl and he could not dare to approach her. Marie was lost in thought and did not understand what exactly the Duke was talking about, since he usually does not talk to anyone in social circles unless the conversation concerns business. But still, the heroine explained that Oscar is a married man, and whoever she is dating, he has no reason to interfere. Max smiled at these words and immediately expressed his joy if the girl really hadn't lied to him. Marie, such a reaction led to even more misunderstanding, so she decided to change the subject and inquire about the Duke's common business with Lynette. And the young man replied that the Countess had a huge interest in perfumery, and he thought her idea was good for the enterprise, so he offered cooperation. Hearing this, the heroine immediately asked Max if Oscar was against his and Lynette's affair. The Duke jokingly suggested that Marie considered him an immoral man interested in someone else's wife, but the girl immediately began to deny it, and Marie also explained that Max was quite popular in female circles, so she wondered if Oscar was worried about this. To this, the young man replied that if the conversation does not concern a business topic, then he does not even talk to people who are not interesting to him, because he does not want to waste his precious time. After all, at this time a young man can talk to a beautiful girl like Marie. The heroine was greatly shocked by these words, and she did not know what to answer, so she silently looked at the prince. And Marie also tried to understand if Max really had any interest in her. But the young man interrupted the girl's thoughts and said that today there were many people he needed to greet, so he thought it was time to end the conversation. The heroine agreed with this, as she was also thinking about returning. And after saying goodbye, Marie, when she was left alone, exhaled, since she was almost completely sure that Max had not heard her conversation with Max. In addition, the girl assumed that the Duke had a romantic interest in her, and she liked it, because now there may be a way to resolve the situation without relying on Oscar. At this time, Alan returned to his mansion, where he was immediately greeted kindly by a servant. The young man immediately noticed that the servants had suddenly changed. After all, they always looked down on Alan and mocked him because his father ignored him. Especially the maid. Her arrogant behavior was like she thought she was the owner of this estate. And for the boy, it was a relief that the previous servants had disappeared. But still he did not understand what his father was planning, and this made him nervous. Suddenly, Alan was frightened by a voice that sternly asked him where he had come back from so late. The Duke was really angry that his son had disobeyed his request not to go out and had also come home late. The young man said that he had been at Viscount Ralph's party, but the man didn't care, because he had told him to act as if he were dead. Alan timidly agreed to this, but explained that since he had received an invitation, he had shown up there and returned out of politeness. The Duke, smirking, did not consider this polite and informed the boy that Oscar was preventing him from taking the place of head of the security forces. This news shocked the young man, and he immediately asked his father what he meant. But the man was only worried that Alan, in such a situation, was having fun and going to parties instead of helping. So Caliph reminded the boy that he was nothing, to which he hung his head in disappointment. The prince continued and expressed his assumption, saying that perhaps Lynette would soon return to the mansion, since the girl would become a widow who lost her husband on the battlefield. But still the Duke believed that the death of both spouses was a more tragic event. And when the young man asked what the man meant, he told him to remain quiet the whole time. And if Alan gets caught again, there will be no forgiveness for him. As he left, the Duke thought about the evening after the meeting, when he had a joint dinner with the palace minister and other high-ranking officials. The man was then very tired of distributing jewelry and saying flattering words. But the prince understood that this was an excellent opportunity, which he received by giving his mind to the palace minister. And besides, Oscar Roger will soon meet a terrible death on the battlefield, and Lynette will become an unhappy widow, and, lost in grief for her husband, will eventually throw herself into the lake and meet her death. The prince was also confident that his loyal servants would ensure that the main character ended up in this position. Therefore, the man considered the current course of events to be very ideal, and was pleased with it. After all, everything is going strictly according to the Duke's plan without any problems. At this time, the Count and Lynette were also already on their way to their mansion. The girl herself slept most of the way, but the surrounding environment began to wake her up. Opening her eyes fully, the main character looked at her husband with a slightly puzzled expression. A second later, Lynette was in shock, and the only thing that bothered her was how long she had slept on her husband's shoulder. But Oscar interrupted the girl's thoughts and explained that the road was uneven, so in order to sleep further, she could lie down more comfortably. The heroine felt good, as if her heart was filled with a soft warmth, and she assumed that this was because she and the Count had been drinking and talking about different things during the evening. While Lynette was thinking about everything, the carriage had already arrived at the house, and the young man considered his wife tired, so he asked her to take a bath and go to bed. The main character herself stood silently opposite and did not understand why Oscar was behaving differently today. The girl assumed that the Count was saying all this out of concern for her, but it still seemed to her that the young man's voice now sounded especially sad. But noticing that her husband was looking at her with confusion, Lynette immediately said that everything was fine and added that he too should go and rest. After these words, Oscar turned towards the door and, continuing to look at the heroine, listened to her and began to leave. The Countess looked after him, upset and a little embarrassed. And a second later, the girl grabbed the young man by the hand, not allowing him to continue walking. Oscar immediately turned around worriedly and asked the heroine what had happened. Lynette realized at that moment that everything had happened unconsciously, due to the overwhelming sadness, and so she became confused. But still, despite everything, the main character did not want to miss this opportunity and invited the Count to spend the night together. The young man was very shocked by these words, and he froze in place. And after some time, Oscar found the strength in himself and asked if the girl really wanted to sleep in the same bed. Lynette began to get angry, as the Count did not understand the hints and decided to act more directly because she really pushed the guy away for some time. Already in bed, the young man was getting ready to go to sleep, so he wished his wife a good night. The girl lay there dissatisfied and could not accept that they would really just sleep, without even holding hands. So Lynette didn't wait any longer and immediately hovered over the Count, assuming that there was a misunderstanding. Continuing, the heroine explained that she now wanted something more than just sleep, but Oscar still didn't understand what exactly the girl was talking about, so he began asking additional questions for clarification. Lynette ignored everything and kissed her husband without a word, greatly embarrassing him. After the kiss, the Count lay there, numb with awkwardness, as he had not expected such a turn of events. Seeing that there was no reaction, the heroine frowned because she didn't think that the young man would be so slow-witted and that she would have to do everything herself. But still, albeit with difficulty, Oscar said Lynette's name, preparing to act. Therefore, in a split second, the Count was already on top and moved the girl to the other side of the bed, to which she questioningly said his name, and the young man repeated the words that he seemed to be crazy about Lynette. For this reason, Oscar wondered how the Countess could attack him without fear, not knowing what he could do to her. The main character was a little tense about this, and she couldn't answer anything. Oscar did not waste time and began kissing his wife's body, starting from her neck and lips, moving lower. But Lynette became worried and pushed her husband away, starting to stutter and blush even more. The Count listened and explained that by treating the heroine as he saw fit, he might incur her hatred, and so he was always careful and did not want to be too greedy. Without giving the girl a chance to answer, Oscar added that he knew he deserved this opportunity. But continuing, the young man asked his wife if she really wanted more. The main character noticed from the young man's look that he truly desired her. So, putting her arms around Oscar's neck, Lynette said that she couldn't hate him, and asked if he would hate her if she became a little greedy. The young man immediately and without hesitation answered this question negatively. Hearing this, the main character asked the Count to hug her tonight and sleep like that. Continuing, Lynette said that she is Oscar's wife, and she is happy to be with someone who loves her for who she is. The girl also said that she thought for a long time about how to respond to the young man's confession, and asked not to think that she accepted it only because he insisted. And although the main character does not know whether she will be able to fully convey her feelings, she will try, because she loves Oscar with all her heart. The Count was embarrassed and shocked by such a sincere confession, but still remained very pleased. Therefore, the young man did not hesitate and immediately tenderly kissed his wife. Lynette, although a little awkward, responded to the kiss almost immediately, and the couple enjoyed each other's presence. But suddenly someone knocked on the door, and the heroine turned her attention to the source of the sound, asking who was there. At that moment, Oscar calmed the girl down, saying that everything was fine, and asked her to look only at him. But the servant standing behind the door asked for forgiveness, and insisted as an urgent matter had arisen. The young man immediately stood up and, covering his wife with a blanket, asked her to wait outside. Then the Count opened the door and asked with displeasure what had happened. Robert was confused, so he couldn't immediately find the words to explain the situation. Continuing, the servant reported that an order had arrived from the royal palace, which greatly shocked Oscar. At this time, the main character, having heard the news, immediately became worried and thought about the reason for giving the order. Robert handed over the letter and left, and the Count broke out in a cold sweat and tried to accept what was happening. Lynette immediately got out of bed and went to her husband, asking about the contents of the letter. Oscar did not delay the moment and told that he was ordered to enter the battle tomorrow. The heroine immediately asked again in fear, to which the young man replied that he needed to start preparing. And after these words, Lynette realized that Oscar was a knight, so the kingdom could call him to the battlefield if necessary. The girl was also frightened by the fact that the time of the Count's return was unknown, and their relationship had only just begun to develop. The young man, seeing his wife's face, immediately asked if she was worried. Lynette apologized because she believed that a good wife should bid her husband a happy farewell and wish him a safe journey. But the main character herself was very worried and upset by this news. The girl felt and understood this even on the day of the conversation about the possible service. But now, when everything was happening, she did not know what to do. Oscar, hearing this, laughed a little and apologized, because he was pleased to see that Lynette was worried about him. The main character did not like her husband's reaction, and she immediately expressed her indignation. But continuing, the Count said that at the same time he felt a heaviness in his heart, thinking that the girl would wait for him and suffer. The young man also explained that he could not stay away, but he would try to return as soon as possible, and on the day of his return, he would bring Lynette beautiful flowers that looked like her. The Countess was very touched by the idea of flowers, and she looked at her husband with warmth. Then the heroine said that she would be looking forward to Oscar and the flowers, so she asked him to make sure to return safe and sound. After listening to Lynette's wish, the young man promised that everything would be as she said, and went to get ready. A few days later, the Count had already arrived at the required military camp. Oscar had been told earlier that due to the war that had been going on for several months, all the knights and mercenaries were exhausted, and seeing everything with his own eyes, the young man realized that this was true. The commander of the 1st Night Squad of the Eastern region immediately thanked the protagonist for the journey he had made. But the young man himself, getting off his horse, said that there was nothing complicated about it and headed towards the commander. The man explained that they should be grateful to Oscar, since they did not even ask for support from the royal palace, but he came anyway. The Count was misled by these words because he had received the order from the royal palace, but for now, the guy decided to remain silent. The commander continued at this time and said that due to the long war, the enemy was also exhausted, and they noticed a few days ago that the enemy troops near the border began to retreat. And adding, the commander-in-chief said that if the remaining enemy troops did not retreat, they planned to penetrate deeper and strike at their camp. Oscar accepted the plan of action and asked about the request for support, to which the man explained that despite the lack of a request for help, they had received a message a few days ago that it would be sent to them. The young man remained silent, but he himself considered it all very suspicious, and the Count decided to check everything himself first, because if he could return home faster, it would be for the better. It was already night. The young man was in his tent and trying to sleep. But thoughts about Lynette did not allow Oscar to even close his eyes for a little while, as he missed his wife very much. And despite the fact that the young man asked Sylvia to look after the girl, he was still worried. The Count also realized that bringing flowers similar to the heroine would now be problematic, because in such a place it would be unlikely to find a beautiful flower similar to Lynette. But suddenly Oscar's peace was disturbed by some rustling outside. The young man immediately began to get out of bed, as he realized that he was clearly no longer alone here. So the young man, without delay, began to take out his sword and slowly approach the source of the sound. Then the Count began to carefully open the curtain in order to have time to look around. There was a young man standing next to the tent, and Oscar held a sword to his throat and asked who he was. Examining the uninvited guest, the main character realized that he had seen him somewhere before. It was one of the mercenaries whom the Count had noticed as soon as he arrived at the camp. And still holding the weapon to his throat, Oscar asked about the purpose of the visit, to which the young man immediately apologized and said that he had come to convey an important message. The young man, in turn, warned that he would not forgive him if he did something stupid. These words greatly frightened the mercenary, and now it was difficult for him to find the words to explain what was happening. But after a couple of seconds, the young man nevertheless informed the Count that someone was targeting him. Oscar immediately began to think about what was said, but he was not sure that he could trust the mercenary, assuming that he would try to attack him by surprise. Therefore, the main character first asked the young man why he should believe him. The mercenary, in fear for his life, said in a trembling voice that he knew Lynette. The young man was shocked by these words and asked again to make sure and find out the details. The young man, without hesitation and slightly panicking, said that the Countess had once saved him, and that is why the mercenary wants to repay the kindness and came to report that there is someone who wants to harm Oscar. But the protagonist wanted more details, so he asked the young man where exactly Lynette saved him. The young man immediately began to tell that in the past he had participated as a mercenary in the war led by Duke Calyps. And at that time the dying young man was saved by the main character. The Count understood that his wife at that moment had acted and saved the dying mercenary in the same way as she had done to him then. So, putting away the sword, Oscar asked the young man to continue. The mercenary listened and continued, telling how on the battlefield, Duke Calyps always treated mercenaries as expendable material. And after the war, all the mercenaries and knights who participated were killed without cause. The young man added and suggested that all this was done in order to hide the truth. After these words, Oscar asked if this truth concerned his wife, to which the young man answered in the affirmative and explained that they killed everyone who knew her true nature. The Earl realized that, judging by the Duke's attitude towards Lynette, this was not unexpected, but it was a lie that most of the knights he had fought bravely with had died on the battlefield. And the main character really didn't like the fact that, having taken the lives of those who swore allegiance to him, Calyps lives happily in the kingdom of Martin, thanks to the recognition received through so many sacrifices. After thinking it over, Oscar asked the mercenary how he managed to survive in such a situation. And the young man said that he received burns all over his body, and there was no hope of survival, so he was abandoned on the battlefield. However, Lynette found the young man and secretly saved his life, allowing him to escape the battlefield and meet his beloved wife and son again. After these words, the mercenary repeated that he wanted to repay the help given to him at such a moment in his life. After listening to the young man, Oscar felt sincerity in his voice, and besides, it was all similar to the situation he had gone through, so the Count would try to believe him. And since the main character made a decision, he immediately asked to tell about those who were attempting on his life. The young man said that a few days ago, the Duke's servant visited the head of the mercenary guild, and Oscar assumed that the man paid for the murder. The mercenary confirmed this and explained that this was why the Count was called when the enemy forces had already begun to retreat, in order to take advantage of the locals and make it look like Oscar had died on the battlefield. Hearing this, the protagonist asked who the people were who received money from Duke Calyps, and the young man said that these people were the leader and his deputy, so he asks the Count to be careful. Oscar immediately thanked him for the information and headed in the direction he needed. This made the young man worry and, stuttering, he asked the main character where he was going. Taking out his sword, the Count replied that there was no need to wait, and he would take care of them himself. One day, Marie was in the city where she hoped to accidentally meet Max, but he was completely nowhere to be seen. The girl also assumed that the prince really did not hear anything that day, since both the conversations and the behavior were the same as always. Having realized this, the heroine continued to think about and remember what had happened that evening. And Marie became almost sure that Max really liked her, and if so, then switching to him could be useful to her. Suddenly, the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a man who pushed her hard, and at the same moment took the bag from her hand. From the force of the blow, Marie fell to the ground with a crash and barely managed to keep from hitting her head. Continuing to sit, the heroine looked after the criminal, who was actively moving away from her. That's why the girl immediately started screaming that she had been robbed, hoping that someone would help. Then Marie tried to get up, but immediately fell to the ground again in pain, and after examining her leg, the heroine realized that she had twisted her ankle and now she couldn't get up. So Marie had no choice but to look angrily at the thief, waiting for help. But almost at that very second, the man was already on the ground in the center of the street. And while the savior himself warned the thief that if he wanted to live, he had to leave immediately, the girl sat surprised and watched from the side. After these words, the criminal immediately stood up on his feet and, in pain from the fall, began to move away. The young man immediately extended his hand to Marie, but she continued to sit, trying to comprehend what was happening. Therefore, Max considered it necessary to inquire about the heroine's condition and find out if she was okay. But the girl froze in shock and simply looked at the young man in silence. Max didn't understand this reaction and asked the question again in order to finally hear what he needed. And at that moment, Marie came to her senses. So she immediately thanked him and replied that everything was fine with her. But as soon as the heroine took the young man's hand and tried to get up, she immediately screamed in pain and with difficulty rose to her feet. Max became worried and began asking if the girl was hurt. The young man also asked not to hide it if Marie was really in pain. The heroine herself stood and thought about whether the Duke really liked her and decided to watch. Max began to worry even more, and assuming that the girl was very scared, the young man promised to catch the thief and asked her to call security for help. But Marie realized that security was probably still investigating the incident at the tournament. So she immediately refused, explaining that she didn't want to disturb busy people. And then the heroine also assumed that Max was also very busy, and she had distracted him greatly from his work. The young man immediately replied that it was important to him since it concerned Marie. After these words, the girl realized that the prince definitely felt sympathy for her and thanked him for what he said. Then the heroine announced that it was time for her to return. And continuing, Marie explained that the leg had to be shown, so before leaving she apologized for keeping Max for so long. Hearing this, the Duke immediately offered to escort the girl to the carriage and, despite her refusal, did as he saw fit. Therefore, the heroine had no choice, and she extended her hand and agreed. As she walked to the carriage, Marie thought that other nobles might see them and was surprised that the young man was indifferent to possible rumors. So looking at Max with a smile, the girl assumed that he really needed her. A few minutes later, the heroine was already at the transport and, thanking the prince for today, said that if there was an opportunity, they would see each other next time. But the young man did not hesitate and invited Marie to meet next time at his estate. The girl was very surprised and agreed, as she thought that the young man was insisting. Moreover, the heroine understood that since she had rejected the Duke earlier, she should now accept the offer. So Marie continued and said that she would come and that it was a great honor for her. Max smiled at these words and said that he would send the girl an invitation in the near future. The heroine said that she would wait and preferred to finish for today, so she got into the carriage. While on the train, Marie realized that instead of pursuing Oscar, who has a wife, Musk's candidacy actually seemed better. Moreover, the Duke not only has the appearance of wealth and fame, but the Count also hates him with all his heart, which makes the young man more desirable. And after thinking it over, the heroine considered this option ideal, and she would finally escape from the hated mansion that had given her nothing. At this time, the main character and Jane were going on business, and Lynette warned the girl that she would be back soon. She also added that if the girl gets tired, she can wait for her in the carriage. And after these words, Lynette headed in the direction she needed, and Jane wished her good luck. The maid herself immediately began to stretch and thought that her body was very stiff, so she decided to take a little walk. But the girl's attention was drawn to one of the buildings. Jane began to look at the windows with displeasure and realized that the same people were there, just like before. The maid, walking around the empty building, immediately noticed something was wrong and began to look around. Looking at the stairs, the girl decided to check if the second floor was empty too. And looking around, the maid concluded that the building was indeed empty. Suddenly, two men approached from behind the heroine, who were clearly there for a reason. One of the men decided to ask what Jane was doing there, which scared the girl. But turning on the actor and herself, the maid said that she was just passing by and decided to come in. One of the men thought this was strange and asked again if the girl was really just passing by. And smiling, the guy noted that Jane had a rather pretty face, and most likely the heroine was a servant of some aristocrats. And at that moment, the young man's friend decided to invite the girl to have some fun with them. The heroine was surprised by this proposal and thought about it. But almost immediately, delighted by such words from the young people, Jane smiled. The guys looked at the maid with confusion, as they considered such a reaction to this proposal strange. But Jane did not hesitate and invited the men to play her favorite game. Therefore, by taking out a sword and a rope, the heroine clearly made it clear that they would have fun the way she wanted it. Then the maid explained to the young men that she would tie them up, and they would tell everything they knew about those who were behind them. And as soon as the girl did what she wanted, she was happy and breathed a sigh of relief. The men were indeed tied to each other, and Jane made sure that the boys' mouths were also tied. After this, the maid decided to ask if the boys were interested in playing with her. The girl also decided to immediately tell the guys not to bother Mrs. Lynette, and that they were just lucky that the Count was noble, and they could stop there. But if Jane had her way, she would have dealt with the men's lives long ago. One of the guys turned pale at these words and began to shake with fear. And while the girl was talking to the hostages, the Count's men approached from behind. Turning around, Jane was glad to see them and exhaled, since these guys were no longer her concern. Finally, the heroine said to follow the master's instructions, to which the young men agreed. And taking the men by the hands, Oscar's people began to lead them out of the building. Jane was curious why the Count did nothing with the hostages and why he captured them alive. But suddenly the girl realized that Oscar became much softer after he fell in love with Lynette. The heroine also immediately remembered how Robert scolded her, showing his concern for her. And thanks to the memories, Jane realized that she was now no different from the Count. Lynette, at this time looking at the flasks with medicines, hoped that their quantity should be enough. Now the main character needs to go to the Western village and test the effectiveness of the medicine. However, the girl was afraid that the medicine would be ineffective, but it was still too early to think about it. But suddenly Lynette was called, which made the heroine very scared. As it turned out, it was Duke Haribo who had arrived earlier. Lynette noticed that the young man was late, but he explained that he had some business to attend to. Then Max asked if everything was ready for tomorrow's visit to the village. The main character confirmed her readiness and suggested that this amount of medicine should be enough. But Max decided to warn that the trip could be dangerous, and besides, Oscar was sent to the battlefield. Therefore, the Duke asked about the necessity of this visit and whether it really could not be postponed. And Lynette realized that the young man was right, and that this trip had threats from both her father and Alan. But the girl also realized that there was no choice, since there was very little time left. And because of the short amount of time, it is better to do everything as soon as possible and not put it off. Mark smiled at this and said that he understood, even though inside he was worried. But if Lynette's condition worsens, Max asks the girl to tell him about it, since he has medications that can alleviate the symptoms. The girl was grateful to Max, because it was clear from his behavior that he was worried about her. Therefore, the Countess immediately thanked the Duke and said that he was really very kind to her. After these words, taking the heroine by the hand, Duke Haribo invited the girl to go about her business, to which she agreed. Eventually, Lynette and Max headed towards the exit to carry out their plans involving medicine and healing people. At that moment, the prince looked at the girl with love and understood that the Countess was the only one he wanted to take care of and be affectionate with. However, such thoughts must be kept secret since the main character loves Oscar, and this must be hidden both for the good of Lynette and for the good of Duke Max. Already in the mansion, the girl suddenly felt ill, which caused her to freeze in place and could not even take a step. Recently, Lynette's heart has been hurting, as if it were being squeezed, and on top of all this, her temperature has been rising. Unknown symptoms began to interfere with the heroine's life, but the girl understood that it was too early for her to accept her imminent death, since she promised Oscar that she would wait for him in flowers. Jane, entering the room to report that the bathroom was ready, saw everything that was happening, and this shocked the maid, because she expected to see something completely different, and was sure that everything was fine with the Countess. As a result, the main character fainted from severe pain, which immediately made Jane panic and run to help. Much time had passed since the maid had discovered Lynette in a faint. The Countess finally began to wake up, but she was covered in a cold sweat. Jane, as soon as she saw that the girl had woken up, carefully took her hand. The maid was so worried that she couldn't stand it and burst into tears, but after the Countess woke up, she still felt calmer. Lynette, at that moment, remembered that she had fainted from the pain, which made her a little nervous. The heroine immediately sat up and asked if the maid had called the doctor, which made Jane a little confused. After all, it is impossible to call a doctor, since Lynette's symptoms are related to the Myers family, and with an examination by a professional, the secret will be revealed. Jane wanted to tell the doctor, but decided not to do so, and looking at the girl's reaction, she immediately suspected something. That's why the maid immediately asked if the main character was hiding anything from her. Lynette, looking at Jane's face, tensed up and realized that everything was perfectly visible and clear on her. And since Jane is the Countess's humble servant, she has noticed throughout the entire time that the heroine's behavior differs from what it was before. So taking the girl by the hand, the girl said that Lynette should not be overdone, and she should remain strong, holding on until the Earl returned. The main character became a little worried, and asked again if the maid would definitely not tell anyone anything. To this, Jane replied that the girl was too smart, kind, and cunning, so if she was hiding something, it meant there were reasons for it. And although the maid initially took care of Lynette by order, now she is completely on the girl's side and will support her in any situation. Hearing this, the main character was surprised by such devotion and trust without any particular reason. Moreover, Jane is not only devoted, she also looked after the girl herself without inviting a doctor. Therefore, having thanked the maid for everything she had done, the heroine promised to tell her everything, but later. However, Lynette asked that until that moment Jane always remain with her. The maid agreed without hesitation and said that she would be there for as long as necessary. Taking the girl's hand, Lynette immediately thanked Jane for her trust, which caused a wide smile to appear on her face. Having finished this conversation, the main character decided, in addition to everything else, to ask Jane for something else. The maid immediately agreed because she really wanted to help Lynette in everything. Already in the morning, when the Countess was going to go to the village, Jane tried to go with her since it was dangerous to go alone, but the heroine was still able to dissuade her and stay in the mansion. The village itself, to which the main character is heading, has long been abandoned due to an epidemic. And even though the girl has healing abilities and is on the verge of death, she still doesn't want to put herself in danger. Jane said in the mansion that if the girl couldn't contact her, then let her come to her aid. However, Lynette said that if she did not get in touch after 3 days, then let the maid pass this on to Duke Haribo. After all, the Duke is aware of this plan, so if you tell him, he will know what needs to be done. But even though the main character warned everyone, she herself still doesn't want it to come to this. While walking through the forest, the girl suddenly heard a noise from the bushes, which attracted her attention. Looking in that direction, the Countess looked at the source of the sound with confusion. Suddenly, a sword appeared from the bushes and immediately headed for Lynette's throat, frightening her in the same way. The stranger, who held a weapon to the main character's neck, asked who she was. The girl immediately said that she had come to meet with the head of the village to discuss the topic of the epidemic, but the young man was only interested in who had sent her to them. Hearing this, Lynette looked at him with confusion, as the question seemed ambiguous to her. The guy began to list all the possible people who could have sent the girl, but he still didn't care about the reason for her arrival, and the young man warned her to leave. Because Lynette looks like a noble girl who grew up in an aristocratic family and they don't have time for such people. The Countess was convinced that the village was truly abandoned, and judging by the boy's caution, he considered her an aristocrat who had come to inspect it before sending out a punitive detachment. Therefore, pointing to the medicines, the girl said that she came to treat people from illness, which immediately surprised the young man. The heroine also said that she came here of her own free will and not on the king's orders, and immediately warned that she did not want the village to burn down from the epidemic. So it is the epidemic that is the reason for Lynette's arrival. And having explained everything, the main character strictly demanded that the young man take her to the head. Duke Calyps was sitting in his castle at this time and did not understand why there was no news. After all, quite a lot of time has passed since the man ordered Oscar to be killed. So calling the servant, the man asked if there was any news from the servants. The guy immediately came up and said that since the servants went to Roger's mansion, there had been no news from them. The man tensed up, because if the servants came to the mansion, they were obliged to send a letter, as they were trained to do so. So the Duke announced that he was going to Roger's mansion, which surprised the servant, since he did not think it right to go anywhere without a letter of warning. But the man became very angry at these words and hit the table, showing his displeasure. Since Roger's mansion is the home of the Duke's daughter, he doesn't think he has to send letters before visiting. After listening to everything, the servant immediately agreed and said that he would prepare the carriage. Duke Calyps suspected that something was wrong here, because it was very strange that absolutely everyone was silent. Diana and Rodin are servants, they don't get in touch, and besides, there is no news from the mercenaries, which is surprising and a little alarming. Because if there is no news, then something has definitely happened, but for now, the Duke has no idea about it. And since Oscar is now on the battlefield, that means Lynette is all alone in the mansion. The man was quite happy about this as the girl became more defenseless. So it's time to teach my daughter good manners again. As soon as the Duke arrived at Roger's mansion, he was met by Oscar's servants who blocked his passage. The man was very surprised by the words that he could not enter and did not understand what was happening. The servant, having explained the order, made it clear that no one was to be allowed in until the Count returned, but the prince became very angry because of this, since he wanted to see his daughter. So the Duke began to get indignant and tell the servants to call Lynette, because he was sure that she would definitely let him in. But as soon as Robert arrived, he immediately said that the Countess was also absent from the mansion. And after inquiring about the girl's whereabouts, the man decided that if he wasn't with his daughter, then he would meet with Duke Roger. But Robert replied that Lynette had not informed them of her plans, and besides, Duke and Duchess Roger were also absent from the estate. Surprised by the complete absence of people in the mansion, the man demanded that Diana and Rodin, who were his personal servants, be brought to him. But Robert said that, as far as he knew, the servants had gone with the Countess. The Duke became even more angry and warned that if it turned out that all the words were lies, the young man would have to bear responsibility for everything. However, the guy stood his ground and said that he was just Oscar's servant and was simply following his orders. And continuing, Robert added that he was fulfilling the Count's will and telling everything as it is. Gitter realized that despite all the aggression and threats, he would not be able to get into the estate, so he would have to give in. Therefore, after apologizing to Robert, the man explained his behavior by a strong desire to see his daughter. And turning to the carriage, the Duke said that since that was how it had turned out, he was leaving. After this, the carriage with the man began to move away, and the servants looked after them. The guy standing behind Robert asked if there were servants named Rodan and Diana in the mansion. However, the young man told him to promise him something. Continuing, Robert told the boy to forget the whole conversation he had just heard, as it would be better for both the Count and the Countess. The servant immediately agreed, although he was very surprised by such words. Judging by the mess the Duke was making, it seemed he was beginning to suspect something, which made Robert nervous. So we need Oscar back as soon as possible before Calypso does anything. At this time, the main character finally got to the main person in the village and discussed everything. After Lynette met with the village chief and insistently requested, the chief finally allowed the Countess to examine the sick. Looking at the traces of the disease, the heroine noticed the results after the medicine, which means that it works. So Lynette decided to tell the girl that her condition had improved significantly, and then asked about the appearance of her fingertips. And the girl said that the pain was not what it was before, but it still hadn't gone away. Then the heroine decided to confess that upon Lynette's arrival in the village, she was not at all sure of everything, but now she was sincerely grateful. The main character replied that helping sick people is her calling. After the examination was over, the girl stood up and began to talk about how she wanted to do something for Lynette, despite the fact that the situation in the village was terrible. And taking the heroine by the hands, the resident was happy and continued, saying that the Countess saved not only her, but her entire family. These words made the girl a little embarrassed, and she could not answer right away. But then, overjoyed, the main character said that she was not doing this for gratitude or benefit, but the girl's words still gave Lynette strength. The Countess has been in the village for 3 days now, and according to the plan, if she does not return, Jane will inform Duke Haribo about it. The heroine left all the recipes for the medicines and told how to make them, so the village should cope with the epidemic. Lynette herself plans to start working at a pharmaceutical plant upon her return, and even though the girl is busy, it all brings her satisfaction and joy, and the girl feels like she is becoming a better person. Arriving at the palace, Lynette immediately met Jane, who was happy to see her mistress. However, the main character was interested in whether there was news from Oscar because she was worried. But the maid immediately replied that although there was no answer, she had heard that the detachment on the border had retreated. And continuing, Jane said that the main thing was not to lose heart, and the Count would definitely return soon. However, the maid's words did not help much, and the anxiety in her soul did not go away. But still, Lynette understood that Oscar was a strong and resilient guy, and he didn't say that he was going to a dangerous war, which meant that everything would really be fine. So, heading towards the exit, the girl said that Jane was right, and that in that case, she would go to work in the workshop. The heroine immediately went to the Myers clan, where she discussed with a woman the children from the orphanage, which is located near the capital. Lynette first asked about the symptoms of the infected children. Symptoms included vomiting and diarrhea, and in severe cases dehydration, which could lead to death. Having told this, the woman offered to give the children the medicine, to which Lynette immediately said that she would take everything herself. While an important discussion on the topic of medicines was going on, the front door suddenly opened and caught Lynette's attention. As it turned out, it was Jane, who was in a very good mood. And the main character was a little scared by such abruptness, but still asked what happened. Jane came to tell that the Earl and the knights had arrived in the capital, which immediately made Lynette smile. And as soon as the girl imagined their meeting with Oscar, her pupils dilated and her heart filled with warmth. Therefore, the heroine immediately ran to her husband, and Jane was afraid for the Countess, as she might fall. But the girl saw only Oscar in front of her and that he was alive and well. Trying to push through the crowd, Lynette wanted to move faster than the young man, but it was enough for the girl to just look at the Count, and she immediately began to shine. The young man sat on a horse and held the promised bouquet of flowers for his wife. The heroine continued to look at the young man, expecting his attention, but assumed that she was not visible. And this was not surprising, since the crowd was really big, but Lynette was not upset because they would meet soon anyway. But Oscar was actively looking around, because he also missed the girl very much and was waiting for the meeting. He didn't have to search for long, and having driven closer, the Count immediately noticed the main character, who had already come to the edge of the road. Therefore, the young man did not hesitate and began to dismount from his horse. Lynette was very excited and just stood there in anticipation of the long-awaited time spent together. A couple of seconds later, Oscar was already next to the girl and was looking at her with a smile, holding a bouquet in his hands. Then the Count broke the silence and told his beloved wife that he had returned home safe and sound. The main character was very happy to see the young man next to her again and told her that she had been waiting for him. At that moment, Oscar immediately handed Lynette a bouquet, saying that, as he had promised, he had brought flowers similar to hers, and that finding flowers as beautiful as hers turned out to be more difficult than he thought. The Countess, holding the flowers in her hands, admired them with warmth in her soul and a slight smile. Therefore, without delaying what she wanted, the girl pulled the young man towards her and told him that she loved him. And, after reminding him of her love, the main character tenderly kissed her husband. After the kiss, Oscar began to say that he missed Lynette very much and that he also loved her very much. At this time, all was not calm in the mansion of Duke Calypso. The man pounded the table with his fist and was beside himself with rage because Oscar had returned safe and sound. And those whom the prince hired and paid were found dead on the battlefield, and the survivors do not make contact. Thinking about all this, Calypso realized that it was not worth sending the Count to war, since he had won again, and this would further strengthen his position. But the man's thoughts and anger were interrupted by a servant who immediately asked for forgiveness when he entered. The young man said that for the last few days he had been watching Duke Roger's estate and the Countess's entourage, but the servants sent by Calypso were not visible. In addition, the young man's last letter sent had still not been answered, and upon hearing this, the man began to get even more angry. And the Duke immediately tensed up and wondered what Oscar was really up to. Calypso also realized that this was not the only oddity, as he had sent letters to several high-ranking officials at the royal court offering to lobby, and all the officials, as one, refused the man, citing their busy schedules preparing for the foundation day. The Duke was very angry that these people had gotten everything they could from him and now dared to turn away. So, having thought everything over, Calypso informed the servant that he was leaving for the palace early the next morning and ordered the young man to prepare everything. The man himself planned to personally find out everything they were planning. Oscar had just returned to his mansion after the reception and was heading to his room. The young man was unhappy and embarrassed that he had missed Lynette very much during this time and still had not been there. But the main character's thoughts were interrupted by Jane, who called him. The girl approached and sadly reported that the Countess had been complaining of a fever lately. And continuing, the maid suggested that after Lynette visited the village where the epidemic was raging, her condition worsened. And when Oscar asked about his wife's condition now, Jane said that her temperature had risen again and she had fallen asleep. The young man was very upset by this, but he didn't show it and simply accepted the information. Also, on the way to the room, the maid said that she heard that Duke Calypso had come to the estate. The main character became a little wary and replied that he understood everything. And before leaving, Oscar ordered that tomorrow at dawn they begin what they had talked about. Jane accepted the instructions and bowed, wishing the young man good night. After these words, the young man opened the door to the room and looked at his wife with disappointment. The girl herself was actually sleeping at this time and did not plan to wake up. Oscar, continuing to watch Lynette, began to reach out his hand to stroke the heroine's head. The Countess immediately began to fidget and worry, making sounds. And the young man realized that he shouldn't wake the sick person, so he immediately removed his hand so that the girl could continue to sleep. But it was too late, and the main character began to open her eyes and immediately call for Oscar. Seeing her husband, Lynette immediately stood up and asked why he was so late. But without waiting for an answer, the girl pulled the Count towards her and hugged him tightly, saying that she had been waiting for him for a very long time. The young man immediately blushed from such a display of love from his wife, but was still glad that they were finally together. Stepping back, Oscar said that he heard that the girl was not feeling well, and the heroine confirmed these words. The Count was a little surprised by these words, and Lynette asked with a smile the reason for such a reaction, and whether the young man thought that she would say that everything was fine with her, to which he answered negatively. At this point, the main character continued, and admitted that she was very afraid of never seeing Oscar again. But the young man immediately asked where the girl got such thoughts from, because he was now in front of her. And no matter what happens, the young man will never leave Lynette. After these words, the heroine asked her husband to promise her that he would really always be there, and the young man agreed. Then, having discussed everything, the Count immediately kissed his wife. And stepping back, Oscar asked if he could continue what he had started last time. Lynette agreed without any doubts because she herself really wanted it and was looking forward to it. Therefore, the young man did not hesitate and, watching his wife, immediately began to take off his clothes. And then Oscar told the main character that she had no idea how long he had been waiting for this. Having said this, the young man immediately began to lean closer to his wife, anticipating everything that would happen next. Shortening the distance more and more, the Count was already stroking Lynette's leg, moving his hand higher. Afterwards, Oscar pulled back a little and asked the girl to speak up immediately if it hurt or if she wanted to stop. The main character pulled the young man towards her by the shoulders, telling him to continue and not stop. The young man accepted his wife's wishes and took action. In the morning, as soon as Lynette opened her eyes, she felt like she had gone crazy, and the girl literally screamed inside because she did something she didn't even want to do before. But suddenly the heroine's thoughts were interrupted by a young man asking whether she had finished thinking. Lynette sat up in surprise and asked Oscar in confusion about the time he woke up, to which the Count said that he had not slept since the moment when the girl stared at him with her round, rabbit-like eyes, and the heroine became a little embarrassed after these words. Besides, Lynette felt very awkward about spending the whole night with Oscar. But the young man only looked at his wife with a smile and warmth in his eyes. And then the young man moved closer and took the main character by the shoulders, looking into her eyes. Lynette immediately tensed up because she thought that the Count wanted to repeat everything again after what happened yesterday. But Oscar, looking at the girl's hands, was surprised to notice that the wounds on her body had almost disappeared. The Countess was very shocked by this, and she began to look at all the places on her body where there had previously been severe bruises. And the main character noticed that indeed, all the problem areas on her hands had become very pale. The young man immediately asked about her health, because yesterday Lynette said that she was very ill. The girl thought about these words and realized that her temperature had not risen all night and there had been no pain. Realizing this, the heroine was shocked, as she assumed that this was all because she spent the night with Oscar. And at that moment, the Count asked whether Lynette had saved a night on the battlefield when she was a child. But the main character thought about it and asked again, because she had cured many people and did not remember this particular incident. The young man continued and said that he was one of the knights that the girl saved with her power, and he found out about this while gathering information about the Myers clan. And after that day when Lynette healed Oscar, something changed in his body. The main character listened attentively and, surprised, asked to tell more about these changes. The young man felt awkward, so he decided to whisper everything into Lynette's ear. The girl immediately blushed even more and moved away from her husband in shock. And then the heroine asked again if everything was really like that because yesterday, in her opinion, everything wasn't so bad. But Oscar coughed a little in embarrassment and continued sharing his hypothesis. The young man assumed that Lynette had made a mistake in healing him back then, but after she used her abilities again, everything was back to normal. And after spending the night with the Count and using force, the heroine may have freed her, so now the girl's body is beginning to gradually recover. But the Countess herself did not understand how it worked, and when she managed to correct the mistake, Oscar decided to sum it up and said that the most important thing was that they both felt better. After these words, Lynette suggested that there might be another reason for all this, to which the Count agreed. And then the main character suggested to sort it out together. And then, having kissed his wife, the Count added that time is of no importance in this treatment. At this time, in the Calip's mansion, a young man informed the prince that one of his servants was found dead near the estate. And so the young man asked the man if he had any guesses about this. The Duke immediately became tense, as he was sure that Oscar had done something after he had visited Roger's estate. But now that Prince Calips is shunned by high-ranking officials, this argument will be seen as an attempt to denigrate Oscar. So the man replied that he had no idea, and upon hearing this, the young man said that he needed the Duke to go with him today. This left Calips confused, and he asked where exactly he was being taken. The knight explained that the maid who was with the victim made the key statement that the Duke had killed him. And now the prince is the main suspect, and therefore he must assist in the investigation, which made him very worried. At this time, the main character went to the shelter to provide assistance. Lynette was immediately greeted by a girl with a smile and greeted, inviting her in. And as soon as the heroine handed the medicine to the worker, she thanked her and was honored that the Countess personally came and handed everything over. The girl also said that Lynette had helped the local children a lot, and she didn't even know how to thank her. But the main character called her help a trifle, and on the contrary, thanked the worker for the opportunity to help, Then, before leaving, the Countess asked permission to examine the children who needed help, to which she immediately received approval. And after these words, the girl told the heroine to follow her down the corridor. Lynette walked along and realized that the worker really cared about the children, and she was glad that such a wonderful person was there. But suddenly the girl saw David and stopped, immediately calling him joyfully. At that moment, the main character froze in shock and could not say anything. The worker herself was already looking at the young man with satisfaction and hugging him, while he smiled back at her. The girl then expressed her surprise that David had decided to come to her today, even though she hadn't even thought about it. And the young man was so delighted with his sympathy that he simply looked at her silently with a smile. But as soon as David looked away for a second, he saw Lynette, which immediately brought him into a strong shock. And while the main character stood and tried to understand what was happening, the young man was already asking the reason for her being here. The Countess was in her thoughts and observing everything. She assumed that David was dating this girl.